We're going to start getting some people up here in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Bree? What's up, Parker and Dean fan? How you doing? What's up, Life? What's good, everyone joining in the stream? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We're going to start getting people up here in a very quick second. What's up, Demi? What's up, Jay? What's up, Twitch Fetus? How you doing? What's up, Carly? What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting the people up here to debate very, very soon. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let me get everything completely set up here on the YouTube stream. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Coco? How you doing? What's up, Katie? What's up, Coco? What's up, Andromeda? How you doing? What's up, Michael? What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Kennel? How you doing? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Travis? What's up, Via? What's up, Sky? What's up, Sir William? How you doing? What's good, everyone joining the stream? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We're going to start getting people here very soon. Every once in a while, I have this issue with YouTube where it takes a second to send out, and it's different than usual. And I don't know how to get around it. I'm not quite sure. What's up, everyone joining in, though? We're going to start the debates up here very, very soon. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Alrighty, let's get everything going. Actually, I don't have the ability to go... You know what, chat? You know what I forgot? Oh, this is horrible. Take a guess. I lost my main account access on guest requests when I was off stream, and I forgot about it. I actually don't have the ability. My appeal was not approved. Wow, that's actually brutal. When do I get it back? I get it back on the 18th. Okay, so I have to go to my third account, or my second account, Parker Get a Real Job, and I actually have to go live from there. This is unfortunate. Everyone here on the TikTok account, I recommend just go over to Parker Get a Real Job. There's actually nothing else I can do. I'm so sorry, everyone. I don't know what to do about that. It's TikTok hating me. I'll be right back, everyone. Wow, dude, that's so unfortunate. Okay, I forgot about that. God damn it. Alrighty, let me do that real quick. Let me let the Instagram know. And also the YouTube is sending out weird right now. I don't know what's going on. Did everyone get the notification fine on YouTube? I think it's a little bit glitched. People are probably joining in right now, though, from the TikTok stream. I didn't. Nope. Yeah, I'm assuming that it didn't send out. I got the notification. A few people did. They say they did. Let me restart my TikTok studio. I only know because TikTok. Yeah, that's probably true. I don't know. Maybe I should hit a restart here on the YouTube stream. But typically, whenever this happens, it doesn't fix whenever I hit a restart. So I don't know. I got a notification. Okay. I think we'll just be fine. We'll just live with it. Alrighty. Let's get the YouTube or the TikTok stream completely set up right now. Let me let the Instagram know that it's on Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok. Live Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok and Parker Get a Job on YouTube. Got banned for the next few days on my main live account on TikTok. Alrighty, what's up, everyone joining in? What's up? Did Parker find a job yet? Nope, still hasn't done that. What's up, though, everyone joining in? We're on the second account. It's unfortunate, very unfortunate. I can go over to my main account and I can send out my live a little bit more by reposting it. That will help, but We're doing great, it seems. We're doing great, it seems. Good start to the stream. What happened to Dean? He was live. He ended his stream. He got off early today. Alrighty, everyone. Do give it a second for people to join in. We're going to start the debates up here very, very soon. I do think that there's still an issue with the YouTube. I kind of just want to leave it, but I'm not quite sure what I should do. Alrighty, let's get the debates going right now. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you play Farm Sim, please?
Nope. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker. I love you, Parker. I love you.
We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second to get someone up here.
Kick me if you support Trump. We are charmed.
Bruh. Tina, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everyone, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Was good. I'm 20 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Have I just talked to you yesterday?
Yeah, I actually want to have a real debate, though. I promise I won't troll. I just want to have a real debate, please.
I feel like they were a troll from yesterday. I don't trust you. Please, bro. Too bad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty, let's get everything going. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second to get someone up here. So let you know the live says Q&A. Oh, I do have to change that. That's true. I don't know how to change the title. I'll have to figure that one out. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I do have it saying Q&A because I literally didn't even set that up. Alrighty, well, whatever. We're just gonna live with it, I guess. Hopefully it's fine. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You have to end the whole live and change it.
Yeah, maybe we'll end up doing that. We'll see.
I love you, Parker.
Yo.
I love you, Parker. I love you, Parker. I love you, Parker. I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Do give us a quick second. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Charlie.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Alrighty, everyone. I'm trying to get someone up here. I do apologize, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. We don't really have any guest requests right now because we are on the second account. Just letting everyone know because my main account got banned. It'll be banned for the next few days, very sadly. So we'll see how long it takes that to get back. I think it's around the 18th or so I get it back. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let's go to the next person. Do give us a quick second. It might be a little bit brutal over the next few days. We'll see how it is. We'll try our hardest to get people up here. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request right now. We are just looking for debates, everyone. It could help if I restart and I make my title debates, but we might just need to give it a second to go into the algorithm. If you want to help push it out, everyone, tap that screen here on TikTok. It helps get it out to more people. If you're on YouTube, as always, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's get on to the first person for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Free Diddy!
Okay, what a weirdo. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Why'd you get banned? For no reason. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, Daddy. Oh.
Literally, it was a guest violation. For something random. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Let's give it a second for people to get in here and we can get the debates going. Right now, we're kind of struggling. Yo.
You're such a kid!
Okay. We are right now just getting a bunch of fetuses. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Hi.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19, 2007.
Do you support Trump?
Okay, I got a question. My friend.
Give it a second, everyone, to get someone up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You know, I'm just going to take this. MAGA's dead, actually. It's definitely not that I'm on my second account. It's MAGA's dead, okay? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Right. Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007.
And what month? Sorry.
September.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I just think he's a little bit of a better option to vote for than I wouldn't say. I say there's definitely better options of presidents, but from what I know, I don't get too much in politics, but from what I've seen, I think he's a better option than Kamala Harris now.
Okay. Alrighty, and why is that?
Well, there's I feel like his beliefs align a lot more with mine, especially religion.
Okay, and how so?
Like views on abortion is a big one,
Okay.
and
So you think if they want any legal access to abortion, if a candidate wants any legal access to abortion, you would say that's a red line, you're not willing to support them, right?
it kind of depends.
What does it depend on?
I I think if it's rape or incest, I think they should have a choice.
Okay, I'm talking like elective circumstances.
Oh, what do you mean? Like,
Yeah, like why do you think abortion is wrong in general? Is it just because of a
um,
religious prescription? It's a sin?
no, I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't. It never says anything in the Bible about like. It never says abortion is a sin. So but I just feel it's letting a person like not live
It's letting a person not live.
or not giving a person that would have lived. You just don't let them live. Yeah.
Okay, so when does personhood begin?
What was that?
When does personhood begin?
Person. Well, I'd say person maybe when the baby is like 1.
The baby's one?
Yeah.
What? What are you talking
Yeah.
about, bro? What do you mean personhood begins when the baby's one? What the fuck does
Okay,
that
what's the
mean?
definition of?
Dude,
I've never heard that word
you
personhood.
said the reason why it was valuable is because it's a person. So you're saying it's not valuable until fucking 1 years old? What are you talking about? That's unhinged,
Well,
bro.
11.5 months, Parker. It's not valid at all.
That's
but yeah.
unhinged, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, what's the definition of personhood?
That's the word you just used. You just used the word person, right?
Not
For me, it's going to be
personhood.
based in subjective experience. For you, I don't know what the hell it's based in. And there's some other characteristic, it seems.
Well,
I don't know what
I-
comes at 1 year.
well, being someone actually being like a person, like that they could talk at 1 year, they can walk basically at 1 year.
So talking and walking means you're a person?
I mean, the babies that just come out, they're not.
You don't think
they're
a
persons.
newborn is a
Define
person?
talking.
I think a newborn is a person.
Talking like
You're saying
words.
babble, babble, babble. Is that talking?
No, not really. No.
Yeah. Okay. So, and also, like, you wouldn't say that they're able to like walk completely, right? They kind of stumble a little
just
bit.
the start of walking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
come on, bro. Like that. Seriously, though.
But
Like,
also,
I
Parker,
don't, what is the standard?
you
What
do
is,
know
this is
that,
not a
like,
standard for
that-
personhood.
That by his definition, those who can't walk and those who can't
Yeah,
talk are
literally,
not persons.
it's like an insane position. So I'm like, you
Yeah,
don't
so-
actually think that. Okay, so like when you say personhood, what do you? Were you saying that that's like the basis of value for human beings? When that
Well,
begins, or what were you saying?
I don't think it matters whether the person is in the womb or out of the womb. It's still a human.
Okay, do you think it's valuable at conception? Is that your position?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you think that, for example, if there was like a zygote in a petri dish, if I were to slap it and kill it, destroy the petri dish, kill the zygote, do you think that that would be murder under your view?
Well,
Would
How
I
would
be a
it-
murderer?
how would it live anyways?
What?
If it was in a petri dish, how would it even live if it's not in?
You destroy the petri
woman.
dish, it can't continue to survive. I'm saying I killed
what
it.
is it
If I did it for
anyways?
TikTok and YouTube content, should I go to jail? Did I commit murder?
What?
Do I get first
You-
degree?
No, you wouldn't go to jail.
You don't think I should go to jail?
Well, the zygote wouldn't become a human. That zygote in a petri dish, correct?
Well, you said it was
Or would it?
valuable at conception. Conception's already occurred. It's a zygote.
Well, how is it out of a human being? How is it not in a woman?
Because you can have a sperm and an egg in a petri dish, and you cause fertilization.
Well, where does it go from there?
It's just in a petri dish, and it's in a zygote. You said it's valuable at the point of conception. Conception
Oh.
has occurred. You're saying it's already a person. It's valuable. Okay.
Will that
If
will
that's
that
what you're
zygote
saying,
will-
well, then what you're
become a
saying
human?
is that it would be murder for me to kill said zygote, right?
Wait, will that be a human though? The zygote?
Under your view, it already is a human being.
Well, will it be a?
Under your view, it already is a person.
Well, it's. Yeah, it is a human. It's not. It's. So the zygote in the petri dish, then, will it become a human, or will it? It'll become a human, right?
Connie, thank you for the galaxy. Do you know what a zygote is?
Like the first step of. Right after conception.
Okay. You said life. We agree. Life begins at conception. You said it's
Yeah.
valuable at conception. So you're saying it's
Yeah.
already valuable at that point. Do you think it's a
Yeah.
person? I don't think it's a person. It's a fucking single cell organism. Okay, it's a part of the
Well,
human species, but it's a single
amount
cell
of
fucking
cell-
organism. Now, under your view, you think that's a damn human being. And I'm just asking you, if I were to kill it, do you think that that's murder? And do you think I should go to jail?
I think that's murder.
Yeah, so you think I should go to jail? You think I'm a murderer if I killed the zygote?
I don't think you should go to jail, but
So you think murderers shouldn't go to jail? Like if you see a video of someone murdering someone, you don't think the person who murdered the other person
they should go to jail.
should go to jail?
Yeah.
Yeah, they should? Okay, so you don't
Yes.
think it's murder. Because you said I shouldn't go to jail.
Well, you can't go to jail right now for that because it's not considered murder.
Yeah, but the question is whether or not you think someone should go to jail for it.
If they prevent a human, yeah, I think they should.
So if I were to slap the zygote, right, you think I should go to jail?
Yeah.
Okay, so did you know within the context of the IVF process currently that we will discard many zygotes and embryos per patient? Like multiple? Tina, think of the Kenyan. So given that you figured that out to be true, do you think that all the people who are involved in this process of discarding zygotes, do you think they're serial murderers?
Well, is it their intent to do that? They're like, let's kill these zygotes?
Does it matter? And
Yes, because
wait,
murder needs intent.
they don't think it's a
Otherwise-
person. They don't think it's a
otherwise
person.
not murder.
They don't think it's a person, but it is their intent to kill it, yeah. It's their intent to discard it, yeah. But they don't think it's a person. Why would they? It's a fucking single cell organism, my guy.
So the amount of cells matters whether someone's a person or not?
Yeah, if it's a single fucking cell organism, yeah, I think that's pretty relevant. Dude, a literal single cell organism, my guy.
But it's gonna be a human, so...
It's gonna or it is a human. Make up your mind.
Well, what's the definition of a human?
Dude, why are you asking me that question? This is your definition, your understanding of the term that you're saying you're basing it on. If you're going to base it on my definition, my understanding, well then you're not going to value it until it's sentient. Which means you'll probably end up with a pro-choice position. Do you want to swipe back into the app? Also, like if I were to ask you this, let me ask you this question. If you're in a burning building and you can either save 100 zygotes or one newborn baby, which would you rather save?
What are these zygotes? Are they in... These are just... I'm not 100% sure how so these zygotes are, like, in a lab, right?
Yeah.
So how does this work? Do they put them in a mother?
Yes, and at some point in the future, there will be someone specifically that will carry the pregnancy to term, yes.
Okay, I would save the zygotes.
So hold up, so just to clarify, you would let the baby burn alive to save the zygotes?
Yeah.
That you could just recreate?
Well, so why does it matter if you can recreate it?
Because you can't recreate a newborn, right? That
You
newborn
can.
will forever be gone. But those zygotes,
Well,
they didn't have an experience, so you can recreate the zygotes.
What do you mean experience?
What do you mean? Do you think a newborn has a subjective experience?
They just fucking like cry and like just lay there. That's not really an experience.
I don't think you have a subjective experience. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy fuck,
Are
what's
you
going
saying
on?
that a crying baby is not experiencing something?
Dude,
I
dude,
get
come on. Obviously, it's experiencing
Why is
something.
it
There's no way
crying?
you're just figuring this out today. That newborn babies have experiences. Are you
Okay,
fucking
yeah.
serious, bro? Come on. Why did I have to tell you this? How old are you, bro?
Yeah. I'm 18.
Dude, yeah, as an 18-year-old, you should understand that a newborn has a subjective experience, right? is
Okay, but
experiencing things.
you can make a newborn baby just like you can make a new zygote. You can
But
make
no.
Huh?
The reason why is because the individual subjective experience will never come back of that individual, right? But when it comes to zygotes, they don't have these individualized subjective experiences. So in of itself, it's just a cellular human organism, right? That's all it is.
Also, by the way, can we just talk about also the fact that this baby that's burning will feel pain, and a zygote will never be able to feel pain? Like you do understand that, right? Like a baby will be screaming because it's burning alive, whereas the zygote
Yeah.
has nothing to feel pain. It has no it has no
You can't even
sentient
see the
experience.
zygotes. You have to use a microscope to look at the zygotes. Like literally, we're talking about like you would let a burning you'd let the newborn burn alive, crying to save some microscopic fucking zygotes. Come on, bro.
I don't know what to say.
they're gonna be humans just like the newborn baby.
They're gonna be human just like a newborn baby. What is that supposed to mean?
They're gonna be humans.
Yeah. So
And
yeah.
I
Okay.
yes.
In the future.
Act-
Right now,
I
it's a
mean,
microscopic organism.
I mean,
Why-
I would argue it's still human, even at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still human. So.
But right now it's microscopic, and you're saying that
Yeah.
you value it
yes, I value it.
over the
So
newborn.
if you say you
How
say
about
you
this? How
got a
about this?
good
Two zygotes or one newborn baby.
Well, what's the chance of a zygote becoming a baby?
100%. We're gonna assume that.
If it's 100%, and what are these zygotes? Are they just random zygotes in a lab, or just random
Does it
zygotes?
matter?
Yeah, just random
Does it matter?
zygotes.
What if it was What if it was me and my girlfriend had a zygotes? Then it would
Yeah,
change.
yeah. I don't know why you're bringing yourself into the analogy. Yeah, what if unicorns existed?
Well, What if I guess I would choose the baby then. I guess
You'd choose what?
the newborn.
The newborn? Why would you choose the newborn over the two zygotes? I thought you value them as people. Why would you pick one person over two people, under your own view?
I'd say the zygote. The zygotes, two zygotes.
You'd save two zygotes over a newborn baby? Are you kidding me, bro? You'd
Yes.
save why? You just learned what a zygote was today.
They're 100. No, I didn't. If they're 100%,
You literally did. We had the conversation. You just learned what a zygote was today.
You asked me to define zygote. I said, the first, the first part of pregnancy.
wasn't that
the
after I
absolute
defined
first
it for you?
part, yeah. No, I don't think you defined it.
Yeah,
for
okay,
me.
yeah, you're right. You're totally right. You're totally right, man.
I would, but you said there's 100% chance that the zygotes are gonna become
Yeah,
babies, which is
yeah, in the future.
which is not.
Yeah, so would
But
you let the
that's
newborn burn
unrealistic. That
alive
can't happen.
because you want to save the microscopic zygotes? Two of them, by the way, just two?
If but that's not realistic. That's not a realistic analogy because it wouldn't be 100% chance the zygotes would become babies.
Wait, say that one more time?
It's not a realistic analogy because there's not 100% chance that the zygotes would become babies.
Well, we're assuming that's true. You're saying still that you'd rather save this. This is what you're saving. Two of these over a newborn. Two of these. This is what you want to save over the newborn. Let me just be very clear here. This is under a microscope. This.
And it's going to be a baby.
What?
It'll be a baby though.
Okay, but like you can save a newborn, a real baby that exists.
What the fuck? That's what does it matter if someone's gonna be a baby or if something is a baby or gonna be a baby?
Dude, I'm sorry. Just like genuinely, literally, you would save the zygote over the baby. Are you serious? You'd look at the baby, literally, and you'd be like, no, not saving the baby. Instead, you know what we're gonna save? You know what we're gonna save?
Okay.
We're gonna save the zygote. We're gonna save the zygote. Actually, everybody, look at this. Would you rather save the newborn baby or the zygote? Everybody, you know what? I think I'm gonna pick the single cell organism. Two of them, please, over the newborn. Let the newborn bird alive. Actually, bird alive, newborn. Okay, actually, okay. That's good. Come on, bro. Come
I guess
on.
I'd say the baby. I guess if it
You do
actually happened, I
not
would
think
say the
that.
baby.
You do not think that, bro. Stop, dude. What are you talking about? Do you actually think that?
Okay, if it actually was happening, no, I'm gonna save the baby.
You
Yeah,
totally
'cause
are gonna save the baby. That's what I'm saying. What do you mean? What do you mean with this bullshit? Like, oh yeah, I think I would save the zygotes. No, you wouldn't.
Frankly, I guess I'd save the baby.
Okay, so then if you would save the baby, then you have to acknowledge you feel there to be a distinction in the level of value that you place upon babies, right, than you place upon zygotes. Why do you think that is?
Because the baby's cute.
Dude, I can't even have a conversation with you. I just can't do this anymore, man. I just can't do it. I can't do it, man. I'm losing brain cells. I am losing brain cells. I can't do this anymore, man.
I don't know what to say. I'm genuinely. I'm saddened, Parker. I'm so sad.
Oh my god, dude. I'm literally losing brain cells by the minute, bro. Jeez.
Why are you on your backup? Did you get banned?
Banned on my main. You know what's up? How old are you?
Oh, there we go.
How old are you?
Sorry, this first. Me, I'm 45.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Sorry, if it was Harris Trump today, still 1,000% Trump.
Okay, is there a way you can move out of the? I think it's a fan, maybe.
Yep. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. I have some people to think. Then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second, then we can move on to our dialogue. Taylor, thank you so much. What's up?
Sorry, straight up. I've been listening to you for a while. You're hugely smart, very impressive young man. I'm happy that I got the opportunity to talk to you.
Appreciate you. Alrighty. Taylor, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Let me make sure to click on the whole message. Sorry, it doesn't show me the whole message on when I just swiped on it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Again, Taylor, thank you very much. I totally get you there. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's totally makes sense. Michaela, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, ask them if they pick their best friend or two zygotes. I think that's like gonna be. They would say it's different because of like the friendly relation, which I mean I think that it would obviously provide a distinction as well. As well as Marianne, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nope, never thought I would. Never thought I would. Mila, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. That's so based. Thank you so much. And oh my gosh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. W's to the YouTube VODs. W's to the YouTube VODs. That's amazing. As well as Janet, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Janet. I appreciate it. Thank you. Vicky, thank you so much for the $14. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. They said Alberton back to update. A judge shot down the stupid separation referendum because it violates treaties. Premier said she's going to appeal. Could use the notwithstanding clause. Your thoughts? I guess I don't have any quick thoughts yet. I guess we'll have to see. I'm not quite familiar with how that clause would operate. But I guess we'll have to keep seeing what's going to happen there. 10,000 seconds. Thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. This is by these people's logics. Do they mean that we have to take all the eggs from any woman that's going to have their tubes tied put to death or won't have kids because those eggs can be a baby at some point. I think no. I think what they're saying is that they would it would only be like once it's infused the sperm and the egg, but once there's the potential, because the human cellular life with the DNA and the potential, so it would only technically be applicable with the zygotes. Andy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Amber, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Yeah, seriously, though. That use their own argument against them. Zach, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. And then Paula, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. Give some W's for Paula in the comment section for the $20. Thank you very much. I think I am fully caught up. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump, Chris?
Likely because he's really been the only realistic choice.
I think you're covering your mic a little bit. It is a little hard to hear.
Realistic choice. He anti-politician. Okay, you may not like what he says or how he does it or his manner, but the guy's been effective. He's been effective and he's gotten things done. I mean, that's bottom line.
Okay, so what has he been effective at doing?
Securing the border. Right, this is one argument I saw you run a kid around the other day, so I'm glad we're going here. Securing the border. I don't understand how that is even a debatable fact.
Is that it?
No, can we go one by one, or you want me to list everything?
Yeah,
I mean,
sure. We can do one by
I'm
one.
not in a fan club of the guy. I'm just, and to be honest with you, shit, I'd be honored to meet him, but is he my best friend? Do I think he is, I think he's doing the best he can. And I think he's doing a good job for the regular person.
Okay, so let's talk about this real quick. So you say he's securing the border. How do you feel about the fact that he undermined a bipartisan border bill that would have secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker under the Biden-Harris administration? They had a bipartisan border bill done where both sides, Republicans and Democrats, are willing to vote on this border bill, and he called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill and then said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. Doesn't that seem like he was undermining the secure of the border and that it could have already happened prior?
I mean, you're a really smart guy, so obviously you understand that what's written on the headlines of these bills doesn't mean shit for what's in them, right?
Well, obviously, but I'm just telling you.
Okay,
Do you
but
think
hold on.
that's
So
what the
stick
bill
with
would
me.
have done?
So stick with me, right? Because this is you're leading me to try to defeat myself, and what I'm trying to say is whether or not that border bill was this or that or the other, more than likely it was filled with bullshit and
Wait, what was in it that was
ineffective
bad?
policy. I haven't read any more of it than you have, so let's not go there.
Wait, so
The
so then
fact-
I know more
the
about it than
facts-
you do. Then it seems.
Oh,
Like,
I'm
so-
sure you do. I'm
well,
sure
so
you
then-
do. If you've read the
okay,
whole
so then
thing,
how can you say that like you think more than likely it was a bunch of bullshit instead of acknowledging the fact that it would have secured the border and it would have made the legal process go quicker and that it was something
You're
that
really
both
gonna
Democrats and
state-
Republicans are willing to agree upon in
No,
Congress?
no. Well, you're really going to stand upon what's written in a bill. I guess we would have to differ on. You think every one of those politicians work altruistically and in the best interest of everybody. The fact that I am pointing to is crossings of the border. Crossings of the border during the last administration were X number. Crossings of the illegal crossings of the border during the Trump administration are a dramatically different number. You can't argue that he did it. So you might be able to nitpick that, okay, maybe he torpedoed a bill during the last administration. Joe Biden could have done the same things. So
Wait, but that's just playing bad games. Like Joe Biden would have done that because he would have wanted that to get passed so that he could actually provide solutions to help the country. Trump cares more about getting elected than he cares about the country, and that's why he was willing to undermine one of these bills so that he could use that as leverage to get elected, because he's running on the border being an issue as like a problem in order to be able to get elected.
Okay, so let's stipulate he's an egomaniac. Okay, fine. Wants to get elected, fine. All of them do. There's no difference in any of them. You think any one of those politicians are serving because of the goodness in their fairy heart? You're out of your mind. They build apps now for these people to follow their investing habits. Don't play that these guys are doing this out of the goodness of their heart. And not Joe Biden, not Barack Obama, nobody. There's been nobody throughout. Maybe you go back to George Washington, and you could probably even peg George Washington for doing it for personal interest.
So you don't think
So
there's a
personal
single
interest or
politician that
ego?
exists in Congress that is doing it well intentioned?
I think that there is no 100% of anything.
No, I'm just asking.
I
Is
think-
there any person in
If
Congress
they
that
are,
is genuine and
if
well
they are, I'm
intentioned?
not familiar with them. If there is, I'm not familiar with them.
Okay, so then
Not
what
that
is your
I've looked too hard.
what is your process for determining whether or not someone is genuine or whether or not someone is disingenuous?
Watching what they do and what they say, and listening to what they say and watching what they do.
Okay, and if what they say doesn't match up with what they're doing, then you say that
That's disingenuous.
disingenuous. Okay,
Or
so then you would
if
say,
they fight.
do you agree Trump
Okay.
is disingenuous?
Do I agree Trump is? No, actually, I think he's honest to a fault.
Really? So
Yeah.
no new wars.
I think he's an ego. I think he has a gigantic ego.
No new
and I think
wars, and he's going to reduce electricity prices by 50% within a year. He's going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He's going to repeal and replace the ACA. He's going to build the wall and make Mexico pay for it, right?
Well, they did in trade. So everyone can argue that one left and right. You think that a check makes it, tariffs make it. Man, I don't know too much about you. Again, I've just kind of listened to you destroy other people, and you're hugely intelligent. So I don't know if you've driven across the country or driven even just driven out of, where are you from? What general area?
I grew up in Iowa. Now I live in Los Angeles.
What part of Iowa?
Quad Cities.
Quad Cities. I used to do a lot of work in Fairfield. I used to go in and out of Coralville and in and out of Fairfield, and I can tell you probably see a lot of red out in Iowa. A lot of red signs in the yards. You do that lots and lots of places. Okay. The reason why people like the guy, because they truly do believe he is bringing jobs back here, and I don't think you can. I'm sure you'll find a way to try to shoot a hole in it. But the guy he's brought back investment here. He has brought jobs back here. He has threatened companies to start building here, to start manufacturing here. That means money for people that are not in California, New York, D.C.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How do you feel that domestic manufacturing investments declined every single quarter of Trump's administration so far?
I find that, I don't know if that's the truth or not. I find that
can
hard to
show
believe.
you on the screen right now
Do it,
from the
please,
Bureau of Economic
please.
Analysis. Yeah.
Hold on. Who is the Bureau of Economic Analysis? Who are they?
That is the government agency that is going to get the economic data.
It is an actual government agency, not
Yes.
a semi-government agency propaganda bullshit.
No.
No.
Okay. Okay, you guys are trying to get me to opine on something I haven't read or seen or heard of. Okay, let's see.
Do you see this
Okay,
quick?
cool.
It's a real private fixed investment, non-residential structures manufacturing. Do you see that?
Let's see. What's the board called again? Give it to me.
What is it called? It's called real private fixed investment, non-residential structures manufacturing. You can take a look at the screen right here. You see here, this is when Trump first got in office in 2017. This is when he left office in 2021, right here. And then this is when Biden got in office. This is when Biden left office up here. And then since Trump's got in office, it's been declined every single quarter.
So what is real private fixed investment? What is it?
This is essentially looking at manufacturing investment within the country.
I don't think so. Real private fixed investment.
You don't think so?
Justin,
Okay.
Okay. Well, hold on. I don't know the term you're trying to throw out a metrics and a term, brother. I didn't actually. I got an MBA. I stopped short of the economics degree. I was going for economics.
I got a bachelor's in economics.
Okay. So I'm trying to get to the term real private fixed investment. component of GDP.
Just look up
Okay.
U.S. manufacturing investment, Fred, and you'll find it right away.
Okay, so this is households purchasing physical assets. Oh wow, man! I mean I don't that sure is parsing it down. So what you're telling me is, which um, that people are buying less recliners and TVs, or TVs that are by far cheaper nowadays.
No.
I'm not sure what your
No. Sir. It's non-residential. It's real private fixed investment, non-residential structures manufacturing.
Okay. And man, I'm old. When you call an old guy sir, it's you can call me Chris. Real private fixed investment, non-residential.
Mm-hmm. Structures manufacturing.
What are the components?
It should be on fred.stlouis.fed.org.
Well, I'm trying to understand what's going into the pie you're baking. So let's see.
Yeah, this is just manufacturing investment within the country. I'm just telling you what it is.
Food, beverage, and tobacco manufacturing, food, beverage, and tobacco manufacturing facilities like meat processing plants, dairies, breweries.
What are you on right now?
I'm just looking up what the components of the metrics that you're putting out there.
The real private fixed investment non-residential structures manufacturing. That's what it is.
Yeah. So what are the components that make up your chart?
Are you asking ChatGPT what examples are of manufacturing investment
Google,
within the country? It would be any type of manufacturing in the country that they're investing in.
Come on, man. One, I'm asking Google. I'm too fucking old for you.
Any type of manufacturing investment within the country that is non-residential. That's what it is. Thank you, Live Laugh. Thank you.
Okay. I would say let's hold on. Let's go back to the timelines on your. Bring back up the timeline of your graph.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, I can't see because of my face. What?
That's fine.
That is 22.
So, see, 2017. This is when Trump first gets in office.
Yep.
Sorry, there's a gift. 1 second. Thank you so much, The Canyon. Here's when Trump gets in office. Here's when Trump leaves office. Biden gets in office right here. Biden leaves office up here. Trump gets in office, and then every single quarter's decline.
Okay. I would say let's give it some time and see what that curve does. I truly would. I mean, unless
But
you
didn't you
think
say
Tim,
he's bringing back investment to this country and it's bringing back jobs?
Do you believe Tim Cook?
No, I don't.
You don't believe Tim Cook? Why not?
I don't. I think that he is the incentive to profit maximize, and he's going to say whatever Trump wants him to say because that's going to get his company treated the best.
Okay, that may be. So what happens in a year and a half when he's done nothing with this pledge of, and any of the other CEOs?
Well, that's what's happened. Genuinely, where's all this investment? Trump said there was $17 trillion of investment that he brought to the country. Where's that money?
Those were commitments, right? And as you know, building a factory does not happen overnight. And in fact, it takes several years to do. So
then the tariffs are going to be gone by the time they make these investments?
The jobs will be gone by the time they make the investments.
I said the tariffs will be gone by the time they even make these investments?
Well, that would be the scary thing, and that's why everyone needs to vote for Marco or whoever it is in the next term, because the difference between the red and blue point of view is a world economy versus America first, and that's just I mean, you can't be so shocked. It's not hurting your feelings, brother. Okay.
No. The point that I'm making is that like our policies were significantly more America first. You guys are the rich first. Your policies disproportionately help the richest and wealthiest Americans, whereas our policies are meant to help the average American get broader access to health care, broader access to food, broader access to childcare.
What do you mean
help for their
broader
children.
access to food? Explain
Yeah,
broader
expanding
access
access to food stamps, such as existed under the Biden administration. Trump
to
has
Okay.
literally, through the big beautiful bill, cut 2.5 million people on average every single month off their access to food stamps, including 420,000 children on average every single month through the big beautiful bill.
Oh, don't start with the children, brother. And again, something with either one of us. You're reading a stat off of something. I don't want to debate that. I'm not going to debate that.
What do you mean? How? What do you mean? How
I'm not gonna
your
debate whether
policies
or
are
not-
impacting children and reducing their access to food?
What you're trying to say is, and I believe it's a false equivalent, is that because some of these policies have, at least what we are being told, and all we know is what we're being told. You nor I know what really does happen. Is that these policies are being policed?
No, I'm telling you what the Congressional Budget Office, a bipartisan committee from the federal government, has indicated.
What did they indicate? Where they indicated that
Look up Congressional Budget Office, by Big
know
Beautiful
CBO.
Bill, and you'll see the analysis that says that it cuts 2.5 million people on average every single month off their access to food stamps, and over 420,000 children off their access to free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month.
Okay, 2.5 million. It cuts 2.5 million a month. So over 12 months, you're telling me 2.5 million. So 30 million people have been taken off of food stamps.
Wait, yeah, 2.5 million on
Saying
average every single
2.5
month.
million a
Yes.
month. So just in the last year, so you're telling me 30 million people have been taken off.
No, it would be
Does that sound regular? Does that sound right to you?
So it's 2.5 million people on average every single month that would be cut off their access that would have otherwise got it. So it could be the same individuals that could be overlapping in certain months.
So now it's again a shock number without analysis.
What?
Now
it's a very clear statement.
it's not that you just said yourself.
Yeah,
It's
it
not the
doesn't.
same
It doesn't
2.
mean.
It's not the same 2.5. It could be the same 2.5 people
Yeah,
every month.
there's going to be some overlap. Now it's not the same exact people.
So you and I
over
both
all of the
don't
months
know
because
that-
some people would go off and some people would go on it, right? And some people who would have been on it won't be able to qualify for it now. So what you're not understanding is that yes, there's going to be overlap with some of them, but that still doesn't mean that the number isn't a valid reference. And I think that your understanding there was just a little bit flawed, and you were misinterpreting it.
It's a okay. If 2.5 people are being taken off every month, and let's say 1,000,009 of those are the same fucking person every month, it's a flawed analysis.
That's
Then
not. No, it's not. That's still millions of. That's still millions of people that would have
misrepresented
otherwise had access to more food.
Okay. Well, why don't we get them jobs instead of giving them food stamps? Why don't we give them jobs?
You understand that in order to get food stamps, you have to have a job.
By the way,
Yeah, I
You have to
don't
meet
believe
certain
so.
point out,
requirements. Yes,
I
unless you
wanna
meet
point
certain
out that
exceptions.
that
Go
the
ahead.
vast majority of those who are on food stamps already have jobs.
Yep.
Like most of them are. The biggest retailer that employs those on food stamps is actually Walmart. Like we already know that. So like Walmart employs the most individuals who are on food stamps. So these people already have jobs. In fact, we have the data that shows that over 95 to 97% of those on food stamps already have jobs that will meet the requirement. It's just that they are actually boosting it up. That's why they're losing it.
Okay, so given that you now
Okay.
have heard this, what are your thoughts?
Let's see. No, you don't have to have a job to have food stamps because of SNAP. Again, I think we're pointing to things, I own a business. I actually own 2 businesses. And I can tell you 1000%. Business is much, much different. Much different under Trump 1 and Trump 2 than it was under Biden. And even, I think I just kind of gone out on my own. I had just kind of gone out on my own in Obama. So I can't really speak to that, especially.
So you can only speak on the impact for your business. You can't speak on the impact for the broader market. That's why we look at economic data for the overall markets, and we know basically every macroeconomic trend has become worse off since Trump got in office. Real GDP growth has become worse off. Real median wage growth has become worse off. Inflation has become worse off. Unemployment's become worse off. Job growth has become worse off.
Hold on. No. I can't. Let's go to inflation. I won't buy that one. I won't buy that one in by one bit. You're saying inflation is now worse under Trump than it was under Biden.
Yeah, than what it was at the end of Biden's administration. Yeah, it's 3.8%.
Whoa. Hold on. No, Biden had a whole 4 years. Not. You can't say the end.
Yes, I can, because I'm talking about the end of his administration when he handed it over to Trump.
Because everyone saw Trump
has
coming in.
increased inflation since he got in office. And also, a Federal Reserve report came out and said that we'd be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation right now if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the first place. So I actively can point to Donald Trump starting the war with Iran and imposing tariffs that have been very inflationary.
Stay with, don't throw eight different things into the mix.
I didn't. I said two things.
Okay. Tariffs are a good thing.
No, they're
tariffs
not.
Are a very good thing.
No.
Not universal tariffs. Targeted tariffs are good. Some of them are good.
Just because you say so?
No, I can point to the effects, like in critical industries.
You can point to the federal government used to solely get their income from tariffs, and you know that's what
when
he's
we didn't
trying
have
to
Social
do.
Security, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, the military that we have right now, the global presence we have right now, the international diplomacy that we have right now, right? Or countless of the things that are relevant to the modern era.
So you're saying there's no way to have those things.
Yeah, to fund all of our systems and only do it off of tariffs and have a legitimate system that will be beneficial for the people. Yes, because our current system right now, we want to do it through a context of a progressive structure. Tariffs will disproportionately negatively impact the lowest income Americans because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Wrong.
How is all of these wrong? These are all true. Nothing I said was wrong.
Okay. So it's moving towards it's essentially a consumer type tax, right? Meaning if you are generating activity, you are going to pay tax. Yes. So that means the people that are out there and working and making money that are able to buy more things will be affected by the tariffs, the tax, if that's what you want to call it.
I said proportionally as a percentage of their income, because those that are specifically lower income,
people buy more things than rich people.
Yeah, as a proportion of their income, yes, because most of their income would make up the cost of living.
Okay, so we should tax the rich to death and spread
out
the money evenly.
Tax the rich rather than taxing the poor to death.
I mean, you realize with income tax that really, I believe only the top 40% actually pay tax, correct?
Well, I do. The bottom percentages do pay, whether it be sales tax and other forms of taxation. There is income tax that applies to them, but just because we have a standard deduction doesn't address any of that point. Standard deduction is important. Income tax should be paid by the highest income earners. That's who is going to have the most disposable income. So proportionally, it would make the most sense to do so. And when we tax the rich, right, that doesn't take away from their lifestyle at all. But when you tax the poor, it does, because that takes away their ability to be able to provide basic stuff on the table for their kids or basic stuff on the table for their family.
Okay, stop with the heartstring shit. What do you expect?
How about you stop with the bullshit?
What do you consider rich?
Well, we're under the context of Kamala Harris's plan. It was any income over $400,000 a year would be taxed at a few percentage points higher.
And where do you live? Oh, a few percentage points higher. Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, it's only a few. Just on income over 400 grand.
So you're saying 400 grand is rich?
Well, I'm saying that would be categorizing taxing the rich more. When we say taxing the rich, When I say rich, I'm meaning the most wealthy individuals in the country, the top 400 billionaires. They're paying a lower effective tax rate than the working class. That's what I mean by the rich. When I say tax over 400,000, that would include like the wealthiest income Americans should be paying more into the system proportionally than the average American. But when I say the rich, yeah, I'm technically referencing the top 400 billionaires and the billionaires specifically that are paying lower effective tax rate than the working class. That's what I mean by the rich and wealthy when I say tax the rich. Because I want those individuals are not paying a fair share right now.
Okay, so $400,000 is rich, is what you're saying.
If you want to consider, sure. If you want to boil it down
I'm
to that,
I'm asking you.
I've already told you when I specify when I'm saying tax the rich, what I prioritize is I want to tax income earners at the very, very highest. When I'm talking about the ones that are not taxed right now, that's what I mean.
Give me a number.
But yes, for individuals that are 400,000, I do still want to have higher taxes for them according to this bill, of course.
So, but you keep on. Oh, I just want to tax people higher income, but you can't. Just give me a number. You have a number in mind. What's the number?
A number for what? You want like a percentage tax for
income?
What?
Income per year. That's what income per year are you so rich that you need to be that you need to pay 60-70% of your income in tax, 50-60%.
If you're at 60 to 70%, that would be for people who are making tens of millions of dollars plus a year. Right? If we're talking for individuals that like up to 50%, you're talking into the hundreds of thousands and millions a year, right? I don't think it's that complicated.
Okay, so because I can tell you, someone who was lucky enough to break the barrier past 200,000 a year most likely wasn't working for someone else.
I'm not saying someone who's making $200,000 a year should be paying 50%. Let me clarify that. I think that there should be a lower effective tax rate on individuals such as that in order to be able to, and the way that we pay for that is by having people who are specifically higher income paying more, right? So you have to have a tax bracket structure that goes up for the level of income.
Okay, so I'm familiar because I grew up poor and I've created my own economic reality by myself. And I can tell you very much that when you have to go out on your own and maybe you pull in 400,000 or 500,000 in one year, and then the next year you do 100,000 or 200,000 because economic conditions are no good,
you wouldn't even pay any more taxes under a Harris administration.
That's absolutely false.
But yeah, because only income over 400K a year is taxed at a slightly higher percentage.
Yeah. Well, it does no good when, again, the investment, the jobs, and the money leave the country.
That's happening to a greater extent under Trump's administration.
I'm going to start going to that investment. I'm not saying I'm a huge. If I'd had time to prepare, I would have gone and researched the whole thing of capital investment in the country, and I will at another time. I'm sure I'll come back to you. But I did, while we were sitting here, I was looking at this consumer price index, 16, 17, 18, 19,
Chris, are you scared
20.
that your taxes are going to go too high by policies that I'm advocating for? Are you scared about that? Is that really what the concern is here? Or like, what is the concern?
No, it's not the tax is too high. And to be honest with you, I don't mind paying tax if the government spent it the right way.
Okay.
Well,
we want that too. But right now we're not spending it the right way because we're spending on defense contractors and war, and we're not spending it here at home. That's what Trump's doing.
That's a necessary evil. You're never going to pry money out of defense. That's a necessary evil that both sides.
No, it's not.
No
we
matter
spend
what
way more than we
bullshit.
need to on defense.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do this. Defense spending by year.
Yeah, we spend way more than we need. We could cut our military budget in half, and we could still have the largest military budget in the world by over $100 billion a year.
Yeah, I think we do things with that don't make the headlines, my friend. I mean, that's just you're gonna box me into arguing for something that I can't put my hands around.
Okay, well then if you can't point to specifically what the benefit is, why do you think we should put so much of our money into it when we need things here at home? And right now, you would rather increase tax on working people who right now aren't paying taxes through the context of standard deduction, right? Because of the fact that they have lower income than standard deduction, right? Meaning we shouldn't be taxing them more in the first place, but you're imposing greater tax on them by imposing tariffs, which is disenfranchising working families in this country. It's taking from the very poorest Americans to then give to the richest Americans in a tax break.
Tax break for what? Tax break for people
the big beautiful bill.
under 50,000.
The big beautiful bill.
Tax
Most of the
break for under
tax cuts.
50,000. That people that are not really even paying tax.
No, they get
income tax
increases in
the first place.
taxes under the Trump administration because of the tariffs. That has increased consumer products costs.
Okay, there's no more than a $50 billion gap over the even though it is higher now. He is spending higher now, but there's no more than a $50-80 billion gap over the last 10 years in
What are you
defense
talking
spending.
about for?
In defense spending.
Oh no, it's definitely increased massively over the past few decades.
He proposed 1.5 trillion, which is like which is the largest ever. So he proposed that for like this upcoming year.
Yep.
Yeah, which is a huge
what's
increase
the biggest component of that?
Of the increase?
Yep. Of the proposal. Why is it jumped up 500 billion?
I actually don't know what he's putting it into.
I think
it's the Golden Dome defense system.
Yeah, which is a waste of money. Like,
what do we need that
okay,
for?
well, hold on. I think everyone sitting here on this call can stipulate none of us are defense experts, and none of us have been getting intel briefings. So
okay, but we don't need this. There is no evidence that we need this.
Nothing has changed between 1 year ago, 2 years ago, that all of a sudden. And the fact is that he's always said that he's jealous of the fact that Israel has a dome and the way they do, and he wants to replicate it for us the same way he wants to replicate many things from other countries. That's why he's building an arch here in D.C. that we have no business having because he's insanely jealous of the fact that France has one.
Okay, are we talking arch or are we talking defense?
No. My point is that he's spending money that we don't have and that we don't need to because he's jealous of what other countries have. That's my point.
Okay, I'm not going to argue egomania with you. If he wants to beautify peace, you guys. And what's that arch going to cost anyway?
They're already over budget. He hasn't even built the damn thing, and they're already saying it's going to be billions over budget. We don't have the money.
Why would you care?
Because actually, Parker, may I argue this point? I think it needs to be argued. He's putting it outside of Arlington National Cemetery. He's already getting blowback from veterans because he's going to have a giant, ugly fucking arch outside of our most precious cemetery. He's spending money on something that we don't need. He's stroking his own ego because he sees that France has a triumphal arch and he wants that. So yes, it is a giant waste of money. It's a shot in the face to our veterans because you're going to be blocking the view of the White House because the way that it's positioned is that you can see the actual mall, and that many people in DC and veterans are angry about it, and the fact that he doesn't give a shit about it. So yes, it matters greatly. You might not think it matters, but it matters greatly.
I think arguing that President Trump doesn't love and respect the troops it's a symptom of TDS, my friend.
Yeah, you have Trump devotion syndrome.
Yeah.
You guys let
Mark Milley had TDS too. Apparently.
This guy.
Wait, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
He will be gone shortly as well, and then it'll be the next Joker. And you guys are acting like this guy is. Yeah, I'm sure there is. Absolutely. I'm not a blind. I'm not going into it with you because you're gonna catch that and you're gonna Google something. But let's
I'm not
just say
Googling anything. Just name a single thing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him.
Stop respecting the country. Stop respecting the troops. Stop putting America first.
So if he called veterans suckers and losers, would you stop supporting him?
Okay. That's debunked article, bro. Come on, don't do that. Yeah, come on. I've got too much respect for you to do that. I really do. Debunked. Please don't do that.
What about if he dodged the draft?
Respect for you for that one. Huh?
What about if he dodged the draft?
What about if he dodged the draft?
Yeah.
Were you alive in what was it? Whatever year it would have been for him. Was he 70 70 some, whatever year it was.
Yes, I was alive then.
I'm not getting into that.
Why are you asking me that?
You're not gonna. You think he's a draft officer, so you should.
So by the way, he's figuring out how to debate against me. Just not
No, I
respond.
would go back. I'd like to go back to my original.
What if he said that
statement of
John
saying-
McCain was not a war hero because he was captured?
Oh, that was kind of a dick. No, that's not what he said. I guess what he said was like he prefers his war heroes uncaptured, which was a dick statement. But those two had been feuding for a while, and you know what? I'm not going to break my back for John McCain.
Okay, so but like this is like quite literally him disrespecting our troops and our country. What about him calling for the termination of the Constitution?
Termination of the Constitution. When was this?
Yeah, this is in 2022.
And what? Give me the context around
He
it.
called for the termination of the Constitution because he thinks the election in 2020 was stolen with absolutely no evidence when 60 plus courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. And
they threw those things out for no standing. Now again, I don't want to be boxed into this, okay? But you were very naive to think that elections throughout time, throughout history, in every country on earth have not been manipulated
that's
one way or the other.
not at all my claim. But do you think the
Time out.
2024
Let me
election was
finish.
rigged?
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
You cannot, if you're gonna stipulate that you see that elections, no matter where they are, throughout time, throughout space, in other countries, everywhere else, were manipulated, then by logic you have to say that that same thing has been happening in the United States or did happen in the United States. Keep the TDS down real quick. Let me finish. Okay. So there are several. What about in Atlanta with the video that went up and down? And I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but I do believe this is true. The video up and down of when the election watchers were moved out of the room and then the cart of ballots was pulled from underneath the table. It is too reckless to really challenge the full faith of elections because it would undermine the whole faith on everyone on every side. There was a thing. Now you're gonna discount him. I think it was Dinesh D'Souza. Maybe he put out a movie, 30 Mules. Did you see that? And you think that's all bullshit? You don't think
Yes.
there's one
It's
shred
been
of truth
proved
to it?
bullshit in courts.
Sorry.
It's been shown to be bullshit. Like,
So-
we've had institutions come out, do their own analysis of it. We've had courts that have been referencing it, that have also put out their own analyses of it. I mean, like, it's been shown to be bullshit. Like, there's a reason
Well,
why no one takes it seriously.
You
It's
watched
also
it, right?
2,000 mules.
Hold
A
on.
long time ago, yeah.
Okay, sorry. But you watched it. So it's bullshit when they now scale. I'm not going to debate scale. I'm not going to debate stolen election either way. I'm simply getting you to acknowledge you did see the video of the person taking ballots and putting more than one ballot in the ballot box, correct?
Yes, and if I remember correctly, someone did a deep dive on every single scene from that and had explanations of it, which is why when it was submitted to court, the courts did not believe it because they had explanations for everything.
How much
which
time
is
do you
why-
spend in court? How much time do you spend in court? You ever have a dispute, a legal dispute?
No.
That you had to go to
no.
court
No.
for? Yeah,
No.
it's, I would have loved. So I have a contracting company. I built a restaurant for a guy, $600,000. Never paid me a dime. I built him the whole restaurant. He opened, started working, making money. Never paid a dime, not zero. Okay, I've been in a 4-year court battle on this. Okay, and it looks like the judge may award me something in the realm of 30 to 40% at the end of the day. And I didn't do anything wrong. No one's disputing the work. No one's disputing the work wasn't done. I stopped before getting the certificate of occupancy because I tried to make them pay me.
Can I ask you a question? Would you ever vote for a person who did that to you? Like the person who did that to you? Like if someone did something like that, would you ever vote for someone who does that?
I'm not going there.
Would you ever
Not
vote
going
for someone who did that exact
Yep,
same
I
thing
would.
that happened to you for president
Yes,
of the
I
United
would.
States?
Yes, I would, and I did.
You would?
Yes, I would, and I did. So But no, hold on. But now you're taking
Honestly,
away from
I don't know
the whole, hey,
I'm gonna be telling us. I don't know how bad I feel for you when you say that you'll vote for someone who's actively done that to other people, who actively is harming our country, adding significantly more debt to our country. He's a rapist. He's an adjudicated rapist. He tried to undermine our democracy, our
adjudicate.
constitution,
You're
our
gonna hang
rule
your
of
hat
law.
on that.
Yeah, he was held
On
civilly
that
liable of
lewd.
sexually abusing a woman, and he was credibly accused by a minor who got a settlement with the Epstein estate. In the Epstein files.
Dude, that would be all over the
It
fucking
has been.
news. if
Look
that-
up
no, it's
NPR
not.
investigation into DOJ
NPR.
scrubbing
There we
allegations
go.
associated with interviews about
Why wouldn't
about
CNN?
allegations
Why
against
wouldn't
Trump.
CNN grab that like a fucking like?
They already
a
have
dog?
reported on this.
Brother, I watch both CNN and
I
Fox
told
News.
you what
I watch them
this
both.
is an NPR investigation into the DOJ scrubbing these interviews
Okay, hold
associated
on.
with the allegations towards Trump.
NPR. What is it?
Investigation into DOJ scrubbing, right? Interviews associated with allegations towards Trump.
NPR? Okay, so hold on, whoa. Allegations.
Yeah, from someone
We're
who got a
done there.
settlement with the Epstein estate.
Allegation. Okay.
What he thinks
Yes,
that's
NPR.
mic drop. That's
Hold
what he
on,
thinks. That's what he thinks.
Hold on, a Trump settlement with the estate. Trump.
No,
settlement.
dude, use your brain. This person that accused Epstein of sexual abuse and trafficking, right? Got a settlement with the Epstein estate, and within the context of their accusations, said that Epstein trafficked her to Trump.
And what was the girl's name? What
It was
the
Jane
name?
Doe 4. Oh. Alrighty. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. We're on the second account today, everyone, because we got banned on my main account, very sadly. Let me catch up with all the donations, everyone. Skylar, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5, of course, I always will. Thank you so much. Rodrigo, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2.30. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's based. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jacob, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I know, right? Which means it would have happened by now. Exactly. Marianne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think he's willfully ignorant, for sure. Definitely willfully ignorant. Megan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, it's super important. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. It'll help get out to more people. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up here on the YouTube stream. Give me a quick second. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up. Alrighty, there we are. I think I am. Marianne, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. That is also very true. Thank you so much. Marianne as well. Thank you for the $5. Fonzie, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Lillian with the $2. Thank you. And Brandon, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much confidence they are. It's kind of crazy, right? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Alrighty. You can go back into your argument. Did you find what you're looking for, Chris?
Yeah, I'm trying to read this. I mean, I don't. There was a settlement from the Epstein estate. I don't. Man, I'm not. Not really in the position or want to be in the position to argue for any sort of this bullshit. So I don't really want to be cornered into a corner on this substance.
Well, you decided to focus in on this.
Okay, but
because I addressed all of these things that he's done, and you still support him.
You have to. This is real. This is real. This is not. You don't like their policy. I don't like this policy. You think the Golden Dome's a piece of shit. This is real shit. Okay, and so.
Okay, so then, like, why can't you acknowledge it?
If there was, because I don't really see where it's.
Like, they got a settlement with the Epstein estate. Do you believe the victims of Epstein and their allegations about Epstein's conduct relating to trafficking and sexual abuse?
If I know nothing about it, I don't want to know nothing about it, and I don't want to. I'm not.
Do you believe the allegations to be true from the individuals that are survivors of Epstein?
Sure.
You do?
Again,
okay. So those that got settlements with the Epstein estate, you believe their allegations about Epstein's conduct relating to trafficking. So if they accuse Epstein of trafficking them to Donald Trump, you believe that accusation, right?
I didn't. No.
You can't do it
I
because
have no
Trump's
idea.
name
I
is
don't.
there.
You're not gonna. No, that's not it either.
You have
Okay,
TDS,
like
Trump devotion syndrome. You'll support him no
no,
matter
no, no,
what.
no, no, no.
Simply because it's
I'm
just
somebody.
Donald Trump, you'll defend him.
You can't just you can't just say something and speak it into being true.
Oh, you claim that I have TDS. I think that I actually provided a good argument for you having TDS, Trump devotion syndrome, but you just said it because it was a buzzword that your favorite guy, Donald Trump, said. So you said it about the
Not my
libs that were
favorite
owning
guy.
you on the TikTok stream.
Say what?
You heard your cult daddy Trump say it, so you just repeated it to some libs that were destroying
Why
you
would
on
you
TikTok.
say that? Why? I mean, that's just being rude. I mean, it's just being rude.
Okay.
I mean, really, that is just being rude.
Okay.
His policies.
Yeah, I don't think you have a problem with
align-
that. You're totally okay with supporting Trump. You totally
His
are okay with him
policies
being
are-
rude. You're totally okay with overlooking all of those things. I don't think that's a big problem to you.
So
And also, you act like you haven't been rude to me. What are you talking about?
Guilty. Both sides are not guilty of being rude.
I don't think that you could say when has Kamala Harris been rude?
Oh man, if she's your girl, good luck.
Just give me an example.
you guys-
Give me one example of her being rude.
I've never listened to her that much.
You won't be able to find anything.
No, hold on.
Can you give me an example of Joe Biden being rude to you?
All of their campaigns, man. All of them have said rhetoric. Dude.
Such as what?
Such as I'm not going to go down and I'm not going to debate that with you.
Exactly, because you
I'm
can't. You're not going to debate the facts with me whenever I can prove you wrong.
Okay, hold on. What?
You have to Google it. You know that you didn't have it off the top of your head. So the point that I'm making is that Donald Trump has called for the deaths of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. Do you think that you could provide any example of Democrats doing that?
No, I love that the unlawful order debate that you guys keep on hanging your hat on. That is dangerous. That whole video, the whole thing that they did, and Mark, what's his name, the astronaut, he knows it. Mark Kelly, he knows it.
How is that any different from what Mike Pence said after January 6th? Tell me. Give me any difference.
What did Mike Pence say, my friend?
Mike Pence said that he was given an unlawful order by Trump and that he put the Constitution over Trump, and he's not going to follow an unlawful order that he was given. That's what he said after January 6th. So give me the relevant distinction.
Okay, so that's his feeling. Hold on. That's his feeling that it was an unlawful order. Okay.
Yeah.
It was within the vice president's purview to be able to go back and question electors. That is the system.
No, it's not.
No, come on, dude.
He had to certify the false.
Yes, it is.
He had to certify the actual electors, not the false slates of electors.
So-
he did not have
so
he did not have the legal basis to certify the false slates of electors. Now, by the way, so do
Hold
you
on.
think
No, no,
that
no,
do you
no,
think
no,
that Mike
don't
Pence
skip,
was a
don't skip,
traitor?
Don't skip. Do not
Do you think
skip.
Mike Pence is a
You're
traitor for
telling
saying
me-
that then?
1 second, sir. You're telling me that the vice president's role to certify the election is just to stamp. That is so. If you read the Constitution and how the
they're supposed to
process
certify the true electors, not the false ones.
Okay. Oh, okay. So then it's the vice president's job to look at it and say, are these false or are these to be critical of what he is seeing? And
No,
certify
that was
what is
already
correct.
adjudicated by the overall process of elections. The overall
was
election process
adjudicated.
already
What
adjudicated that. He was just confirming
what court did it go to?
So the vice president is just confirming the process that already happened.
So it's a rubber stamp. So
Technically, yeah.
So technically. So
Yeah, technically it's procedural. Is it that complicated? I mean,
I think you're oversimplifying.
so the point that I'm
electoral
making
college.
is that he said there was an unlawful order and I didn't follow it.
No, it's one he didn't believe in.
Exactly. So in Mark Kelly, for example, said if you're given an unlawful order, don't follow it. How is that any different from exactly what Mike Pence perpetuated?
Because Mark Kelly is implying to military members that is okay to stop and disobey orders.
Unlawful orders.
Yeah, again, you guys are...
Which you're constitutionally allowed to do.
Sure. Absolutely. So why
Okay,
should
wait.
he?
So then, how
why
is that
should he
treason? How is that
be-
traitor? How is that him being a traitor or treasonous? And how is that justification to call for his death?
You're
Tell
paying,
me.
So why did they strip rank from him?
I'm
Because
I'm
you're a
waiting.
butler.
How is that a justification for his
Why
death?
did they strip rank from him?
How is
Because
it
he
justification
knew
to strip
he
his rank
should
or
not
for his
be
death?
calling into question.
That's not true at all. That's not true.
So answer the question: how is it justified to call for his death?
Let's see. Who's called for who's no
Mark Kelly's.
because it's is sedition punishable by death by our
This
laws?
is not sedition.
Hold on. Oh, you decide. You're deciding.
Yeah,
Now you're
a
adjudicating.
grand jury already
No,
said
be
no
fair,
to this,
man.
didn't they?
You nitpicking. You're nitpicking, bud. Let's see. Hold on.
Well, you've been proven wrong. That's what it is. You have
Not-
no
not
basis
at
for
all.
saying that this is sedition.
You're
Has a court determined
Have you
that
ever
it's
served?
sedition?
Have you ever served?
Have you?
I asked you first.
No, I have not.
Okay. So
Have you?
So no, I did not.
So then why the
I-
fuck are you asking? Shut the fuck up.
'Cause you're real familiar with what military etiquette is.
Are you any more familiar?
A little bit. My father was a commissioned
Okay,
officer.
okay. Oh yeah, and my best friend's cousin's cat is also
That's just
someone
a
that's been
douche.
involved
Now,
in the
that's just
military as
being a
well,
douche.
and that means
You're being a
and I have a
douche.
very close relationship with that cat. Okay, they seriously they are so directly involved that I know everything about everything that happens. Okay?
Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You're implying that. All right, man. Well, I was hoping this would just be a policy discussion rather
Yeah,
than a.
says the one who didn't know how to debate the policy. You just said I had TDS. Is that not disrespectful for you to claim that I have TDS unprovoked? Nope,
Sorry,
that's not disrespectful at all.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I bothered your day, young man. You have a good day.
You're gonna run away instead of engage in the
We
conversation?
can run away. Do you want to talk policy, or do you?
Yes,
want to,
I do want to talk policy. Can you name a policy of
Which
Trump's?
policy?
How about this?
Again,
Name a
the
single
border-
policy
the
of
border
Trump's.
you lose on.
Watch this. Watch
The
this.
border you-
Name a single policy of Trump's that he's influenced to get passed that's benefited the middle class more than it's benefited the rich.
He oil drilling, unleashed American energy costs were well below what they had been in years.
Really? Energy
Put money
costs are
back
higher
into-
right now.
Why is that?
Also, that's because of Donald Trump's war with Iran and because of his tariff
No, that's
policy.
why it is.
Also, by the way, what was the source, or what was the policy, I mean, that specifically benefited the middle class more than it benefited the rich?
How does it? No, nothing. You know what? You got me, bud. I'm gonna start voting blue. I'll go back to voting blue. I started voting blue. I voted for Clinton. I voted for Obama. But you're right. You're right. The blue has a utopia that can't be matched.
Yeah, so this is just what MAGA does when they have TDS, Trump devotion syndrome, and they can't acknowledge facts of reality. I point to them facts, I
tax
give them
cuts.
evidence, I give them an actual argument, and what they respond with is, oh, yeah, I'm just going to be sarcastic.
No, I mean, so what? You changed my mind, and you're not happy
didn't-
with that?
I did not change your mind. You were being sarcastic, my guy.
Okay, regulatory rollbacks. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff, man.
Yeah, wait, what is the
want me to be
policy
able
that
to-
made it better off
See,
for the
what
working class
what
than the
you're
rich?
trying to do is you're trying to you're trying to debate finite points, and you know what? And you've
That's
won.
how
You beat
debating
me.
works.
You
I don't-
beat me in the debate, and and like I said,
Thank you for
like
admitting
I
it.
started this with you. You're a smart kid, and I got a lot of respect for you, and I was a fan of what you've been doing. So
You're not a
if
fan
you're
anymore?
okay, I'll continue to be a fan of me. You don't care about what I think either way, but it's
No,
good that you're standing
I
up.
want
It's
you to
good that you're
believe-
standing up for what you believe in.
Hold up.
But-
I do care what you think. I want you to believe in reality. I want you to critically think. I want you to engage. And it
you
might
know,
not
that's
be
the-
it might not be the nicest possible thing to you in every circumstance, but it's what's going to get you to be more in accordance with reality. I do care what you think, and that's why I'm having a conversation with you trying to change your mind.
Okay. So I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Tank, thank you for the well diving. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Do you want to engage with my points?
No,
Of, like-
I think we did it. I mean, it's been what 45 minutes.
Okay, all right.
How long has it been? Can you tell?
It has been about 57 minutes.
Okay, about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you letting me on. Maybe we'll talk again.
All right, for sure. I'll see you.
All right. Bye.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Annie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, it's honestly really funny. Brian, thank you so much for the dollar as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we some W's for them in the comment section right now? It's literally what they're obligated to not follow. That's actually true. You're right. Joe, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Michelle, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it for Hopelessly Devoted to You, a new song you could sing to those with devotion syndrome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's really funny. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Again, if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Just the economy. Maybe not right now, but before the war.
Is there a way you can go to a little less background noise?
1 second.
Just because there might be a song in the background, and I don't know if it's gonna affect the stream.
I'm at McDonald's. I'm outside now.
Okay, for sure. Alrighty. Go ahead. Why do you support Trump?
Just the economy. A lot of the pro-life. I'm pro-life, and then pro-gun. A lot of common sense, like transgender, no transgenders in sports. It's kind of the main reasons.
Okay, so you're pro-life, pro-gun. Okay, so would you say you want to restrict people's access to certain things in order to save human life?
I mean, I'm sure there could be some ways around it where you could change it, but I don't think just banning all guns would be the solution, because a criminal can get access to a gun at any point, so we would kind of be left as sitting ducks. So
okay, so then couldn't you say the same thing with abortion, right? People who are going to want to get abortions are just going to be able to get abortions anyway. It's just going to cause it to be more unsafe in the way that in which they get abortions. So you shouldn't restrict access to abortions, because inevitably it's just going to increase infant and maternal mortality, and it's not actually going to lead to less abortions in the long run.
Well, I would say, like, if you're a girl, like, if you don't have the financial situations and you don't think you can afford it, I'd say just kind of control yourself.
What do you mean by control yourself?
Also, just the woman. Why can't the man keep it in his pants?
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's not just the girls, it's the guys too, and a lot of guys, they're kind of simps as well, so they just kind of do whatever.
So your whole solution to this is everyone should just stop having sex?
I don't say stop having sex, but I mean, be smart about it. Know if you want to start a family, be prepared for that. Don't kill it just to kill it.
Wait, but like in the instance where someone does use protection, does use contraceptives, but inevitably they still end up pregnant, should they be able to have the choice to get an abortion?
I mean, I'm sure there's some ways around it. Depends on the situation, of course.
Yeah, I'm talking about in an elective circumstance, typical circumstance, should they be able to get access to an abortion?
An elective circumstance? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, like a typical circumstance, like where someone doesn't meet the criteria of exceptions.
Hence, it's elective.
I mean, I'm not. I mean, maybe there could be a solution for it.
Okay. What's the response? So what is the solution? What is your view?
Like rape, incest, stuff like if that is like a
So,
condition.
okay, in a situation where it's not one of those exceptions, should someone be able to get access to an abortion?
I don't think so. I think they should.
Okay, but don't you think that's just going to lead to people getting unsafe abortions? Kind of how you said, like, people who are criminals will still get guns regardless?
Not really. Not it's kind of different. Guns and a uterus are two different things.
Yeah, but, like, what makes you think that one is good to restrict to save human life, but not the other one?
If it saves her life, I mean, possibly. I'm kind of 50-50 on that.
Okay. Do you think that there should be vaccine mandates?
No, absolutely not.
But, like, that would save human lives.
I don't think the vaccines is the real solution.
But they objectively save human lives. So if your
What is the
goal
real
is to is you think it's justified to restrict bodily autonomy to save human life, then why do you think it's unjustified to advocate for vaccine mandates, given that they restrict bodily autonomy but save human life if you were to engage in a vaccine mandate?
I think the vaccine thing is kind of a hoax. I don't think it's more or less.
So
like
you don't believe in science?
I mean, certain science, not coronavirus or this new virus that's coming around.
Yeah,
it
that's
just,
the
like, doesn't
we have
exist.
very good science indicating that this is effective in terms of the vaccines. You just say it's a hoax, yet you have no evidence to substantiate your position. It's just your feelings, your vibes, it seems.
No, it's just kind of they want everyone to be locked up in the house, not get access to anything. It's kind of just doesn't make sense. It kind of
That doesn't make vaccines a hoax. That doesn't make science a hoax because you didn't like the lockdowns. Do you realize there's a distinction between liking the lockdowns as a governmental policy versus believing in science?
I felt like it came from China and it was all on purpose during the 2020 election.
There's no evidence of that.
That's just what I think.
You think it was to steal the election from Trump?
Possibly. China was behind it.
Dude, that's crazy, dude. There's no evidence for this at all. That's a conspiracy theory that you have zero evidence to believe in. That's no different than someone claiming that they think Joe Biden's been dead since 2017.
I don't believe
Actually,
that.
Donald Trump's not the real Donald Trump. He's actually a fake Donald Trump.
What's your evidence for that?
I don't need evidence, right?
That's just your opinion.
I just believe things based on gut feelings.
That's my gut feeling.
Yeah, my gut feeling is that Trump isn't actually the real Trump, and you're supporting a demonic entity.
That's what you believe. That's what you believe.
Yes, it is what I believe. And do you have any way to dispute what I believe?
No, he was.
No, not at all. I also believe the Earth is flat. Do you have any way to dispute my view? The Earth is absolutely flat.
I've been in an airplane and I can see that it's curved from 46,000 feet.
Repeat that one more time.
It's curved when I'm in an airplane at 36,000 feet. So I can see it curved.
Nope, that's not a real curve.
That's a real curve.
No, it's not. That is an optical illusion, my guy. You did not. You can't even see the curvature at that level.
I mean, when you go at a certain
Do
heading,
you think
you're
you can
not
see
flying.
curvature at 36,000 feet, dude?
Slight.
Not really.
It's not pronounced, but it's.
Dude,
it's
the
there.
Earth is absolutely flat, man. How do you dispute that? Remember, we don't need evidence to believe these things?
I mean, it's kind of common sense.
Oh, okay. So common sense. That sounds like you just believe something without evidence, right? So if someone says it's common sense to believe that there's an ice wall wrapped around everything and that we live on a pancake, then what would you say in response?
Get your evidence.
You need evidence. Okay, so you see he ran right into the point at the very end. He just got a misinformation flag. Really surprising, right? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are on the second account, everyone, today because we got banned on the main account. I apologize, everyone. I'm so sorry. It is kind of annoying to deal with, but, you know, we're going to get through it. We're going to get through it.
Boo.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Noel, think of the galaxy.
James Fishback for Governor 2026. Let's fucking go.
You're disgusting. And do you support Trump?
I don't support James Fishback, but like Trump, barely.
Okay. That guy's still a weirdo. We're just gonna kick him and go to the next person. I don't even know what the fuck he's saying at this point. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And what month were you born?
January.
He beat 20. Sid, think of the galaxies, by the way. Thank you so much, Sid. Holy shit, thank you for all the galaxies.
Whoa,
We
damn.
get some W's for Sid. Thank you so much.
W said.
Seriously, so kind. Thank you so much, Sid. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. You what's up? How old are you?
We are Charlie.
Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Parker, I love you. Parker, I love you. I love you.
Alrighty, we are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Connie, think of the corgi. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19. I had a question for you.
Fetus.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everyone, we are just looking for debates. $19. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for Trump supporters above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Again, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next person up here. We don't really have many Trump supporters, everyone, because we're on the second account. Do apologize, everyone. Do apologize. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Are you driving?
No. Driving? No.
Can you unplug from your Bluetooth? Okay, give them a
Could you
quick
repeat
second. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'm not driving right now.
All right. Why do you support Trump?
Before I start, could you unblock me from your main account? I don't know why I'm blocked. I always like follow your stuff. Like, would you mind unblocking me? I'm just, I've been trying to like see your lives and I just can never see them.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Sorry, I don't actually support Trump. I just wanted to ask you. I've been trying.
Okay. I do apologize. I am just looking for debates. To be honest with you, I'm probably not going to remember at the end of the stream to do that. Do apologize. The best place to probably do that would just make a new account. I
Parker,
can
can
try
I
to
get
look
you to
through
debate
later
this
on.
guy if I can like bring him to your stream?
Yeah, for sure. If they're a Trump supporter. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Parker. I love you.
Appreciate you. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do you send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Or actually, you know what I'd recommend? Go to my YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Sorry, that person was just up here. We are just looking for debates.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do support him, but it's kind of getting boring that you ask the same question. You should ask me, why do I support him?
Yeah, I am going to ask you, why do you support Trump? But I'm just asking you to make sure that you specifically meet the criteria of the stream. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for, sir?
It will be Trump, and if I could vote for a vice president, I think that I would, but I can't, sadly.
You'd vote for who?
I would vote for a vice president too.
Okay. Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's getting the illegals out.
Okay, and what policy of his do you support that addresses undocumented immigration?
I think it's HR 174, I think, under the Big Beautiful Bill.
Okay, where in the Big Beautiful Bill?
Search it up if you want. It's HR 1. That's what it's called.
No, I'm asking you, what in the Big Beautiful Bill?
Immigration.
Like, what provision within the Big Beautiful Bill addresses immigration?
HR 174.
No, that's not a provision in the bill.
Hey, I don't know what you mean by that, but that's what I'm trying to tell you.
A provision would be like a specific aspect of the bill that would address this.
More border patrol agents in the border.
Okay, I'm just gonna go to the next. I don't know. I just feel like that person isn't gonna provide a serious debate. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, it's how old are you?
33.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why I just accidentally kicked you. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, just send a guest request right back. That was an accident.
Right back.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
December.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because of his, like, immigration policies.
I'm sorry, they sound young as well. Let's go to the next person, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker.
Alrighty. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We're not getting really any guest requests right now.
It's hard to be a Trump supporter these days.
It is. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Oh, yeah. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I just think I'm 33, so I've been through a few presidential, changes. I think you're a little bit younger than me, so you don't maybe remember, 9/11 and how, it was, dividing the country a little bit. Now, I feel like I support Trump because he's not a bitch. Honestly, he's not a bitch.
What is that supposed to mean?
He's not a pussy.
Can you be more
Is that why he
specific?
always chickens
What
out?
do you extrapolate that to
I.
mean?
What do I what?
What is that supposed to mean?
I mean, he's tough. He's not a bitch. I feel
Can
like
you
the
give me, any
liberals are trying to
specific?
make being a pussy a good thing, but I feel like Trump is bringing it back to he's not fucking around. He's not fucking with people. When he says what he's gonna do it.
Is that why you're
Okay,
always
so
keeping
no
it up?
new wars, and he's going to release all the Epstein files and the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He's going to reduce electricity prices by 50% in a year.
Well, that's all really gimmicks that you're saying. Like, would you please state an actual fact that he said, not a little tidbit?
Those are all
Like, that
things that he
doesn't mean
said.
anything to anyone? Like,
Those are all
one
things that he
sentence of
said.
what he... Right, but say it in context. Come on, you're smart.
Yeah, I did provide the context relevant. Those are the policy
Let me hear the
positions he
context of
had.
one of the things you said. Come on,
Yeah,
Parker, you're
no
so
new
smart.
wars is
I
the full
admire how
context.
smart you are. So say one of the comments you just said, but say it in full context when he said it.
Yeah, no new wars
Throw a
is
dick.
the...
That's what I'm saying. Like, Trump is not a pussy. You're a fucking pussy. Liberals
Okay,
are pussies.
is this you like trolling or?
No, I'm not trolling. No, absolutely not.
Okay,
No.
then can you like
This is
actually
not
give me?
trolling. Why? Because I'm saying you have a small dick? That's trolling? No, it's called you have a
Yeah,
small
I'm gonna
dick.
take this as trolling. This is called you being a
That's
weirdo.
not trolling,
Would you like to
no.
actually? Would you like to actually provide any policy or
I just-
argument instead
I'm
of
not
just coming
talking
on the
about
live
a
and saying these
policy.
things?
I'm an American. I'm talking about my situation.
Okay, well they got a harassment and bullying violation. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I've been in a hospital for the past 6 months, and I just want...
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I literally just like heard something other than a response. I kicked you immediately. I do apologize. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, you can send a guest request back. If you don't meet
Hey,
that
can you hear me,
criteria, you can
Parker?
always send me a message through some of my DMs or things that I already have set up. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are
Can you
you?
hear me?
How old are you? Yeah, Matt, we hear you, by the way. How old are you?
Oh, you can? Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Again, we are just looking for debates. I think we have like no guest requests right now, so only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter, everyone. Alrighty, to give us a quick second. Alrighty, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What do you think we need?
How old are you? Okay, only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Jill, get out of my box. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
It's not mostly the policies. He doesn't have no policies in place, but I think the restrictions on food stamps. That's where it's getting me more, that he has implemented.
So you support cutting people off their access to food stamps?
Not, I would say no, but I think more restrictions. I have seen the system get abused by multiple people. I think restricting, like putting a lot of restrictions on, but I think we need to like rebuild the system so we don't cut a lot more people off that do need them.
Okay, well, we're cutting people off who do need it right now through the context of the Big Beautiful Bill, which cuts 420,000 children on average every single month off their access to free school lunch and breakfast, and 2.5 million people on average every single month off their access to food stamps.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that's right. I mean, that's wrong, but I just think him rebuilding it, I would say like you gotta meet some certain criteria for work requirements. I mean, under Biden, I have like 3 kids. I was struggling. I couldn't get food stamps. I mean, and I can't get food stamps now. I mean, I think the work requirements are good to have, like 80 hours a month.
Okay. And do you know that's going to disenfranchise people specifically who are disabled that don't quite yet hit disability or haven't quite yet qualified for disability? So, and they're in the process to do so. So you understand that like that'll disenfranchise people who do need it. Plus, right, this is also disenfranchising children who, regardless of the situation for their parents, should still be able to eat, right?
Yeah, I believe people should eat 100%. I'm not saying that at all.
Okay.
I just think I'm kind of like confused on what's happening with it. I mean, I just think it's wrong. I mean, I don't think what he's doing is Christian values, but some of it's like implementing like 80 hours a month of work requirements. You got meat. I think that's good.
Okay, but I just told you how it can disenfranchise individuals. And also, this
Yeah,
is a
I
very
know.
small portion of the budget that it's going to be addressing. Why don't you go after the defense contractors that won't pass it, or Department of Defense budget, in which they cannot pass the audits? Why don't you go after the massive tax breaks going to millionaires and billionaires, or where the money is going there? Why are we focusing so much on people getting access to food rather than other things? Okay, they just left. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how you doing, Parker?
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Say that one more time, Parker.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
1997.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Because he's defending a country that is under threat.
Is there a way you can go a little closer to the microphone? It's a little hard to hear you. What'd you say?
He's defending his country against all options. He's doing what's needed for America.
No, he's not. I think he's starting a war that has put us in a worse position. He's caused basically every economic metric to become worse off since Trump got in office.
Which one?
What's up?
Which one?
The war with Iran? Hello? Okay, did they just leave? Great. Today's gone so great, right?
I know.
I love when TikTok bans my main account. It's so fun. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Were you on the live earlier?
I was.
Okay. I don't know why they left, but it probably was because they had to. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Charlie.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Trump?
I probably align with him more so than anything else, but
Like if the election were
realistically,
held today, Harris versus
yeah.
Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Either not vote or begrudgingly vote Trump.
Okay. It sounds like they would just not vote, and they're just wanting to talk to me. So let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, yo. Hey, you fuck with Osama, son? The GOAT?
I don't know what you just said. I'm just going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
So I would vote for him if the election came by, but I wouldn't say I support him. So
Okay, alrighty. Okay, why would you vote for him in that context?
um I don't agree with abortion, and I so that's probably the biggest thing.
Okay, so you want to save human lives?
Okay, you got to get me somewhere, but sure, yes, yeah, of course I do.
Okay. How do you feel about the fact that the Republicans have cut U.S. aid, which will lead to 14 million people dying by 2030? Where if it was maintained to the same degree as what existed prior, those 14 million people's lives would have prevented from dying.
Well, you said U.S. aid. What is
Yes.
that?
Funding that we provided in cost-effective manners to reduce the likelihood of easily preventable death around the world.
I think that's pretty crappy of us to do. I mean, but I still think, I don't know. I don't think abortion's right.
But like if your goal is to save human lives, it seem like you're saving more human lives by defending things like U.S. aid, access to healthcare, food access in this country, along with plenty of other things comparative to what they're doing right now. I mean, you'd be significantly more likely to reduce abortions by trying to prevent people from getting into situations where they have unwanted pregnancy rather than actually like limiting abortion in the first place. Donald Trump's abortion policy actually hasn't led to a reduction in overall amount of abortions. We've seen an increase in the amount of abortions since Roe versus Wade is overturned.
I guess, but U.S. aid is for like I'm trying to protect babies. These are people like that are full grown like adults and stuff.
So you only care about protecting babies?
No, I care about protecting everybody, but I'm saying babies can't defend themselves. They can't go provide for themselves. They can't do like all the stuff that adults should be able to do.
It's still like whether or not someone's going to live or die.
Yeah, and I get that, but I'd still want. I think if I had to pick between the two, I'd rather protect babies.
Yeah, but like you're not actually protecting the babies. Infant mortality and maternal mortality have gone up since the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
Has it?
Yes.
Okay, well, I didn't know that, but if I'd rather a president that like doesn't agree with abortion than someone that does.
You mean agree with legal access, or you mean you can disagree with it but think there should be legal access?
I don't think there should be legal access.
Okay. In any situation?
I talked to my dad about this, and what he said made sense, but you're probably going to debunk it. So yes, I think in any circumstance, yes.
Including like death of the pregnant individual?
I would say so, yes.
So you think someone should have to die? What? Okay, so for example, let's say both the pregnant person and the offspring will die. Do you think they should be forced to go through the pregnancy?
Well, let me ask you a question real quick. Hold on. Hold on.
Can I have
let
a
me say
response
something.
to that first?
Well, hold on. I don't know. Just let me ask a question. I get it's kind of. Just let me ask you a question. If somebody, I don't know what I can say on TikTok. If someone grabs a sharp object and pokes you very hard in the chest with it, what do you do? What would you do if someone like you saw that? Well, doctors would take the knife out and would try to heal the person, this would be the same thing with pregnancy. Go through with the pregnancy, with whether it's a C-section or an induced labor. I mean, is it? And are you saying like any circumstance, no matter what you do, a C-section or whatever, you're gonna die?
I'm saying the circumstance is true that if you don't get an abortion, that you will die. Both the fetus and the pregnant individual will die in that scenario.
So no matter what, whether C-section or no. Well, no matter what, like C-section, if like even a C-section won't work or anything like that, well then yes, I think they should be able to. But if a C-section is going to work, then of course I don't think so.
So you think that a pregnant individual should be obligated to give up their life for the baby?
I said if the C-section's available, then yeah, they should be they should do that.
Well, that would be an induction of labor after viability.
If they're not going to die from a C-section or something, then yeah. But if they're going to die, then
But
no.
the fact
like,
that but the
absolutely,
fact
no
that
matter
you
what.
think that someone should be forced to go through the context of a pregnancy, even if they're going to die, is crazy. Watch this. Do you think a 10-year-old should be forced to go through a pregnancy if they were assaulted? Obviously, we're talking about a 10-year-old.
Yes.
Yeah, you think they should be forced to go through it?
So I originally, I talked,
The
like I said, I
10-year-old
talked
little girl.
about this with my dad. I originally had said no, but what he said made sense. So I guess I would have to say yes.
What did he say that made it make sense that a 10-year-old would be
He's
forced
better
to go
at
through
speaking than
pregnancy?
I am, but he basically said like that you can, my dad's like MAGA and everything. But he basically said that you can explain later to the kid, but that doesn't mean that, like, who should you blame? Who should you blame? The rapist? Yes, you shouldn't blame a baby or the child. They're not at fault, but the rapist should be held accountable. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah, but you understand that they have no obligation to maintain a pregnancy, right? They didn't cause the pregnancy. They have no obligation to maintain it.
No, but the baby didn't do anything either.
Okay, but like that doesn't mean anything. They should still be able to get access to an abortion because one, they never caused the pregnancy. Two, because this would be a situation where they're non-sentient. So why the hell would you care more about the non-sentient embryo than you would about the literal sentient child that is you're now saying should be forced to go through a pregnancy at fucking 10 years old?
Is the child gonna die?
Regardless, in the scenario, you think that if they die, they should still have to go through it because you didn't.
I don't think
that...
if they're gonna die. No.
Wait, if they're gonna die, but the baby will survive, would you be okay with forcing them to go through that?
No.
No, you wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
So
no.
now you're saying that kids should be able to get access to an abortion. There should be legal access to an abortion for kids.
In circumstances.
Like which ones?
Like if they were gonna die, if they had to give birth to the baby.
Okay, so if they're not going to die, would you force a 10-year-old to go through it?
I mean, I would have to say yes because I don't think a baby should die. I don't think
it's a baby in those situations. I think it's a non-sentient embryo. So you're prioritizing the idea of a non-sentient embryo over the life of the literal child that's going to be forced to go through the pregnancy. Just because they don't die means that they should be forced to go through is crazy because they could have issues in terms of medical health. They could have issues in terms of psychological health, issues in terms of their literal development as a child, right?
Yeah. At what point does it become have human rights? Would you say?
The point of sentience.
Which is?
20 through 24 weeks in the womb.
Mm-hmm. So what takes away human just because it doesn't? So a heartbeat doesn't matter.
No.
Brainwaves don't matter. None of that matters.
It's going to be the prefrontal cortex, thymoscortical connections, and the development of a subjective experience.
Can you give me your definition of sentience, please?
Yeah, it's just going to be like a first-person subjective experience.
Mm-hmm. So, just because it doesn't have sentience, it doesn't have any human rights or any value.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider that it has the value of a person.
I would definitely say that it has the same rights as any other person should have, I think.
Okay, let's suppose a scenario. Watch. Let's suppose a scenario. You're in a burning building. You can either save 1,000 zygotes or one newborn baby. Which would you rather save?
Well, I would say the newborn baby, and then you're gonna.
But you don't consider 1,000 zygotes to each be an individual person, so you'd rather save one person over 1,000 people?
No, because it's not actually in a womb. If you say there's a pregnant mother,
but life begins at conception, right?
I would say yeah.
Do you value it at conception?
Yes.
So then why don't you value those zygotes? You said that they're of equal value. They're people. So if they're of equal value, it doesn't matter whether or not they're in the womb. Are you now saying their location, whether or not they're within the womb or outside of the womb, is going to be relevant to their value?
I mean, I guess by my stance, I'd have to say the zygotes then.
Oh, okay.
If I was to hold firm to what I'm saying.
Okay, so then 2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby. Which would you rather save?
Well, I'd have to say if it was 2, I would say the newborn baby.
Okay, wait.
Because
So why?
let me
But
explain.
would you rather save two
Because we
people
don't
or
know
one
whether those
person?
zygotes are actually
I
going
thought
to
I thought
like
they're
live.
equivalent to a person.
But we don't know whether that like throughout pregnancy that they're actually going to survive.
Okay.
Whether but the newborn
Okay, how
baby
about
we
this?
already know has survived.
Four zygotes or one newborn baby?
Okay, but we're just going all, like up and down
No,
like the
I
list. We're just
genuinely
gonna
want to know.
keep
Four
going.
zygotes or one newborn baby?
I would have to think about that. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, yeah, okay, bro.
You don't know? You don't know whether or not you'd save
we've
four
talked
single
before,
cell
okay?
organisms or a newborn baby?
And I know how you work. I listen to you and Dean all the time, and I knew coming up here I wasn't gonna like.
I just know that
I
you
don't
don't
know.
value a zygote the same as you value a baby, and of course you wouldn't. Like
Yes,
if you were to
zygote,
reference a
yes,
zygote with a
okay,
100% likelihood of existing as a baby in the future, would you then say it's just as valuable as an infant right in front of you?
I guess not, bro. I guess
No, you
not,
wouldn't?
bro. No, I guess not, bro. I don't know. I guess not. All right.
Okay, so then why would you say that a pregnant individual should be treated with less value than the individual, the fucking zygote or the embryo?
But I'm just saying, if a pregnant woman who, okay, let's talk about what's the percent? It's like, I think like 95% are like non like grape or anything like that. It's just women using it as birth control, basically.
So you think
Like
women
abortions.
use abortion as birth control? That's a very
I think
expensive.
a lot of
That's
I
a
think
very
lot of people do,
expensive and
yes.
risky form of birth control. Do you think the average American can afford that?
I would say how much is, I looked this
No,
up
you have
like
no clue what you're talking about. No one is using birth control as abortion. That would be crazy. Or I mean, sorry, abortion is birth control. That'd be crazy expensive.
yeah, but accidents happen, and of course, if you're already on like birth
That's
control
not
or something,
necessarily using it as birth control because you can use
Okay.
contraceptives and it can fail. Most abortions are a result of failed contraceptives. Did you know that?
Well, people, I didn't, but people that are choosing to go into an action and then they get pregnant and they're like, oh my goodness, I got pregnant. Now I have to like either abort the baby or keep. No, you should not be able to just say, oh, I'm going to abort a kid. I'm going to kill a kid because.
Yes, you should.
Or
And
unalive a
actually,
kid.
by the way, if my girlfriend was in that scenario and wanted to, I would pay for the abortion. In that circumstance, would you think I should go to prison?
I think that the abortionist should go to prison. I don't think that.
Wait, why not the people who pay for it?
Because
That's
I think
like
it's
saying
been
someone
shoved down
can.
your throat that it's okay.
Under your view, that's like saying someone could hire a hitman to murder someone, and you are only going to put the hitman in prison.
No, because unaliving someone is like everybody know that that's a wrong action. Abortion, it's been shoved down everybody's throat. Like, oh yeah, it's okay or it's bad. Like everybody.
Okay, so would you use that as a justification for the Nazis during the Nuremberg trials?
No.
Okay, but they grew up in a society that normalized them engaging in violence towards Jewish people.
Okay, but that's still wrong. It doesn't matter whether that's an overall. Anybody should know that that's wrong.
Okay, so
'Cause
you
you still-
wouldn't say that abortion is something that someone should say everyone should view as wrong.
What? Say that one more time.
You don't think abortion is something that everyone should view as wrong?
I think that it's been shoved down everybody's throat so much that they're misled. So I would say that there's a lot of people that try to.
You just swiped out. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. That try to use science that does it, but it doesn't work.
I don't know what you just said. That made no sense.
Oh, sorry. So I said there's some people that like will try to use science to try to like justify abortions, but which I guess some of it kind of makes sense, but not really. Because I still think it's wrong.
Okay,
But
and Nazis tried to justify their actions as well.
no, there's no justifying because even as a
They tried
child, you
to.
know right from wrong. You know that you shouldn't
Okay.
steal and you shouldn't.
Okay, wait. So,
unalive
and
somebody.
don't you think that abortion is wrong?
Yes, I think abortion's wrong.
Okay, so then how would that be viewed any differently under your view? They're both considered murder. They both were normalized into a society in which justified that type of harm. And then you're
Okay,
thinking
well, I
in one
think then-
scenario someone should go to prison but not the other one. And to me that tells me that you don't actually view it to be murder. You don't actually view abortion to be that bad. And that's why you respond this way.
I don't. So I have said I've been very on the fence about abortion, like only with grape cases. That's the only time. I think any other case I think it's wrong.
I have a question. Are you Christian?
I am indeed Christian, and you're gonna bring up the picture of Donald Trump. I know, I hate it. I really don't like that
Well,
picture.
blasphemy is literally unforgivable. Do you agree?
Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is.
Yeah, and God is the Holy Spirit, right?
I mean, technically yes, but they're also different at the same time. They're 3 in 1 and different at the same time.
Okay, so the Holy Spirit is God. Do you agree?
Yes and no.
Jesus
Like
is
I
God.
said,
Do you agree?
because
What do you mean
anyone that
yes and
says
no?
oh my God, that's saying, okay, well that's blasphemy. So then that would be okay. Well, are they going to be unforgiven and not being able to go to heaven? No, that doesn't make any sense.
Why do you consider "Oh my God" to be blasphemy? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Because you're using the Lord's name in vain.
Wait, can you define blasphemy?
I would say anything that you're saying negatively against God.
That's not what blasphemy is. So
Okay, can you
blasphemy
describe
and
it,
using the
please?
Lord's name in vain are two different things.
Okay. What would be your
Blasphemy,
definition of
like
blasphemy,
for example,
please?
when we're referencing blasphemy, we're referencing
Overall.
like someone representing themselves to be God.
Okay, I'm sorry if I'm mistaken though.
Okay, Trump in this scenario is representing himself as God. That's blasphemy.
Yep. I don't agree with that. And
Okay, and if that's unforgivable, then
I
why
don't
would
agree
you
with,
say
like,
that you wouldn't
anything he
support
does.
Democrats because they want to say it should be legal to engage in forgivable sins, but Donald Trump himself is engaged in an unforgivable sin? Why would you
Well,
support someone who's engaged in an unforgivable sin?
Murder's pretty bad.
But it's not
I mean,
unforgivable under your view.
yeah, but my human self probably, well, I can't justify which is worse, and I guess I can, like, all sins are equal, but not at the same time. Except
They're
this
not
is the
all equal under
unforgivable
your
sin
view.
again.
You don't actually think that.
They are. Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you think that telling your kids Santa Claus exists is just as bad as murder?
I've heard this before, and I looked this up to try to disprove you here. So it's different. They are all the same in the sight of God because it pushes him. It's all sin, and it pushes us away from God. Okay.
So you think telling your kids Santa Claus exists is just as bad as pedophilia?
Can I please finish? No, can I please finish? In the sin aspect, it pushes us away from God, but obviously that's worse than telling your kids Santa Claus.
So they're not all equal.
They are in the sight of God. Yes, they are.
Okay, so
but
does God
not
think
in a
that
morality
does God think that? Okay, so not in a morality sense. So I don't know what.
Like I guess I guess in a stance for like us, not in the sight of God, obviously, but of course. Okay, don't stop, bro.
What is this guy saying, bro?
Dude, I'm young, bro. I'm young.
I get
I'm
it.
trying to get
but
my words right.
jeez.
I'm bad at talking, bro. Sorry.
It's okay, man.
I really am, bro. Last time I was on here, the amount of like death threats was insane.
I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's horrible. I
know.
disagree with that.
I'm just trying to learn, bro. And everybody's like, I guess learn and like speak my opinion and try to get it. Like, if I'm wrong, I want to know that I'm wrong, but I'd like to defend things that I think are true. Like everybody's like, and everyone's like so mean, dude. Like, run from your dad's crazy. It's crazy. But I'm not gonna get into the comments because that's not what we're here to do. And no, I don't agree with Donald Trump with blasphemy. No, of course I don't agree with that. I don't really agree with him on anything. But I like hardly anything I agree with. I mean, I agree. I don't agree with. I think mass deportations. I guess I'm okay with that, but I couldn't tell you a negative side to it. But I could say it's illegal. That's the whole point. It's illegal. It's a felony. I mean, I definitely don't think that we should be okay with illegal people coming into the country.
It's not a felony, it's a misdemeanor. And that's unlawful entry to the country. That's considered a misdemeanor. And you don't care about the felonies your president committed.
Dude, I do. I said I don't agree with him on most
Then
things,
why
but I
did you
don't-
vote for him to ensure that he wasn't held accountable? Because he wasn't put in
Didn't,
prison?
but I would.
Because you guys
I'm
voted
18.
for him.
Okay, I get that. And I wish there was a better Republican candidate. Okay, I do. I really do. I don't like the guy. I don't. But like I said, I couldn't see myself voting Democrat. I mean,
But
it's a lot
why?
of pressure between family as well because
So
I've
just
always
because you have
grown
a
up in a
family
Republican
pressure to do
household.
it doesn't mean you should.
I mean, I guess no, yeah, that makes sense. But also, it's like, why should I vote Democrat?
Why?
No, hold on. Outside of Trump, why should I vote Democrat? Like if there was a different Republican candidate, let's not even say JD Vance. Let's move away from MAGA, like cult, like the MAGA cult, whatever you want to call it.
Because they
But let's
prioritize
just talk
working
about
people
Republican,
and the needs of
Democrat.
the population to a greater extent. Because they
And
want
how
to
is that?
expand access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability. For example, Kamala Harris advocated to expand the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 per month cap on insulin. She wanted to expand access to universal health care in this country to ensure everyone's taken care of. She wanted to expand access to education.
I mean, I guess, but universal health care is like, that's not going to happen. That's unrealistic.
It absolutely can happen, and has happened in countries all around the world.
But I feel like we're going to be taxed up the butt like that.
Other countries around the world spend nearly half as much per as we do here in the United States.
But
Per
what would we
individual.
take away from our defense of our country? What are we going to take away from
No, we could,
taxing us on the
with
school
the
system?
current
What?
amount we spend right now, we could take the amount we spend into our private healthcare model. We could take just literally not even all of it, just a portion of it. We could pay for all of our healthcare needs, ensure everyone's taken care of.
I seriously wish that I mean, I've never.
Thank you so much for the
I never,
Christy Flying Jets. Thank you. That's true.
I never figured out how to, like, I would love universal health care.
A Medicare for all type
definitely
system
a good thing.
would save around $4.5 trillion over the next 10 years.
Seriously?
Yes. According to a Lancet study. I'm serious.
Yeah,
It saves
and
money.
also, we can bring it back also to your point on abortion. If you actually want to lower the amount of abortions being done, you want to provide child care, provide health care, provide education to people so that when they make that decision, they actually have the financial means to make that decision when they need to. So there's a reason why when you give people these resources, they actually are able to choose when to have kids, and you see that that the overall rate of those who have abortions will go down. So if you actually want to actually fix it, you don't ban the abortion. You provide people with the resources they need to actually be able to choose when to have a kid.
I mean, I guess that's true, but it's also like there's like accidents and stuff. But I've heard you before too, Matt. You're a pretty smart guy.
But actually, on the accident part, people are more likely to keep the kid if they know that they can financially be able to have the kid. Because to your point, which you already made, you made the point like 20 minutes ago that people have it and they're like, oh, it's an accident and I can't afford it. Well, if you give them the financial means to be able to afford it, then even when it's an accident, they're more likely to keep it.
That is true. And I know that even like saying voting for Kamala, that doesn't mean people are going to have the choice to. Sorry. Is that what you say? How do you say
Kamala. Or you can just say Harris.
Kamala. Okay. So even like voting for Harris, I would say, like, I guess that people are still going to have the choice whether to do it or not, you know? And so you don't agree with like leaving it to the states? You think
Which
it's
part,
just
the abortions?
Yeah.
Definitely not.
No, we don't think rights should be delegated to states. I don't believe that a woman in Mississippi should have less rights than a woman in California.
I get that. That makes sense, but I don't necessarily think it's right. I think it's I don't know. I think that's like I said, I don't know that we're gonna agree on abortion, but I don't like the guy. But
is there a thing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
There's a lot of things that Trump could do to get me to stop supporting it. I'm gonna name something, and you're just gonna bring it up. If he was a child rapist, then you're just gonna bring up like something
Just tell me,
about
just give me any specific thing he could do.
Okay. I would say grape, but you're gonna bring up E. Jean Carroll. All right. All right. So let's say grape or sexual exploitation. We can go on there.
Yeah, he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out and said there were 4 girls saying he's 15 years old in these changing rooms. If you know that you're wrong, why do you keep arguing this then?
I don't know. I really don't know. But I don't know. You know what's crazy? Right before this, I was debating people on Trump. Like they were saying how Trump's like a great president, and I was debating him on that. And I was like, even though I don't know. Like I said, I don't think people should come into our country illegally. I don't think that's an okay thing. I don't think.
You just said you were debating people on Trump of who supports Trump?
I was. I indeed was.
So you
and I got absolutely cooked. I wouldn't say I support Trump, but I would vote for Trump.
So you
It's
would.
a little confusing.
Okay, wait. So then, why were you debating people that support him?
Because I think it's stupid to think the guy's such a great guy, and that it was people that was like, oh yeah, this guy, he's so great and stuff like this, and how like he's the best. I was like, no, he's obviously not. It's pretty stupid to say that.
So then, why are you on a live defending why you support him right now?
Well, I don't support him, but I'd vote for him.
No, that is what I mean by support.
Oh, okay. Well, because I mean, I just want kind of you to get me to change. I want you to change my mind. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but anything that I would bring
though?
up to change your mind, you just like didn't take into consideration. Like I literally brought up. Go ahead, Matt.
I'm sorry, Bug. I'm sorry.
No,
I
go
didn't interrupt you. I just want to say, I mean, isn't the argument that I gave that if your main concern is abortion, for example, that being with the party that wants to provide, and that actually the only party that has a comprehensive plan for child care, for education, for health care, for all aspects of a child's life, and to be able to provide those to individuals, that we know that would actually allow people to not, to not then have to choose to have an abortion. Wouldn't that be your ultimate outcome rather than just banning it? Because we know that banning it doesn't actually reduce it. Because since that ruling, we've only seen these things go up, and so it doesn't actually prevent people, one, from having sex, and two, from actually getting the abortions. So why not try to actually just give them the things that they need to be able to have the kid?
Do you think it should be banned after sentience? What do you say, 24 to 25
there's limitations
weeks?
on it. There's limitations, but not absolute bans, no.
Yeah, so when it comes to like abortion access, like we would say that there are essentially going to be no circumstances where it'd be prevented, and situations where people are just trying to do lethal after the point in which it's sentient. So there'd be no reason for like any type of like genuine law that restricts people from getting access to it, because it would just restrict people from getting access to it in the exceptions rather than like in actual circumstances in which there was like a legitimate elective lethal termination after sentience. If we could have effectively set up a system that would ensure all of those exceptions, then we would support like a law like that. But we don't think a law like that could be constructed, or we essentially don't think that we'd be able to get the exceptions to such a sufficient degree where we'd be able to even establish a good law in the first place.
Yeah, I watched you guys, literally you and Dean, every single night, almost you guys' whole stream, and it's mainly Dean because he's on while I'm working. But I know that he believes all 9 months should be legal, but I think it's like, and I get he was like, oh, that never happens, but like, and I get like, but I also think the cases where it might actually does happen, where it's not like mother's life in danger or anything, I think that's pretty crappy.
Yeah,
and
after viability, it's just going to be an induction of labor. So it's just like it doesn't happen. Lethal elective abortions are not happening. And the likelihood that it would happen is so low that it doesn't even make sense to enforce a law or to put a law in place specifically doing so, because it would just restrict people in circumstances where they meet the exception criteria, but yet our exception criteria was not good enough to apply. So you have to understand that laws have more risks than benefits in this scenario.
I wouldn't even want to take a chance on it though. Like, I feel like it's such a terrible thing. Like, I wouldn't want to even like gamble,
Yeah, but also the risks of the law are such a terrible thing that you wouldn't want to gamble on that either. You have to consider risk-benefit analysis for the implementation of laws.
Yeah, I understand that. I really appreciate you guys like helping educate me. I mean, I wish people weren't like so like make politics our identity. I mean, you guys have seemed pretty respectful to me. I mean, I've been respectful to you, and you know that a lot of people are just like jerks. You say anything. I mean, especially like there's a lot of people on the right and left. I mean, you say anything. I mean, I'm just trying to get more educated, you know?
Okay.
Like,
so it seems
I
like
really
you're kind of at a
appreciate you
point where
guys.
you don't support Trump anymore, right?
I don't really know what I like support at this point. I guess I just know that I'm a Christian. It's the only thing I do support.
Okay. And you could be a Christian that doesn't support Trump.
Yeah, and by the way, I would actually argue that the Democratic Party envisions the actual things that Jesus talked about and actually preached about more so than the Republican Party. Because you cannot point to, for example, Jesus talking about abortion or him talking about gay people, for example, him talking about any of the things, any of the things that the right makes issues. But what he did talk about was, and he made emphatically clear that to care for the poor, to care for the sick, to care
Yeah.
for those that are needy, that's the rule. And if you care about the actual things that Jesus said will get you into heaven, like, I mean, he was like very explicit
yeah.
that this will get into heaven, then I would say that you need to support the Democrats because they're the ones who are going to effectuate your values into actual meaningful change.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of like they're like corruptness in both parties. Like I feel like every pretty much high politician has something
You
somewhere
have to
along the
evaluate the
lines.
level of corruption. If you don't evaluate
Uh,
the level of corruption from your own
but
view
yeah,
to try to see who's a preferable
yeah.
to argue for or who is doing less harm to your country, then
I
you're inevitably not doing the due diligence from your own perspective, identifying again the risk benefit analysis of either administration.
yeah. I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't Kamala Harris and Joe Biden
Kamala.
release the sorry, Harris or
The
Biden
Epstein files.
release? Yeah.
So one, there was a law that restricted and prevented the release of the files from a court perspective. Two, there needed to be a congressional bill to pass it. Three, that bill wasn't set up and passed until 2025. And then four, there's a separation between the DOJ and between the Biden administration under their administration. Trump has eroded that.
Yeah. Well, but you don't think there's like any corruption between like the left at all, like with like Kamala or sorry, Harris?
I don't think there's any evidence for any corruption demonstrating on Joe Biden or Kamala Harris for this specific point in terms of the Epstein files,
Yes.
but it could be something that demonstrates something about like the Mayor Garland or like the DOJ.
Yeah.
But there's just not sufficient proof on that. There needs to be like an investigation.
Yeah. And do you think like all people on the right are like wrong? Wrong, I guess. Like because not people like
I think it's
that are
wrong to
not
support
MAGA.
Trump. Yeah, and I
Not
disagree with
MAGA,
your
not MAGA.
perspective.
Not MAGA, just like a normal person like on the right, like you know what I mean?
Like, do I disagree with their position? Yes.
Yeah. What do you disagree on like for
Like I would
Republican
say that
stances?
I think they're wrong on that people should have more access to healthcare and childcare, housing affordability. I believe in a universal
Yeah.
healthcare system. So we're just going to disagree in those respects. And when I'm saying that they're wrong, it really just means that we disagree on those views.
No, and well now it's kind of hard because I feel like that's all kind of makes sense. All that makes sense, and I would like that as well. But I don't know that I would go far to call myself a Democrat though. I wouldn't.
You don't have to call
Um,
yourself a Democrat. You just have to acknowledge that Democrats have preferable economic, social policy, foreign policy comparative to the Republicans, not only just
yes.
here in this election, but like in typical.
Yeah, I started to like talk about how like I didn't agree with Trump with one of my brothers. I have four brothers, and my brother like he got all mad at me, and I don't want any discourse between my family just because of politics, you know. Like I
Yeah,
don't
you
know
can
that
have
politics.
conversations and disagree. You don't have to fully agree. If they're forcing you to fully agree, that's something toxic on their behalf.
I guess, but he just I don't know. He's very right leaning, so
I'll
he
have them
just
debate me.
I really should. I brought up Dean, and he knows him, and he was like, I'd honestly like either my dad or my brother debate you or Dean. I wouldn't care. That'd be pretty funny to see.
I'm
I
not
mean, he's a really
trolling.
smart guy.
If you want to set
Like,
up a day where I debate them, I'll follow you right now, and I'll set up a day with you if you want me to do that.
I can try to see if he will do it. I'm not kidding. I would do that. I would. He is he's very intelligent. I will say that he's a very intelligent guy. He's a nice guy, but sometimes he gets a little interruptive, I guess I could say.
Okay, well
But
we can set up a time. I sent you a follow on my main account. Just message me
okay,
back. I'll set up a time and I'll debate your family members.
okay, I gotta ask him if he will actually do that.
All right, for sure.
And,
That's totally fair. Just let me
I
know.
definitely, I really appreciate you guys
All
though.
right.
I
Appreciate you coming up.
appreciate you
I
guys
got one question.
helping.
I
Yeah.
got one question. Who are you voting for in the midterms?
Oh jeez. Oh jeez. You can't.
What state are you in?
Oh, I'm in New Hampshire.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, still, you should vote for the Democrat. I'm just saying, you should do
I
it.
don't even
I
know
think.
who are Republican or Democrat. I think
Well, I don't know either. I'd have to look, but I still think you should vote the Democrat. I mean, I think we made some pretty good arguments about why your values align more with the party. I'm just saying it's important to vote in the midterms. Go vote, even if you don't vote for a Democrat, but you should vote for the Democrat. Okay?
midterms is what, November something.
Yeah, first Tuesday in November.
Oh, okay, that's.
Some of your
I'm gonna
primaries
do a
can
lot
be
of
right now,
thinking.
just letting you know as well.
Say what?
Some primaries are happening right now, like the governor
Oh.
primary race right now is happening.
Oh, okay.
For here,
Yeah,
us here,
like
us here in
New
California.
I'm not gonna lie.
Hampshire.
If someone
I can
else
look for
like
you.
skews my view again, and I come back, and I'd say something, I'll be back probably eventually
Well,
one day.
you're voting for Senate, House, governor.
I don't know.
I mean, you're running for all that shit.
I don't.
So.
Okay, so I don't even know. I would have to look at the Democrat, whoever's our governor and stuff,
We'll make sure to do
policies and
that,
stuff.
and we'll keep updated. All right, appreciate you coming up.
Okay, I really appreciate you. I'll definitely DM you and let you know.
All right, for sure. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, if you're on YouTube here, everybody, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everyone. It really will help get it out to more people. We are on the second account today, everyone, here on TikTok, because we got banned on the main account. We won't get that main account back until until the 18th. I do apologize, everyone. It is really annoying that TikTok is acting like this. Oh, by the way, everyone, did Dean mention what time he was going to be back from his what's it called? He's not going hunting, he's going camping. Sorry, I was thinking of something outdoors, and I first thought hunting for some reason. But I don't think either of us ever have done that. No, later towards the evening? Okay, maybe. Oh, shit. Crap. Maybe I should schedule for tomorrow morning then. Okay, I'll see. Jeez, my microphone is so annoying. Alrighty, let's try to get this next person up here. Only send a guest request here. A Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Wait, why'd you let me on?
You were in the box. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are Trump!
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Wendy, thank you for the corgi. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dude, start debating Republicans there.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 22 years old. I was born
Do you
on
support
the
Trump?
3. Yes, I'm a Trump supporter. I would vote for him, and also I'm in support of his presidency because of the consequences that will have.
Okay, is there a way you can unplug from Bluetooth?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I can do that. Sorry about that.
For sure.
Is that better?
It's still kind of bad. I'm just going to mute you. Just figure out how to fix it real quick. I'm going to thank some people in the meantime. Just give me a quick second. We'll do that. Alrighty, I have some people to thank. Anthony, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Heather, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. As well as Nozella, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to check and see that. Cole, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Cole, thank you. Give some W's for Cole in the comment section. Elizabeth with the $2 twice. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, those were such crazy views. Oliver, thank you so much for the $4 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me make sure to check the message. And your lives have truly helped me. Oh, Oliver, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the message. I'm really, really glad that they've been able to help. Thank you so much. That's amazing to hear. Thank you so much, Oliver. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. As well as Francesca, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, I have some people to think over on YouTube, but let's make sure to go on to the next person for debates real quick. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Oh, actually, wait, sorry. That person, I already have someone up. I apologize. I literally just muscle memory. Alrighty, why do you support Trump, sir? Oh, I gotta unmute him. Accepted a request to unmute.
Is my sound quality better?
It's sure. I guess it's a little bit better.
Okay. All right. So yes, I support Trump. I'm over the age of 18. I'm 22. So I support him because I'm a technocratic nationalist, and I like the direction that we're going in terms of expanding the U.S. territory and giving more power to tech leaders.
You're trolling, right?
No, I'm absolutely like. Why would that be? Isn't that like? Isn't that Peter Thiel and like? Vice President Vance's thing?
So I think that wouldn't be like a view that they would explicitly say in front of people, if anything. If that
is that their
view,
technocratic nationalists? I think that's true. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, just because they would hold that view, that doesn't mean that you hold that view. I don't think that you actually hold that view. I think you're trying to play devil's advocate.
No. What, you don't think that they hold that view and that I hold that view?
I don't think that you hold that view.
Why?
Why? Because it doesn't seem like a view someone would argue in the live. It's not typical for someone to have brought up, and because of the tonality in your voice.
Oh, well, I'm just more educated than your average Trump person, whatever.
I don't. Okay, so then, okay,
Just
well
a
then.
smart cookie.
Alrighty, let's hear the view then. So you say you want more tech leaders to have more power. Why do you think tech leaders are better at having power than the typical person? And why do you think that's better for the interests of the average person?
So I think it's better for the interests of the average person because the more territory that the United States takes over, the closer we are to like a unified like global regime. And it doesn't really matter how we get there, so long as we do get there. I don't think that this is like an explicit view of Thiel or Vance, because I don't think they would have made it this far, but I do think that they're in support of like nationalistic values that expand U.S. territories, and that's obviously what they're doing when we target like Colombia, Venezuela, when we threaten Canada. Go ahead.
So are you a globalist or a nationalist?
Nice, yeah. It does seem there's a contradiction there, but so I think you can be a nationalist that you can't be really a nationalist for Greenland or Canada, but you can be a nationalist that wants to take over Greenland and Canada and then form a larger nation, right?
Okay, so can you define globalism and nationalism?
Well, globalism is like the idea that we should have like a unified global government, and then nationalism is the idea that your government or your globalism.
Yeah, didn't you just advocate that we should be trying to reach a unified global government, and that specifically us taking more land gets us closer to that unified global government? So it seems like you advocated for globalism.
Yeah, well, it's just like seemingly like implicitly true that if you occupy more territory on the globe, that you're closer to globalism. Then you want
were you
to defend
arguing that
globalism.
that's a good thing?
Yeah, I think it's a good thing if we have.
Okay, so then you were arguing for globalism. While you were arguing for globalism, you're arguing for nationalism. So do you believe in nationalism or globalism, and do you think that they're compatible?
You think that's a contradiction in terms? I mean, I think if you have like one unified nation that spans across the globe, you don't have a contradiction in terms. The terms become interchangeable.
Okay, but you're still working on global collaboration, right? So the idea is specifically that you're not prioritizing the interests specifically of said nation, right? And specifically so far as that you're not categorizing the interests of other nations. Because if you were to have a globalized system, right, then you're taking the interests of all nations that existed prior, not just the previous nation, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean the ideas of individuals that are in the nations that would be represented within the global regime would have been I know that.
And then in order to still claim that you're nationalistic, you'd have to prioritize their interests, but their interests weren't of the original country in which you were claiming to be a nationalist of. So at least the point that I'm making is that it seems to be a conflict of interest there from a position in which you're saying that you have an end goal as being a globalist while simultaneously arguing for nationalism.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think it's the goal of the Republican Party to control everybody's thoughts or enforce that we have a unified doctrine, right? So I don't think that's relevant.
I don't think you really addressed the point there. Let me make it more clear. How about this? Do you think it's justified for countries that are more powerful than others to steal from others?
I mean, like, yeah, if it brings us closer to like sort of like an absolute sort of globalist regime, yeah.
Okay, I have a question. If the
What?
Viltrumites were real, would you advocate for them to take over our entire planet?
Oh, no, I think humans
Wait,
are
but they
top.
have the power to do so. You said if they have the power to do so, they
When
should
did, when
exert
did,
their power.
yeah, but humans are top. So
Okay, so would you argue that it would be justified that the Viltrumites would take over planet Earth because they
no,
have the
because
power to do so?
humans are top.
Wait, okay, so and again, so that's just a claim that you're making. Even
That's
so,
sort of
wait,
like
so
tangential
hold on,
to the
let me
topic
argue
of
this.
conversation.
So are you saying sovereignty or personhood would mean that you shouldn't steal from others?
Personhood implies that you shouldn't steal from. When did I imply that?
I would say I was asking sovereignty or personhood should establish that you shouldn't steal from others. Which one would you think should be the establishment of why they shouldn't steal from us?
Oh, I mean, because it would not benefit them. We would conquer all of them because we're the best. This is sort of like my nationalist, not nationalist.
I just
point.
think that do you even know what I'm referencing?
Oh, no, I don't know the reference actually. Sorry.
Okay, so maybe that would be relevant. So
Okay.
let's reference like this. I'll give you a specific. An alien species comes here that's significantly more powerful than us. They can take over our entire planet. Would you think that they would be justified in conquering our whole planet and stealing from all of us, given that they had the power to do so?
Justified under what goal set?
Morals,
it's
under
just
your moral view.
So you're asking me if I think that might makes right? No.
Okay, well then why were you arguing that here with the U.S., saying that they should just take from other countries and steal from other countries?
When did I
because
imply
might
that?
makes right.
Sorry. When did I
You
imply that?
might makes right when you were arguing that the U.S. should just steal from other countries around the world.
Yeah, to unify the globe for sort of our own benefit and for the benefit of other people that would be ruled by the United States government.
Yeah, you know that's an argument that
That's not might makes right.
You know,
I just think that our
so
government
let me
is the
clarify.
best.
That is might makes right.
No, I just think that our government's the best, and it would be in other people's best interest to just join the U.S. or just get conquered by us. Yeah.
Do you think it's
not
within
might makes right?
Do you
I just
think it's
we're
within the
best.
U.S.'s best interest to just annex every other country?
That's what we're doing, right? Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So you justify the U.S. annexing Canada. You think that it's justified if the U.S. would annex Cuba. You think it would be justified if the U.S. would annex Greenland? You think it would be justified if the U.S. would annex Mexico? You think it would be justified if the U.S. would annex UK? You think it would be justified if the U.S. would annex the entirety of the African continent? The entirety of
Have you ever played Agario?
Okay, I think you're trolling at this point. Get off my live.
I'm sorry, no.
I don't believe that person is real. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter by the age of 18.
Hello, Parker. How are you? I'm 33.
Do you support
last
Trump?
time, yes, I was one
Okay.
last time here.
If you've already been on my stream just recently.
Yes.
Okay.
Like days.
Here, I need to change this. I have it as, what's it called? Never debated me before. I'm gonna change it to, haven't debated me recently. Event. Recently. Alrighty, there we go. Maya, by the way, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would, just to be able to debate him and argue against him, just to be able to embarrass him. I definitely think I would to do that. It's like an interview and run that. That'd be really good. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Linda, by the way, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much on Venmo. Thank you so much, Linda. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. By the way, everyone, tomorrow I should be live earlier in the day. It does seem like Dean will probably be on later in the day tomorrow, so it probably makes most sense for me to go on earlier tomorrow. That sounds like the move. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. What time? Probably 9 a.m. Pacific time. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Did Dean go live already? Yes, he did. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Parker?
How old are you?
I'm 18, born in 2007, June 16th.
Okay, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because his immigration policy,
Okay, and what immigration policy?
he doesn't have one. Or he doesn't have one, I'm pretty sure, right?
So, if he doesn't have any immigration policy, why do you support that then?
Because the amount of illegal immigrants coming in the country has decreased by like 90%, right? Or over that.
Okay, I don't know, I think that they're trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump. But first,
Okay. Why do you
I don't know if
support
you
Trump?
saw my comments. Yeah, but I don't know if you saw my comment.
No, what
but
comment?
I wanted you to address the homophobic allegations.
What homophobic allegation?
So you and Dean, you guys act like people who insinuate, well, what the obvious truth is. They insinuate that you're in a relationship, and basically what happens is you dismiss them as homophobic and like these weird like
Thank you for the money, God.
people who want to like role play. Is that it? Like, but it just seems what you're doing is just, it seems like you're trying to degrade gay people and the people that just want you to come out and be honest in 2026.
Okay, I think you're insane for trying to say that I'm gay with Dean because we're both in relationships. What the
Dude,
fuck
there's
is wrong with
literally
you?
nothing wrong with that.
Yes, there is something wrong with you trying to say that I'm gay for no reason to try to make fun of gay people. That's why we say that people are homophobic for doing that. And the reason why some people, specifically, we will say, are obsessed with this is because they'll constantly bring this up. Right now, that is not making fun of them for being gay. That's saying that they're obsessed with it. There's a distinction between making fun of a sexuality versus saying that someone is obsessed with portraying Dean and I as gay, right? And they think that they're owning the libs because they're portraying us as gay. So we're criticizing that. Are you actually a Trump supporter,
sure,
or are you
but
just like rage baiting
I'm
me?
LGBT, and I'm like firmly convinced that you guys are like.
Okay, I don't care. Why are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you a Trump
You never
supporter?
heard of Milo Yiannopoulos, my guy?
Why are you a Trump supporter?
So I honestly support Trump because, but honestly, I'm really passionate about.
Okay, so it's just that person. So it's just like rage paint. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Hi.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Trump?
For sure.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay.
100% Trump.
And why do you support Trump?
I live here in Washington, D.C. I support Trump
Have I
because
talked to you
of
recently?
no.
Okay.
I support Trump because his politics.
Okay, what about his politics?
I think he's fighting for the freedom of the country. For sure.
How
But
so?
the other day, I wanted to say something, Parker. Please don't mute me, please. Let me talk. The other day you mute me because, you know, this topic...
I didn't talk to you recently, but the other day you muted me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, 24.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Just because my parents are inbred and their parents are inbred, so that's the only right reason to support Trump is.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Everybody, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Don't think we really have like any guest requests right now. It seems like we're just getting a bunch of trolls. Alspice, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. I honestly don't know what to do. Microphone is annoying. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Batty shot o'clock.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, we are Charlie Kirk girl.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Fuck yeah.
I think that they're trolling. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
07.
And what month were you born?
November.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
One word. UFC Freedom 250.
That's definitely more than one word. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Yo,
What's up? How old
why'd
are
you
you?
kick me? I wasn't trolling, bro. Why'd you kick me?
Alright, I'm gonna go turn my AC. I'll be right back.
Hello, chat. How y'all doing? Parker's turning on his AC because he's very, very hot, apparently. So, how's everybody Saturday? It's rough out here to be a MAGA, isn't it? It's rough. It's rough. How's everybody doing? Hello, Scottato. Hello. How you doing? Kobe, Crystal. Hello. Lynn. Hello. Oh, and he's back. Look at him. He's back. He's back. He's back. He's back. Look at him. He's back.
Alrighty, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 32.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, of course.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, all the way.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I'm generally aligned with his policies.
Such as?
I'm in favor of like tax cuts. I'm in favor of a tight border. I'm in favor of reducing the federal workforce. I'm more pro private sector than I am public sector. I think the public sector has a, by definition has a lot of perverse incentives and bad outcomes. So I'd rather, the mechanism be the private sector when trying to solve a lot of things that I think that Democrats are naive to.
Okay, so then you much disagree with the tariffs, right?
The tariffs are an interesting one because I see the political utility and the geopolitical utility specifically. There's not really many other levers to influence other countries to get certain behaviors or non-tariff barriers, taken down. like we saw with the EU. So
But we didn't get rid of our tariffs like when they accepted those deals, and then they got rid of it, and then Donald Trump's tariffs were determined to be unconstitutional, so he imposes different tariffs, which then caused differences in relationships with countries around the world. Plus, like, I mean, you could get some short-term sort of deal, but inevitably in the long term, that doesn't mean that they want to be more likely to engage with us in terms of beneficial outcomes for trade. I mean, you don't try
It
to
depends.
undermine your friends by threatening them and
It
expect
depends
to
on
get
how
better
you
deals
frame
in
it.
negotiation with your friends.
I wouldn't frame it as undermining, because you could say that the EU's regulatory environment undermines our trade relationship with them if they're not willing to accept our social media companies operating there, or if they're not willing to accept certain products being sold there. You could say that undermines our trade relations with them. So if you're using tariffs as a leverage, to put it brief, in the ideal, yes, there's no tariffs. But in reality, unfortunately, there's not many geopolitical levers you can actually, as the president, that you can actually tap into, that are going to be as effective and flexible as tariffs.
I don't think that we've really seen anything that would be bringing leverage, and also it's definitely increased the cost of consumer products. It's not been just used for
by
leverage.
definition.
We can point to the Federal Reserve report that just came out recently that indicated that if the tariffs were never imposed, that we would be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation right now. So if we take that into consideration, plus the war with Iran, we see we're in a significantly worse position, right, in terms of the economy as it relates to inflation, right, within that respect.
Yeah, but by definition, when you have tariffs, it's going to negatively affect. I mean, all taxes ultimately are paid by the consumer. So if tariffs are a tax, it's also ultimately going to be paid by the consumer. We agree with that. But the question is, are there national security concerns or political leverage that is worth that short-term pain? Like, is there a long-term goal to the tariffs? I think that there is. I would happily make that argument.
And obviously different tariffs or different taxes will have different effects on consumers, right? I don't think income tax is going to cause an increase in consumer products in the same way that we would say tariffs do, right?
Yeah, they hit, like, for example, if you have a corporate tax, the studies I've read, it's like a 60% pass through to workers, and the rest affects investors and consumers. If it's a consumption tax, it's going to be disproportionately consumers, right? So yeah, every tax functions a little differently, but ultimately they do all increase tax prices on the consumer.
Okay, so at least from a basis of what we're talking about, Donald Trump's policies have made worse off conditions for consumers because of his imposed tariffs, because of his imposed war with Iran, which not only have created worse off conditions for inflation, but also in terms of job growth, also in terms of real median wage growth, and also in terms of real GDP growth.
No, I would argue that the reduction in corporate tax, the capital provisions, and the reduction of federal income tax is economic is more toward economic growth. Like, you can increase the levers on the international taxes through tariffs while decreasing the domestic taxes, and you might see differences in different sectors, but ultimately it's much easier to reduce the tariffs at any time than it is. In fact, you could argue that it's already been done because of the Supreme Court ruling. Instead of tax policy, like income tax policy, is a lot harder to change. You have to get, like, the big beautiful bill barely passed, for example. So I'm in favor with Trump's policy of reducing corporate taxes and federal income tax across the board.
So corporate taxes,
not to mention
cutting corporate taxes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Not to mention the child tax credit, Social Security, all the credits that were included in the bill.
Well, all the aspects that are applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, Kamala Harris and the Democrats wanted to maintain. Plus, in terms of the economic growth aspects from the reductions in the corporate tax reductions don't positively impact the GDP very much. If we look at the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we can see from multiple different studies that the effect in terms of GDP increase due to the reduction in corporate tax is very, very minimal, not enough to pay for the amount of debt-related spending caused by the bill in the first place. So that's probably why we say that, like, corporate tax at least reducing that isn't as like important as reducing other forms of taxation. And I would argue that the tariffs have been significantly more negatively impactful within that respect. So it seems like either you're trying to argue that they provide a geopolitical utility on terms of like leverages, or they provide some sort of domestic support from our economy. And it doesn't seem like they're like actually providing any domestic support, especially because we've seen real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration so far. So the main objective from the tariffs isn't actually being fulfilled.
Yeah, but why has it declined? Because you're what you're doing is you're taking, like, I know what you're talking about when you're saying corporate investment, and it's like, well, you're comparing it to the peak from the COVID, from the C-19 spending that the federal government did. So the Biden administration passed the Inflation Reduction Act, and they had this whole broadband thing, and they had some other bill that I forgot the name of.
Infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act.
Yeah, so most of that spending was toward government. It was government spending toward manufacturing. Now, you're comparing Trump doesn't believe the Republican Party is not one to use to leverage the government. They want to reduce the amount of government spending in like the public sector spending. That doesn't mean that there hasn't been private sector spending, which we would consider to be more productive than the public sector.
I don't think it's been more productive. Plus, if we look at the overall amount of spending, at least from this respect, Trump signs off on more debt-related spending, and he did in his first administration as well. So, like, this whole idea that you're doing so to reduce governmental expenditures is just seemingly not true at all. Explain to me how you're okay with him adding trillions more to the debt than the Biden administration.
Because adding
signed
to the
into
debt,
law.
because it's the mechanic that is, it's the underlying mechanic. So, for example, if you're adding to the debt to give people tax cuts, it's different. It's a revenue reducer, as opposed to if you're signing bills that are going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars, that's just a outflow increase, right? So there's a difference between a inflow decrease and an outflow increase.
Yeah, but not in terms of effect on debt.
Not in terms of effect on debt, but in terms of material effect on the economy. And
Yeah, like obviously it'd be better to spend things on what people need rather than just give the rich tax breaks.
Well, I dispute that you're giving the rich tax breaks. That's not
Disproportionately, it's the
data.
rich giving tax breaks, and Kamala Harris wanted to maintain all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year. So yes, it's only for the income owners over $400,000. Plus, we have to consider is that Donald Trump is imposing tariffs, which are going to disproportionately negatively impact lower-income individuals, spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods, especially those that are not hit by income tax right now. So when you decrease income tax to increase tariffs, what you're not considering is all the people that are impacted that don't pay income tax, but will be paying the tariff.
But you're leaving out all the earned income tax credit, the child tax credit. You're leaving out.
Oh, that's going to be expanded more under Harris. You want to do $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18.
Well, she didn't. I mean, the Biden.
That's what she's advocating for the next administration. That relies on Congress getting things passed, which she'd be able to enforce to a greater extent, given that she was elected as president.
But Trump did that in both his terms. So are you saying that Kamala Harris is just copying Trump's policy?
What? No, she wants to expand it to a greater extent, comparative to
Okay,
Trump.
so she's just willing to go higher. Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, I think that's fine, but I think that kind of if you support that,
You
then
think that's
must...
good, actually? You said increasing the child tax credit is a good thing, but now when Kamala Harris does it, you disagree with it?
No. I'm
It's
fine
not a
if
big
Kamala
deal?
If Kamala Harris wants to emulate Trump's policy, I agree
That's
with
not
it.
emulating. That's more than Trump ever did.
Yeah, I guess she's advocating for a higher.
Yeah,
but
and you
she's
think that's
taking
bad?
it from Trump. So we can agree
Wait, what do you
that's
mean
good
taking it
policy,
from
right?
Trump? She's decreasing taxes to a greater extent by increasing the child tax credit. You said increasing the child tax credit was a good thing. You brought it up
Yeah,
as a
but she
great thing
had a
when
lot
Trump
of-
did it, but when Harris does it, I bring up Harris wants to do it to a greater extent. You're not willing to acknowledge the benefit.
No. I am willing to acknowledge that yes, she wanted to do that, but what you're leaving out with Harris is that she also wanted to give tax credits for people to buy houses and stuff like this, and that's increasing spend. That's a different. That's
Wait,
different than,
no. Wait, just like you brought up earlier, that's decreasing revenues.
No, because
Because that's a tax credit is reducing taxes. I thought you guys wanted to reduce taxes.
It's not. It's a tax credit. You're confusing tax credit through like CTC that like literally deducts the amount of taxes that you owe.
Exactly.
What's the type of?
Don't you agree with reducing taxes?
I do, but that wasn't
Just not for first-time homebuyers. Just not for working class people.
That doesn't function. What is the type of tax? it doesn't function in the same way. You're giving handouts for people to buy property. When you do that, you are doing something called cost push inflation, where you're
Wait, so is a tax
disproportionate.
credit a handout? So then I thought you agreed with the child tax credit. So you
No,
agree with handouts?
there's a functional no, there's a functional difference between reducing someone's tax burden
Yeah. What is a
and
tax
giving them
credit?
a tax credit. It depends. There's multiple types of tax credit.
Okay. So then what's the
Which I don't know
distinction
why I'm
between these
blanking on the
tax
names of the
credits?
tax. Huh?
What are the distinctions between these tax credits that cause in one
It's
scenario for this to happen but not the other?
the refundable. So there's the
It's whether
child
it's
tax.
refundable or non-refundable, but
Correct.
there was no established basis of whether it was refundable or not refundable.
Whether what was refundable, the housing credit? Here,
Either
why
of
don't I
them.
just look it up? What was her policy? Like, or unless you can tell me, do you know how her housing tax credit worked?
It wasn't specified whether it was refundable or non-refundable.
I don't see how it would be refundable because if you're targeting people that are under a certain income threshold because they're first-time home buyer, there's a difference between the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit, which are refundable, and
Wait, now we're
something like
bringing up the earned income tax credit. Now there's a difference between that. Okay, wait, hold up. So
yeah.
in terms of a tax credit, you disagree with tax credits if they're giving people like a check, but you agree with
I
them
disagree.
if they're
No, here's what
decreasing tax burden, right? That
no,
they were
here's what I
already
disagree
having
with.
to pay.
I disagree with because it's essentially it functions more like a subsidy. I disagree with direct government involvement in like a certain industry, for example, housing. If the government gives, let's say the
So you
let's
disagree
say the
with tax
government
incentives for specific industries?
in
That's
general,
gonna
yeah,
have ridiculous outcomes.
I think we over subsidize too many
Doesn't the Tax
industries.
Cuts and Jobs Act have tax
It does.
incentives for certain industries within it? You just
It
conceded.
has capital provisions which are a little it's like the concept is if you onshore your property here to the US and you build stuff here, then you will have a capital provision. Like if you're moving equipment here, if you're moving jobs here, you get an incentive to move jobs here. That's different than influencing a market. Because when the government, well, it's like what we've seen with healthcare or housing already. When the government gets involved in subsidizing the price, what happens is it causes this type of inflation called cost push inflation, which disproportionately makes things more expensive. So you're not actually
Do you
solving
think
the
tariffs
problem.
cause cost push inflation?
No, no, tariffs just cause more of like it's more of like a tax inflation. Like they
Tell me the
increase
difference between
prices.
cost push inflation and tax inflation.
The difference between cost push inflation and like a tax.
Inflation, yeah.
So when you're muting price signals, cost push inflation is essentially like you're muting a price signal. So like, let's say, here's an example. Let's say the government decided
Isn't that something a tax can do too?
The mechanism is different. So here, let me just lay it out.
Tell me the specific difference.
Yeah, this is actually it's a good exercise. So let's say the government decided that we all use phones, right? So let's say the government decided that phones were a human right. We're gonna give every person in America $500 towards their phone. Now, what you're doing there, it might seem noble, but what you end up doing is you're creating. It's essentially free money for companies to now charge more because they know that the government is going to be sponsoring this thing. So you're creating artificial demand because now that you have an incentive to get those phones, you're going to have a lot of people get more phones or get multiple phones for free and sell it in other markets. So what you're artificially increasing demand. That's different than a tax incentive where it's like, oh, if I do this behavior, or if I have this incentive to bring manufacturing back or whatever and create jobs, the government is going to tax my corporation less. It's very, you see that like mechanically they're very different.
I thought that the cost push inflation was when the actual cost of the production goes up. That's what leads to the inflation, not the fact that they're charging more because the overall demand is there.
Yeah, he's just yapping. So
oh, I'm sorry. You're correct. It is demand pull inflation. I'm sorry. It would be demand pull inflation. I'm sorry. In the case of what I meant to describe was demand pull. That's just my bad. I misspoke.
Okay. So and you were comparing that to and the point. Okay, so you're saying that because you're going to cause an increase in the subsidization of it, it's going to cause an increase in the ability that they can increase their prices because the fact that there is now an increase in demand in it. No one's disputing that. That's actually the point of the subsidy, at least the tax credit in this context, because the fact that we're trying to stimulate the amount of building of new houses in places where people want to live there, so that we can increase the amount of supply of houses that are already built. That's the goal.
Yeah, but if your regulations do not let you build, it doesn't matter how much you subsidize it. All you're going to do is distort the price.
Kamala Harris agreed that like we should go after any regulations that an investigation would deem to be unnecessary.
But Kamala Harris herself, as a Democrat in California, and the Democrats in California have done nothing but regulate the market over and over and over.
Can you name one regulation she's passed that you disagree with in California?
I'd have to look it up, but I know that
So that was just a broad statement that like I don't understand how you like. Are you blaming her for other Democrats in California now, or
no?
I ever in the legislature in California?
I blame her philosophy of intervention. I don't think it's actually going to help anybody. I don't think that the economic policies of Kamala, based on her philosophy, will actually help anybody because ultimately.
I guess I have a question. Then why do you agree with Donald Trump interfering when it comes to tariffs with the leverage there?
Because unfortunately, it's the lesser of two evils. Like when you're paired with, ideally we would have less interference. Like I want the tariffs to be gone. We already discussed that, right? Like I don't like ideally there's no tariffs.
But you would see the geopolitical utility argument to be bullshit because you think that the government can't make that determination better than the private market.
No, because I think there is a techno-nationalist argument to be made that there's certain industries that are so important that if we don't have them in the U.S., like for example, I'm sure you know this.
That's for targeted tariffs, not universalized tariffs, by the way.
Correct.
But,
Yes.
Which actually I don't disagree with the critical industry argument, right? But that's only for hyper-specific industries, not for Donald Trump's overall universal tariff argument, which is something Democrats already agreed with.
Do you agree with a government taking stakes in company?
No, and I would actually argue that that's like the most fascist thing he's actually done, to be honest. But so I don't.
Isn't it like pretty fast? I mean, under your view, I mean, I can think of at least 3 or 4 companies, including Intel and like U.S.
I can tell you
Steel.
which companies. Yeah. I know.
It's Intel, U.S. Steel, and there's a couple other ones. It's like a lithium one, I think, something like that. I mean, there's like
but there's
like metals.
Right, but it has to do.
Can I ask him a question? Do you think Trump is Antifa?
Antifa? No.
No? So is he neutral to fascism or pro-fascism?
It depends what you mean. Like,
what
policy are you talking about?
Is he anti-fascism, neutral to fascism, or pro-fascism?
I don't think. I guess I just don't understand the question. I don't think he's.
I don't think it's a complicated question. How about this? Are you anti-fascism, neutral to fascism, or pro-fascism?
I'd rather not have fascist policy.
So you're anti-fascist?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you're Antifa. Okay, so then based upon that same understanding,
well, no, because Antifa
is Trump anti-fascist, neutral to fascism, or pro-fascism?
It depends on which layer you're talking about.
Wait. Why does it depend now?
Fascism is a very.
Wait. Why does it depend now, but it didn't depend when I asked you about yourself?
Well, that's like if I asked you if Kamala is pro-socialist, anti-socialist, or
She's
whatever.
anti-socialist.
Well, but then you could argue that she does believe in some socialist policy, right? Like
no.
Or at least
liberalism is not socialism.
I wouldn't call. I don't. Would she consider herself a liberal? Do you consider yourself a liberal?
Yes.
But you believe in heavy state intervention?
Yeah, when it's needed.
Do you consider yourself a capitalist?
Yes.
But or do you consider yourself a progressive?
Yes, a progressive liberal.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're getting into theory, I guess, but like the liberal position historically was limited government in the markets, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's limited based upon when it's needed. I don't think it should just be there unnecessarily. If it's unnecessary or not beneficial to the market, I would argue that it shouldn't be used. But I mean, obviously, if it's beneficial, it leads to better outcomes.
I would argue that it's not beneficial to the market if you're like when we look at the government, how they've handled the healthcare sector. and housing in a lot of states, and all of these other things, I would argue that it's caused more damage.
I would argue it's better than just leaving it up to the free market.
Yeah, so I don't think that's a liberal position.
That is liberalism.
I mean, it's not like
Yes, it is. Having regulation within a capitalist market is liberalism.
Do you think there's diminishing returns to regulation?
It depends
Because
on
the
what
liberal
regulation
position,
you're imposing.
Yeah, the liberal position would argue that the government, yeah, of course, like we should have like environmental protections, clean water, maybe sewage. We should have the government involved in. Like conservatives don't disagree with that, but what we disagree with is that you seem to want to use the state to handle everything and nationalize things like the healthcare industry completely.
That's not everything. That's only specific hypercritical industries for human health and benefit.
But you're okay with them in the housing market as well, right?
Yeah, if it's meant to benefit the increased competition within the markets, better conditions for consumers.
But you're also okay with them handling food, healthcare.
Just to ensure a baseline of access to food, yeah.
What about
like regulations of food for safety? Yes.
But school as well. I guess like what?
Yeah, free school lunch and breakfast. Yeah, we should be feeding children. Yeah.
No, but I'm talking about education. I'm talking about education. Like, do you believe we should have?
Yeah, we should definitely be educating our kids.
It's not a disagreement whether or not we're educating them. It's the mechanism by which we're educating them.
Yeah, we want the government to educate them. We don't want to just be leaving it up to the private markets.
At least I would pay for like K through like college. Like I have no problem like paying for like a 4-year degree.
I guess like my question then, if you consider yourself a liberal, like where does it end? Like at what point is it like should the government subsidize? Like what shouldn't the government be involved in? I guess it might be easier to ask it that way.
What shouldn't it be involved in?
Yeah, like what like
things
that people
government don't need or aren't like foundational or fundamental to their life. Like the government shouldn't be determining what computer I buy. The government shouldn't be determining.
Should the government subsidize, like, I would argue that like most people need like shoes and haircuts. Should the government subsidize that, or should we just leave that to the private sector completely?
If people need shoes, yes. For haircuts, I mean, I would just leave it up to people.
So, but this is what I'm saying is your philosophy is essentially like it's based on necessity, which never ends. Because I can make an argument that I need the phone that I use. I need it for work.
I definitely think there's a good argument for saying that there should be.
We did do that already.
We do that already. Yeah.
Obama, I think, did provide phones at like a reduced rate. Like it was a subsidy for phones. I think this was in 2000.
But that's why I'm trying to ask you guys. Where do you draw the line?
No, I'm okay with that. It's the same reason why I'm okay with giving children in schools like certain tablets they need to be able to learn now, because having tablets, for example, in learning is now almost required. And so for the kids who can't afford a tablet, I'm okay with the government providing them with a tablet.
Yeah, also it's an intuition-based distinction. You agree with that because you aren't like a full-on anarcho-capitalist, right?
No, but I'm saying that there's no line that you would draw.
When you say where is this line, I can ask you the same question. Where's the line for you?
And the line is very easy. It's any economic. I don't believe in economic rights. I only believe in natural rights. So I only believe that the government should intervene when it comes to life, liberty, and property, right? But you guys believe.
So we should get rid of Medicare. We should get rid of Medicaid. We should get rid of food stamps. We should get rid of Social Security.
How do you define life? I'm sorry, Parker.
Well, that's a whole nother.
No. I'm just curious because you said life, liberty, and what else?
Property rights.
And property. So, like, I mean, I would argue that the things that we advocate for, such as healthcare, as an example, is now essential for life, because I'm arguing that the right is now subsumed under that, because I don't think people would be able to live effective lives or live long lives when they didn't.
When the government's not involved.
I think a substantial more people would be worse off if the government was involved. If you took away Medicare, Medicaid, all the health programs that we provide, it would plunge tens of millions of people into utter, like, I would say, like, just the absolute barren. And I think we would see thousands of people dying.
I agree with you. I don't think we can just take them away at this point. Like it's too embedded. That's not the argument.
Well,
The
you think they
argument
shouldn't
is,
even have existed in the first place, which would mean that those people never got care in the first place.
well,
And
no,
those
you're
problems would still
that's a
exist in our
presumption.
society if we didn't have these programs to ensure that people are caught whenever they fall.
But you're presuming that they wouldn't have it through another mechanism.
No,
I'm
no.
saying
Do you agree, Mad?
It's just going to
do you
randomly
agree
spawn in the free
Let,
market.
that,
but let me
that
ask you, but hold on, because I want to stay on that point. Because you're presuming that there wouldn't, that just because the federal government wouldn't do it, that the state government or some other entity.
We already
We're
had
not
the
just
example.
presuming. We have historical evidence of that happening. People
Yeah.
did not get health care. People did not get basic access to necessities before we had Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid.
Yeah,
that's just
that's
a
my point,
fact.
yes.
No, but
You
you're
can't
missing
dispute
what I'm
that.
asking. But here, you're missing what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is, if you guys believe in socialized medicine, for example, why are you so against doing it at the state level and proving to us that it works before nationalizing it?
I think that there are harder. Wait, by the way, other countries around the world have already proved that's effective. Why would we need to do that?
No, they haven't. Not at the
Yes,
scale
they
of,
have.
Not at the scale of 350
You're just being
million. No, they haven't.
ridiculous. And also, I do think that there are
No, I'm
issues
not.
in terms of
It's not
specific.
ridiculous.
It
What
is
country has
ridiculous.
proved it?
When country, what do you mean? What country has proved it? All the countries,
At
developed
the
countries
scale
around the
of
world have
50
nearly half the per capita expenditures for healthcare, comparative to us, and they have better average health outcomes.
But are you willing to consider the differences in those countries?
Yes, of course.
So then aren't you being a little disingenuous if you're trying to compare like a Sweden or a Denmark to the entire U.S. population? Don't you see the structural difference?
Don't you think it's comparable in population to different states here in the U.S.? You said we should try it in
No.
a state here in the
No.
U.S. and then we should then adopt it on a broader scale. If it works in a state, well, then you said that these are comparable to states, right? In terms of
No,
population.
LA County alone is 12 million. It's bigger than Sweden. So no, I would argue that it's not
Wait,
comparable.
do you not think that from a policy perspective that we can't take the things that work in other countries and upscale them or mold
Not
them to
necessarily.
fit our own? Well, no,
No.
I'm not saying not necessarily, but I'm saying do you think it's impossible to do that on all levels? Because all we're saying
No.
is we have models in other countries that do work. We can apply those models here in the United States in the ways that meet the way that our country runs.
But if you were serious about trying to implement those models, you would at least...
I want to finish my point.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So, would you say that it would be applicable to any state that has less than a population of 10 million?
Like a socialized medicine by the state?
Mm-hmm. Like,
Yeah,
can we just
it could
apply it
be.
into like districts that have less than 10 million people?
It could be, and I think that I don't understand why states don't try if they're so ideologically aligned on it. Like, if you live in a really blue state, why don't
Yeah.
you show us that you can have a nationalized?
I understand, but like we already have it in other countries around the world. I'm asking you, like, respond specifically to my point. I feel like you're purposefully trying to not respond directly to
Okay,
the point.
I'll try to respond. I will. Do my
Okay, so
best to
can't we
respond.
just cut up the country into districts? We cut it up into like what, 35, 36 different districts of 10 million
Way
people.
more than that. Yeah.
What do you mean
yeah.
way more
You said
than that?
35. Yes. We could do that. Yes.
Yeah, 36 different districts of 10 million people, and then we could fund the system in the same way that Sweden or Finland does so, right?
Per state, yeah, and I think that states would have different outcomes because states have different problems that they're addressing.
I understand, but the point you make in terms of this is that, oh, you can't make this whole point of, oh, there's a difference in population. There's more population here in the U.S., therefore there'd be a difference in the application because we'd be able to apply it on a district-wide basis. Plus, I would argue that when there are more people in the system, it becomes more efficient because there are a greater amount of people specifically who are healthy to subsidize the sick. Economies of scale.
No, it's the opposite. You have more layers of abstraction. If you have a federal
well, then
layer,
you can just cut it up. Then just cut it up into districts if you really think that's a problem.
I
I
agree.
don't think that's a problem.
I'm pro cutting it up into districts. I would like to see a state.
No, just in terms of the funding.
Sure.
And the operations of it. Okay, so then you believe in a universal healthcare system just cut into districts?
No, I believe that people have the right to get together, institute a government, and pass the laws and the policies that they want to. But I don't think that it should be forced on the entire population. Like, I don't think that blue.
I'm talking about from a federal
states,
standpoint, passing it down. But I'm just asking whether or not it'd be effective or would work. Because you're
I don't think it
arguing
would
that
be
we
more
needed to do it on a statewide basis to then prove that it would work on a federal basis.
I don't think it would ever work on a federal basis.
Okay, you're just being dishonest then.
No, because even if it did, what the liberals never address, I don't think you guys would even accept the outcomes the loss of innovation, the loss of pharmaceuticals. People don't understand how much
You
the
don't have a
U.S.
source for any of those things. Those countries, they
I
have
do
significantly
have a
less people who
source.
die because of lack of access to healthcare. They have significantly less people that are going to be in debt because of lack of access to healthcare. You understand that those things radically improve the quality of life of practically every individual within the country. Almost
Right, but
every
you know,
family of individuals will benefit
correct.
from this policy. So the fact that
But you
you'd
know
sit
what
there and you'd
also,
point, oh, I don't really see benefits from this because I think that we'd lose out on something when most of the fucking funding of these things is going to be private anyway. And even if you wanted to leave certain types of pharmaceutical testing and other things like that up to the private sector for development and research, well, you can still do that alongside providing a basic necessity for everyone. It's just about having a gathered amount of people in terms of a bargaining tool to then allow for there to be lower
but this
prices
is the
for
problem.
pharmaceuticals for necessities.
Why can't you bargain with 10 million people? Why does it have to be 350 million people? Why do other countries bargain with 10 million people just fine?
Well, I'm saying it would be a lot better for us on a bargaining standpoint
Why?
in terms of
Like how?
pharmaceutical
You'd
prices.
have to showcase that.
Wait, dude, because if you have a greater amount of people that you're representing, well, then you have more bargaining power within a globalized market.
I dispute that. I don't think you
That
necessarily
is so
do.
fucking. I'm about to kick you. That was
Because
so stupid.
unions,
What do you fucking
because
mean? A greater amount of
it's
consumer
very
base wouldn't
simple.
be
It's
relevant towards bargaining power in a consumer market. What the fuck are you talking
bargaining.
about?
No, here's what I'm talking about. When you have
That's
when you have
nonsense.
central, well, just listen to the argument. When you centralize things like this, what ends up happening is that you remove the capital incentive, and then the market consolidates. When you have market consolidation, you actually have less bargaining power because you kind of have to rely on one insurer, which is the government. You're essentially you're forcing a state monopoly of the government, and you're actually losing.
No,
It ends
no,
up being a net loss.
no. You're misunderstanding. It's a monopoly on the buying side, not on the supplying side.
It ends up being a monopoly on the supplying side because you're getting
How?
rid of suppliers. Because you're taking suppliers out of the market.
Why
You're
can't you have
regulating.
diversified suppliers?
How would you have diversified suppliers
You
if
don't
you're
think a
centralized?
government can have a diversification of suppliers?
No,
That's
not really.
wait. That's such a dishonest argument. That's honestly
How?
really stupid. You don't think
How is it stupid?
you actually that already happens today. Okay,
Like
that
in what
happens
industry?
already today. The government already has a diversification for suppliers.
In what industry?
Wait, within the healthcare industry, within the context of through the
Because
context
it's
of
not fully
Medicare.
nationalized. Yeah.
What?
The more you nationalize, the more the market consolidates. We've already and
Okay,
you
so
said
you
I
want
don't-
are you saying full consolidation? Whether or not they're you can have a fully consolidated system where you have access to everyone and still have different types of options for suppliers.
that's not what
Wait,
we
wait,
do
wait.
in
What
some-
prevents you from having multiple suppliers if it's the government that's buying them? Can't the government
That
just
the
choose to buy
suppliers-
from multiple suppliers?
that the suppliers that it's exactly what we saw with
Can't the government just choose to buy from multiple suppliers continually?
It can.
So
but
it
what
can.
ends
So
up-
then your whole argument that you can't have multiple suppliers if the government is going to be the sole demander, well then I just think that you're lying to me because you don't acknowledge that they can choose to buy from all these different suppliers and they can have a diversification of suppliers. Actually, I would
Yes,
argue
but
that's a
what we
good
saw-
thing for the government to do.
No, because what we saw with Medicaid, or sorry, what's the Medicaid?
Wait, can't we
the
just
national,
choose the level of consolidation within the market?
You're saying that the government can choose it?
Yes. If the government is the
No,
sole
but-
determinator of who's buying what, they can determine specifically the level of consolidation within a market.
What do you mean? How would the government control? I guess I'm not sure what you mean, to be honest.
If
The
they
government-
act
what we
as
saw-
a sole
here-
buyer, they can choose who their suppliers are. They can
The
choose to.
suppliers, if you nationalize an industry, what it ends up falling to is special interest, and you end up getting regulatory modes.
These are
and
all straw mans.
No, they're not. You can
Yes, it
look at
is.
what happened. This already happened with the current policy. It's not a straw man.
Wait,
This
that
is-
doesn't mean
this
it
is
always
live.
has to happen because you can structure it in a different way.
How else? There's no other way you structure.
There is
it.
another way to structure it. You already agreed it was logically possible to structure it in such a way in which you have multiple suppliers and that you don't have an issue in terms of
I said
consolidation
it
within
is
that respect.
technically
Because the
possible, but
government
you-
is the one demanding and can choose the level of consolidation amongst suppliers. This is a straw man from your argument. You don't understand it.
I don't think it is.
It is obviously. I just described it to be a straw man.
I think you're pushing that it's a straw man, but I dispute that it's a straw man.
Okay, what did you dispute about my argument?
if we look at what happened when Medicare and Medicaid came about, you have seen in the ACA is a perfect example. You have seen market consolidation, because what ends up happening is that when you force the insurance companies to cover certain things and you have certain compliance, whatever, they end up falling out of the market or consolidating into they buy each other up, and that's exactly what happens every
Can't
time
you
the government
prevent
gets involved.
mergers?
Then they would just go.
Can the
it's like what
government prevent mergers?
No, because then they go out of
No,
business.
that's such a fucking stupid argument. Yes, they can.
They can try.
Yes,
but
the government can prevent mergers. Yes, the government
okay,
can create
so here's a perfect
antitrust
example.
laws to prevent mergers. That is a fact that they can do. So not
So
only
what
can the
happened-
government
what
prevent
happened-
that consolidation, the government can actively choose
Parker,
how the
what
consolidation
happened when
operates.
they
If
prevent-
they're the sole bargainer, like what do you don't
Parker,
even know what you're talking about. The suppliers are
do.
bidding
I
for
have-
the
I have a
government's
clear example.
demand.
Address this example. They
You don't know what you're
prevented the
talking
merger-
about.
I do.
No, you
They
don't.
prevented a merger. Just listen, and if it should be easy for you to dispute me then. If
I already
if I don't know
have.
what I'm talking about. If did they prevented? Did they or did they not prevent the merger of Spirit Airlines with Delta or whatever it was?
Oh, just because the government didn't always prevent the mergers of certain scenarios doesn't mean that they don't have the capacity to do so. Do you understand the
company-
distinction?
They did prevent it, and the company went bankrupt, and that's it. Spirit is done. It's no longer an airline. This happens in every industry. This is what I'm trying
Yet
to
you're
tell
not
you.
understanding that we had the capacity to prevent mergers, right? And it is
They
the case.
did prevent the merger, bro. That's what I'm saying. They did have the capacity, and they did prevent it. And you know what happened?
Yes,
the
I
company
understand.
went bankrupt.
I
This is
understand.
what.
You're not understanding
Okay.
my point, though. You were saying that companies or the government doesn't have the ability to prevent a merger.
No, they do have it. It's just
Okay,
that the
you just contradicted
consequence-
yourself, dumbass.
It's that, bro, listen to the point. The consequence of preventing a merger is that you effectively bankrupt the company.
That's not always true.
Or they end up merging forcibly under some deal that they have to accept, that they're forced to accept because it's not economically viable for them to stay alive. That's exactly
That's
what
not
happened.
true in
health-
every single one of these scenarios. You are
Dude,
overgeneralizing.
you're right. Some variant of this is true in every scenario. This is what
No,
happens when
every
It
scenario is such a fucking straw man. Dude, you actually don't
it's
have the
not.
capacity to properly and factually describe both sides of an argument.
I do. The
No,
argument.
you're not. You are purposefully straw manning the position of anyone other than
No,
yourself.
the position. You said it yourself. The position on the left is that we can force through antitrust laws. We can force companies to not merge. You can do
Or
that.
we can force them to merge if it is more beneficial.
Okay, then, and that goes against a couple things. If you believe in property rights,
You said
and
you said
believe
that we didn't have the capacity to prevent
No.
consolidation, and I was simply disputing that fact. Do you now
Dude,
agree
okay.
the government can prevent consolidation?
I'll be super clear. I'll be as clear as I can be. The government can absolutely force anything on the private sector. It's just whether or not the outcome will be what you want it to be. That's what I meant.
Okay,
You
so
can
then that
force
was not
people
what you
to-
were disputing earlier.
Okay, let's just. That's why I'm trying to explain what I mean. Yes, the government can force anything on any company. Doesn't mean that it's right and doesn't mean that it's effective. You can force companies to not merge, you're going to bankrupt them. That's my argument.
That's not true in every circumstance.
I know it's not true in every
Okay,
circumstance.
so
I'm
then
saying
why are you making it a statement as if it's necessarily going to
because
happen?
it's what we've seen repeatedly when the government intervenes in these markets. We've seen consolidation in the banking industry,
So again,
in the healthcare industry,
you keep saying
in the
that.
airline
Can
industry.
we prevent that consolidation from a governmental perspective?
You technically
Yes.
can, but the
Yes, thank you
downstream
very
effects
much.
will be negative. But the downstream effects will be negative. They will not be what you want them to be.
You say that there are downstream effects from this, but you don't have any. That's an empirical question, not a question you can just say.
Yeah, you could. I mean, do you want to pull up healthcare studies? Do you want to review the
Wouldn't
spirit
you have
thing?
to do that?
Huh? Yeah, I can send you studies if you want.
Go ahead.
Okay, sure.
You haven't ever read a study before about that. You're just supposing that these studies exist.
Dude, you're funny. You're funny because I absolutely have. Because I've
Really?
actually looked into this. Because
Okay,
I
so
was
then
trying.
what
I used
is
to
it
be
from?
more-
Tell me off the top of your head. What is it from?
There's one that's like a Rand Institute. There's a tough study
Rand
on it,
Institute? You
on-
mean a libertarian fucking think tank? Oh my
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, dude.
There's one there. There's
The
a, there's
Rand
a tough-
Institute. I can't fucking fathom
Okay,
that he
there's
just
a-
cited
there's
the
a tough-
Rand Institute. You got to be kidding me, dude.
Dude, I think you know where I'm going with this, and I think you're.
No,
you're
I
gonna
think
run.
you. I think you obviously realize that that's a stupid thing to say. That's like me citing an institute controlled by AOC.
Okay, sure, sure. We can look at
That
the
is
tough
literally
study.
no different than me citing an institute controlled by AOC. That is an ideological,
Would you
biased
accept?
think tank.
Would you accept Journal of Economic Medicine? What is it? I'm sorry. What is it? The PMC? Like, hold on. It was. Let me pull it up one sec.
Give them a second,
It was the
everyone.
National
Flossie, thank you
Library
so
of
much for
Medicine,
National Library of Medicine.
or something like. I mean, would you accept
National
like?
Library of Medicine.
That's a database. That's not a journal.
Would you accept journals out of there?
For economics.
Yes, because it's a
Well, the
database.
economics of healthcare, yeah. It would be the economics of healthcare. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, but
I mean,
I don't think that would be listed within the National Library of Medicine.
it may. It may. Yes.
I guess it could be, but like,
If
I
it's
wouldn't
healthcare
expect that.
related, it may be, but I wouldn't expect it. No, but it may be.
Okay, whatever, man. I don't know. Like, if you don't want to.
What's the journal name? Like, do you have like a
Yeah, just tell
title?
me.
Like, what's the journal name?
He has to look
yeah,
for
one
it.
sec. Yeah, I mean, I do have to, like, I don't have it all memorized. I would have to look for it, but give me one sec.
All right, no, that's fine. No issues. Let me thank some people in the meantime. Fossy, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you very much. Good to see you as always. Carly, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you. As well as Jamie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oregon is definitely on that path. That's very true. Jose, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Ashley with the $10. Heather, thank you for the $3 and for the $3 twice. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Wicked, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Let me
Also,
make sure to
please
catch
follow
up
me
fully
if you
on
haven't.
YouTube.
I-
Did you
I'm
have
almost
anyone
to
you have to
100K.
thank?
No, I don't have anybody to thank. My links are in my bio. If anybody wants to support me, you don't have to. But please follow me if you would. I'm almost to 100K. Yay.
Based. As well as Fruit Punch, thank you for the $5. Mr. James Bond Tube, thank you for the $5. Darcel with the $5. And King of the Golden State, thank you for the $5 as well. I do want to definitely hit a restart on this TikTok for a bit. I think that's my goal. Because I do think that the TikTok got limited a bit back again. I can't wait to get my main account back. Dude, TikTok is so
How
fucking
long is the
annoying.
ban?
It's for 3 days, I think.
Boo.
I know, right? It's ridiculous. And it was for something really stupid. Let me check what it was for. It was for
They usually are.
hate speech and hateful behavior for guest violation.
Mm.
Super crazy. And then they did appeal not approved. And literally, I can't even watch the clip that they say is in violation.
Gross.
Yeah, it actually, I'd want to do more research before I link this because I want to make sure that I know it well enough to debate it.
Okay, alrighty.
On this particular source, but anyways, whatever. The point remains that I just don't think that that in a lot of these cases the market has responded well to such heavy intervention, and.
Okay, well, I mean, like, the thing is, I'm very critical when people say this because I think that half the time people don't know what specific intervention they're referencing. Because I think I can totally agree. There have been circumstances where there's intervention where I would disagree with, and there absolutely can be regulation that is bad. But that doesn't mean all regulation operates that way.
No, that's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing from like the liberal position, the progressive position is a tendency to have like things like price controls, rent controls, wage controls. And those are disproportionately showing to be negative for the people that actually live in the places where these things are passed. Like you look at, like California is a perfect example where we passed wage control law, a minimum wage law, and all that's happened is
Minimum wage is actually very beneficial for wages across the entirety of every industry.
No, that's
Wait,
not.
there
That's
are
not what's
plenty of minimum wage studies that indicate that they're beneficial for the wages of across the entire market.
That's not what study?
Oh, I can totally get those for you.
Yeah, sure. Because the studies I'm reading on wages is the opposite. That all it does is price people out and disproportionately push the cost of things. As we've seen in California this last 2 years, they literally just did it here.
You know, it's like minimum wage laws are going to be useful up to a certain threshold, right? Like they're going to cause a benefit up to a certain threshold where we're going to see them to be useful. I'm not saying that like if we were to put like $1 million fucking minimum wage, that would be beneficial.
Obviously.
But obviously there is like an increase in wages across the entirety of the distribution of the market, right? Given the implementation of a increase in the minimum wage. And it also can change and affect the amount of individuals who are in poverty by reducing the amount of individuals who are in poverty. I would recommend looking at Congressional Budget Office analysis and looks over that. There's also University of Chicago studies specifically that look over the differences in minimum wage over time, which show increases across the entirety of the
Can you give me the title?
distribution of wages.
If you have it up. If you have it up.
Yeah, the employment and distributional impacts of nationwide minimum wage changes. Not saying that they've always been effective in every instance, but to say that there have been increases in wages across the board.
And that's CBO, the employment distributional impact of minimum wages, CBO?
No. This is journals uchicago.edu. The employment and distributional impacts.
By the way, I just want to say,
Mhm.
are we talking about California's $20 minimum wage increase, and its
Yeah.
effect on like food prices?
Yeah,
As an
there was a few, not just food prices, but again, unemployment, businesses closing down.
Well, I can cite a I can cite a NBER study. It's not peer reviewed, but it is an NBER study that is from March of this year that found that the total food increase, which is food away from home, went from 3.3 to 3.6. So we saw a 0.03 increase over that time.
Right, and we might have seen more on the unemployment side. We might have seen more on the business closure side, specifically small business. So yeah, you can cite a specific metric that makes it look like it's not that bad, but in the macro, it has very negative effects for small businesses and workers, and it has very positive effects for large corporations like Walmart or Ralph's or Kroger or whatever. Why? Because the big companies can actually sustainably adapt those policies. A small business in California, even if it's like a medium-sized franchise, like a Rubio's Grill that closed down all 46 locations, it disproportionately affects businesses like that are closer to the margins in terms of their profit margins are a little tighter. And when you have these types of laws, and this is just a democratic philosophy that they think that prices are set by governments. And to me,
that's not what we said.
Well, that's what you ultimately would have to believe in order to believe in these
False.
So who sets
honestly,
wages?
it's fucking crazy. It's fucking
It's not
crazy how far you have to strawman my position in order to try to argue against it.
I'm not
no,
saying
we
this
do
is
not
your
have to
position, by
argue
the way.
that governments
saying
set
this is-
prices in order to be able to argue that it is going to be effective in some instances to have a price floor, right, for like minimum wage. I think it's fucking nuts that the only arguments you've been able to provide this whole time have just been constant strawmans. I'm not even arguing against the policies, or we're not even talking about the policies. We're just talking about the constant strawmans that you're engaging in of my position or of a liberal position.
I'm not saying that it's your position. I'm saying that the Democrat politicians that I've seen that are running for office all agree with these policies.
Okay, can you name one specific Kamala Harris policy that you disagree with? How about this?
I don't know Kamala's policies. I didn't follow her. I live in LA, so I'm watching the LA governor race and the mayor race. And
I'm sorry. That's just crazy to me. It's nuts to me. This whole time, you didn't know a single policy of Kamala Harris, the last candidate for president on the Democratic side, that you disagree with. Yet you're so inclined to say that the Democrats' policy is so bad that you're willing to support Trump over her. Which, by the way, the first question I asked you was, would you rather vote for Harris or Trump if the election were held today? You said Trump, so you're willing to make a determination on that.
Well, by the way, Harris does support the federal minimum wage, and we did talk about some of her policies when it came to housing and child tax credit. So it's not like
So does Trump. Trump supports a federal minimum wage as well.
Of what?
I don't know the specific number he would support, but the point I'm making is he supports a federal minimum wage in of itself.
I'd have to see that. I've never
What?
heard that before. Where
Do you think
yeah,
Trump
show me where
supports no federal minimum wage? Do you think he's against any federal minimum wage existing?
I think he's against increasing it to any amount above what it
But
currently is.
he agrees that it should exist in the first place.
I've never seen him say that, to be honest.
Well, I think he definitely does agree with some level of he has never made any inclination to argue against the minimum wage.
I disagree with you. I don't think he does believe in a minimum wage. I don't think, because again, it's a philosophical difference between the left and the right. The left does believe that the government should control these things. The right does not, generally speaking. Obviously, there's people that will run on it for politics or whatever.
Do you have any evidence that he is against the minimum wage laws? Because I've seen no evidence to indicate he is.
Yeah, let's see.
Tracy, thank you for the club victory. Thank you.
I do
Susan.
think that he did state at some point. I don't remember. I can't give you a thing. I think he did state that if in his ideal world he would have the individual states set it and not it be on a federal level. But he still supports some kind of minimum wage, but just on the state level. That's from what I remember him saying. But I can't give you like a
minimum wage.
Yeah. So all I can find is that Trump rescinded an executive order of Biden's that set the minimum wage to $17.75 for employees working on federal contracts.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
that's federal contracts.
But
And
even
Susan,
if we
thank you
assume
so much
that
for the $20. Thank you very much,
minimum
Susan.
wage on the federal scale, he's still pro minimum wage on the state level. I don't think that he is probably okay with it being zero. Like he just thinks that it should be like a state determination.
But this is the premise that the state determines wages. It's the market that determines wages. This is the differential stance here.
No, of course the market still is going to determine the market wage, but we're just saying that there should be a baseline, a price floor, right, to ensure that no one can be treated lower than that.
Well, that the thing is that people would be treated lower than that. They would just be unemployed.
So we want to promote better conditions for people to be able to get access to higher paying jobs. And if that means that there is shorter or longer periods of unemployment, we can extend unemployment insurance to ensure that people are taken care of in those circumstances if there's any undue impact in terms of that. I think it gives more bargaining power to the employees in these scenarios to have higher wages, things that would be relative to like a livable wage. I think that the minimum wage should be tied to a livable wage. I think that's important.
Then how come all the places that have passed this policy are some of the most unaffordable, unlivable, highest poverty places in the U.S.?
Are you saying everywhere around the U.S. is the highest poverty areas are those that have the highest minimum wage?
I'm saying that there is a correlation, not always, but there is a correlation with higher minimum wage and
Let's
higher
talk about
rates
correlations. Let's talk about correlations.
It's not causation.
Watch
It's
this.
not causation.
Can you name one big Republican city?
Republican? Like you mean they vote predominantly Republican?
Majority Republican city.
Yeah, probably Miami or something.
Nope, blue. Try again.
Miami?
Yes, Miami's blue.
Miami went
Try
red
again.
for Trump.
Nope, Miami's blue. Try again.
Wait, on what metric? You mean like voting for president?
Yes. Miami's blue.
They went red, didn't it?
Nope. Florida went red. Miami went blue.
Are you sure about this? Let me see.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Actually, no, Parker. Donald Trump
pretty sure.
won.
That's my
Miami-Dade
home.
County.
So I'm pretty
It
sure
was the
Miami
first
Dade won.
Republican. It was
Miami
the first
County?
Republican win.
Yeah, that's
Where
my
are you
county,
seeing that?
so-
Miami-Dade. So if you look at the numbers
What's the title?
from the day, sure, it's an NBC
Are
article.
they controlled by like here? Let me clarify. State, like local.
Miami-Dade, which covers all the city of
solidly
Miami.
blue.
Trump won it,
Miami-Dade.
55 to
Oh wait, hold
43.
up. No, wait, hold up. Let me clarify. Mayor and governor, like area, or not governor. Mayor and like the local, congressional members. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Mayor
As well.
went Democratic for the first time last year, so that's
In
good.
Miami?
In like 30
It
years.
was
in Miami. Miami had a Republican mayor for a long time. Yes.
Miami.
Yeah, look,
okay.
the Overton went.
Well, I guess it would still be that, but I guess then I could. Okay, so I
Look,
guess
it's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna get whatever like picky about it. The Overton window in a place
wait,
like
no.
Florida's.
Can I ask you a question then about
Sure.
these? Do you think all of those particular claims that you are making true about Democratic areas are true about Miami, for example, then?
No, not necessarily.
No?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so what's the
Miami,
distinction?
Miami has had insane growth, so there's going to be there's going to be high prices in a place like Miami. There's probably a lot of cities in Texas, maybe Tennessee and like Oklahoma that you could point to that are more. The thing is, and this is what happens when we get into like tribal politics. There's a lot of Democrats that still believe that there shouldn't be heavy government intervention. Like it's not like the politicians in California are going to be equivalent to the Democrats in the East Coast or the southern states. So I want to draw a distinction.
The city of Miami retains Democratic influence, but
Yeah, they always have.
Miami-Dade
They have
County is
voted.
more Republican.
Yeah,
look,
they have
again,
voted Republican for a long time, but they have over at least last year, but probably I would say the last 5 to 6 years, they have shifted more Democratic, and so now for the first time in a long time, they control most of the actual levels of power within Miami, Dade, and everything too. So that's the change.
What I'm saying is that the red states don't have these minimum wage laws like you see in the blue states. The blue states coincide higher with rates of unemployment, and I think based on what I've read that
I think
it has
we're just looking at specific parts of Miami because I mean, I literally when you look at the map of Miami, I see it's like mostly blue. Like the areas that are red are like the rural elements on the.
Oh yeah, I'm counting Miami-Dade County, which is like all
Yes,
of,
Miami-Dade.
which is the county, which encompasses the actual city of Miami plus the outskirts of it. That's what I'm counting. But if you mean the city of Miami, that's a pretty blue city on like most levels. They just were voted Republican, but a Republican in Miami is a different breed than a Republican from like Oklahoma.
Yeah,
So is a Democrat
everything
in
I click on
Miami.
it says it's blue, but I mean,
Like,
I'll
are
have to do
Democrats-
more research.
Our Democrats in Miami are not going to call themselves democratic socialists, broadly speaking.
No, because like my claim was like, can you name a single big Republican city?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think I'm not sure if there's some in Texas. I would imagine Dallas or.
No, Dallas is Democratic, so is Austin, so is Houston. That
Okay,
I know.
Sure. I mean, I don't know. But the city is kind of inconsequential because these laws are set at the state level. So like the red states, broadly speaking, do not have as high as a minimum wage regulation as the blue states, is my point. So you can have blue cities in red states that are not
Can I
affected
ask
by
you a
the same
question then?
laws.
Do you think there are
Sure.
bigger or larger minimum wage laws in these big cities?
Sometimes there are, yeah.
Do you think they tend to, at least?
For sure, yes. I think there is probably a tendency for.
Do those big
be-
cities tend to have more jobs comparative to smaller, more rural areas?
They do. They absolutely do. They're
Okay,
essentially
so
huge.
the areas that tend to have more minimum wage laws tend to have more jobs as well?
And they tend to be more expensive, yes. And I
Okay,
think that those
wait,
are
but like
all
you understand
correlated.
that you were the one referencing these correlations. So your whole argument specifically in terms of the lack of employment, right, given that we impose these federal laws, isn't necessarily true based upon a correlation standpoint. So your whole argument, which was predicated off of correlation, doesn't actually uphold seemingly like when you expand
So
the view in
it,
terms of
it
correlation.
it does because for example, the regulation that was passed in California on minimum wage affects the entire state. It's not like LA has a higher minimum wage law than somewhere up north, like somewhere more rural
Yeah,
in
it
California.
does. The LA, yes, I'm pretty sure LA County has a higher minimum wage than the rest of the state.
Let's look it up. That should be an easy one.
Yeah. You live in LA, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. I thought you'd know that too.
So it's about $1.30 higher, yeah.
Okay. There's at least a distinction.
Yeah, for sure. And not surprisingly, I think there's a correlation in things like unemployment, loss of jobs. things that have been established by multiple institutes that have researched this.
Okay. So I mean,
Because
I guess the point that I'm making is that like this whole correlation element that you're trying to bring up, I don't think is sufficient. And also, I think that these are things that are necessary for establishing a baseline for everyone. So, I don't know. Like, I think that these regulations can be helpful and useful for establishing baselines for people. I don't think you agree with that in a lot of
No.
these instances. Do you agree with the EPA?
Well, the EPA was actually, yeah, that was actually passed by Nixon.
So, and you think that's good? How do you feel about Trump cutting 40% of EPA funding?
Well, it just depends on what they're cutting specifically. It depends what the funding is going to. I think you have to measure things. Funding doesn't automatically imply that there's a better outcome.
But
So, like,
that's how they enforce the regulations on the books.
some degrees, to some degrees. Sometimes there's third party, or not even third party. There's other agencies that are responsible for enforcement.
Such
that
as?
are more. What's the one that they also defunded? The CFPB, whatever or
Consumer Financial Bureau.
there's other agencies that
Yeah, we're
might be
talking
more
about for
involved.
the EPA though. Like when they
Yeah,
cut
for the-
40% of
for
EPA
the-
funding, that limits the ability to enforce the laws in the books, right?
Sure, but I could see an argument where you can make an argument that the EPA funding was, and this goes into the weeds. I'm not saying that I know this for a fact, but I'm just saying that you can make an argument that maybe the EPA was being overfunded and it was unnecessary. Like,
Do
what
you
were
think, for example, can I say this is my own example? I don't know if this would work or not. Do you think? Do you believe in global warming?
I mean,
Do you accept the
it's kind of
science of
loaded.
global warming that humans are causing, temperatures to rise?
I think it's overstated that it's humans, but yeah.
Okay. Do you think the EPA, as part of its mandate, has a responsibility to regulate the those pollutants that are causing that like overall increase?
If they can establish a clear link, but I haven't seen them be able to establish like a clear link.
Well,
They
I think there
usually-
is a clear link, but let's say
With
there
what-
is. Do you
with
think
what?
that would be part of their mandate?
It would
Let's say that-
depend.
Well, as an example, Trump's EPA got rid of the rule that allowed the EPA to be able to regulate those pollutants. So now they don't factor in the actual human cost of those pollutants. I think that is a massive taking away of the power and one of the core responsibilities of what the EPA does. That's one example of where there's no funding. It's getting rid of a rule that is looking at human health caused by those pollutants.
What was the rule? Sorry, just so I can.
The
reference
rule
it.
was that the main pollutants that cause climate change harm human health, and it was like showing that.
What were those main What were those main pollutants?
I think obviously like things like methane, things like that. I don't know the exact name, but there was a list of them. It was like the main pollutants that like cause climate change, and the rule is being overturned.
All right, I'm just
It's
gonna
established
type.
by Obama.
Okay, let's see. Carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide. Da da da. Yeah, I don't know. Look, I don't like. I'd have without looking into this super heavily. I'm generally against Green New Deal type heavy
Do you
regulation.
think
of-
regulating those type of substances is a Green New Deal thing? I think it's just part of the EPA's
No,
responsibility.
again, I didn't like. That's why I said without reading this, but I just think that the left has taken the climate issue and just gone to an extreme, and you see that in places like with gas prices, like oil, like gas prices in California are insane.
Okay,
and
if
it's
we
like
see,
when you
if we
actually,
see that
Thanks to
benefits
Trump.
exceed the costs
No,
of
it's
the
not thanks to
imposing of
Trump.
a certain regulation, would you agree with it?
Yeah, if you can show me like a cost benefit analysis, but you'd have to show me a regulation
That's
that has
exactly
ever,
what the EPA has. EPA has cost benefit analysis on each different regulation it has, indicating most of them have a benefit to a greater extent than the cost. And I would agree with getting rid of any specifically that have a greater imposed cost. I agree with you from that respect. But if we're talking about ones that have a benefit more than a cost, then I mean, it seems like you would agree with that, right? And we should enforce those,
yeah,
right?
sure, but you'd have to show me an example of regulation that has reduced costs, that has that net benefit that you're talking about.
So when you're
I-
reducing the funding for it, reducing the ability to enforce those rules on the books that mostly are going to lead to more benefits than costs.
It depends. From what I see with regulation, in a lot of cases, it's usually pushed by lobbyists and private interests in order to essentially create a moat around the industry. So, and I know that you're going to be like, oh, he's a super libertarian, whatever. That's just what I've seen even when I look into the actual outcomes of the regulation. Not the intentions, but the outcome.
You won't be able to reference any specifics. You're just going to have to say that you have to look it up. I think that's a bullshit claim just because you have a fucking ideological position. Just to be totally honest with you. That's that's you assuming that just because of your ideological position. I'm just going to be honest.
My specifics would have to be, my specifics are very simple. You'd have to show me a piece of regulation that has actually reduced a cost for a consumer. I would argue that there's really no such thing.
Yeah, I can send you EPA regulations that, they went over most of them, indicating that most of them produce a higher benefit than a cost. If looking at the EPA, look up EPA.gov, cost benefit analysis, environmental regulations, and it will show you most of them because they did an analysis over all of them, indicated that they show more benefit than cost. Given that the funding is used to then enforce those very regulations, you would agree that cutting access to the funding would limit our ability to enforce those said regulations.
Yeah, I could see the case for the EPA. I mean, the EPA and the Clean Air Act and a lot of that stuff was pushed originally by Republicans. I don't think Republicans have an issue, broadly speaking, with the EPA. That's not really what we're...
the funding for. I just
But just because they cut the funding doesn't mean you just associate increased funding with
why do you think all Republicans are the same as Trump? You understand historical Republicans don't act the same as how Trump is right now.
Oh, for sure they don't. Yeah, there's
so
a lot of
I think if you're some historical Republican, why can't you just be anti-Trump at this point?
I think, me personally, or just
why as a libertarian do you go so far to defend Trump?
I wouldn't consider myself a libertarian. I would consider myself a techno-nationalist.
Okay. I have a question. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Well, there's already things that he's done that I don't support. I don't support his.
That would get you to not vote for him over Harris, for example. You'd just say either
over
to not
Harris,
vote or to choose to vote for Harris.
Over Harris, probably not. But over another candidate.
So there's nothing that he could do that would cause you to choose to not vote or to vote for Harris.
Obviously, there's always something. But generally speaking, no. He hasn't shown me anything that would make me.
I'm not saying has he done anything yet. I'm asking could he do anything. So can you name any specifics of what he could do?
Yes, he could do something crazy. I don't know, bro. You want me to use my imagination here?
Yeah, use your imagination.
I don't know. I think it's it's just too broad of a question.
Why do you feel like you're going to accidentally say something that he's done?
No, it's just that you're asking me to essentially make Trump come up with a crazy scenario.
Yeah, just come up with a scenario where you would stop supporting him.
Over Kamala, dude, that would take something really crazy.
Go for it.
If he started actually national, one of my biggest issues was when he started taking stake and his whole thing with the interest rates with trying to the independence of the Federal Reserve and stuff. If he actually started nationalizing industries, something like that, yeah, I would have a huge problem with that. I would probably at that point I'm okay, I essentially have two heavy state interventionists that I have to vote between.
So
Trump. Oh, sorry, bro, go ahead.
Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, I was just going to ask. I was do you think Trump, if he had the ability to nationalize things, if he could do it, that he would do it?
No, I think he's more he likes
really?
to play with. I think he likes to play with the levers, but I don't think he would nationalize. And I think that's pretty clear in his philosophy when it comes to we have the lowest federal workforce now than we haven't since 1966, and that shows to me that Trump really wants to reduce the scope of the scope of government, which I think is super positive for the country, because I just think our market.
I don't know how he's reduced the scope of government. I think he's definitely expanded the government size in terms of expenditure for sure.
Well, he's reducing layers of agencies, funding.
No, he was getting rid of aspects of the government that aren't ideologically in alignment with him. It wasn't that he was trying to reduce the size of the government. It's that he was trying to get rid of the government that doesn't directly follow him, dude. Isn't that more authoritarian and less libertarian? Less leave it up to the people.
I would argue that it's actually it's a very conservative thing, because the conservatives do believe in a strong central government, but we believe that it should
in the Constitution?
I do, of course.
If he called for the termination of the Constitution, would you still support him?
Yes, and I know where this one's going.
If he actively did things to violate the Constitution, would you still support him?
Depending on scale, yes, absolutely.
What
Did
scale
you
would
say
be
would
enough
would
for
I
you to say that you wouldn't support him anymore?
I think like explicitly, like mass censorship or intervening in property rights or something that's just like core to my beliefs, I guess, that I think conservatives should protect.
So like calling for people to be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag?
That's calling
for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country?
It wasn't
saying
really
that we should pass an executive order to remove legal permanent residents in the country for pro-Palestinian advocacy.
Do you think your framing is fair?
Yes.
So with the Muslim ban, he didn't ban them on the basis of them being Muslim. He banned them on the basis of certain countries that were considered to have extreme ideological stances. So it's not a Muslim thing, and it's the same with the flag burning thing. The flag burning thing was if an individual that is
Donald J.
engaging
Trump
in
is
this
calling for a
act.
total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on. Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Yeah, but if you actually look at the mandate, it wasn't all Muslim countries. There was plenty of countries that were exempt.
Because he can't do that because the Constitution prevents him from doing it. So actively him talking about wanting to undermine the Constitution, trying to do things to prevent people, right, just by trying to work around the Constitution, even though he knows it's explicitly constitutionally not allowed for him to do that, right? That to me sounds like he's trying to wiggle around undermining the Constitution.
You're saying in regards to like
the
what part of
Muslim
the
ban
Constitu-
in regards to him trying to remove legal permanent residents from the country and deport them simply for engaging in pro-Palestinian speech. Like literally Mahmoud Khalil was held for over 100 days without due process simply for engaging in pro-Palestinian advocacy. That's against the First Amendment.
Yeah, but that case, didn't the Trump administration claim that he was supporting some I don't know, terrorist cause or something like that? I mean, I'm not saying it shouldn't
under free speech you have the right to do that. Two, I don't think he was doing
but
that.
under the Constitution,
I don't think he was like. What did he specifically say that would be under that definition?
if he was supporting a certain political party that was vehemently anti-America and wanted essentially like death to the West or whatever, that the constitutionally protected. I mean, if we want a constitutional
That
argument,
is constitutionally protected. I just
no,
wanna
no.
clarify.
The speech is, but it's also protected for the Secretary of State to, under the doctrine of plenary powers, to remove a non-citizen from the country.
This is a legal
With due
permanent
process.
resident. Okay. And
With
this is a
certain due
situation where they're
process,
engaging
yes.
in pro-Palestinian advocacy. Okay, now you can say
That's a little
they
bit
are
of a misframing.
anti-American. Now, under my definition, because I think that MAGA is anti-American, I'm now going to use my powers to then remove all MAGA immigrants from the country because I think that they are extreme. I think they're crazy. And I'm
And
going to cite the exact same thing that Stephen Miller cited to then argue for them to be removed from the country, right?
And your argument is showcases something that's very true, that yes, people do try to use the law in ways that are not we need protections for, and I think that's important. I think it's important that his case goes into the courts and that they decide on something that's just. So I
All
guess we'll see
MAGA
what happens.
immigrants, all MAGA people that are under legal permanent residence, we should just remove them from the country because they're anti-American.
I could see a Democrat pushing for that. Yeah.
Oh, and do you think that we should legally be able to do that?
No, obviously not.
Why not?
I'm not defending Trump in the Trump administration's case here. I'm just saying that.
Would you say that like a Democrat should we should stop supporting someone who does that if they're on the Democratic side arguing for that?
I think we should obviously condemn it.
Okay, but so should we stop supporting them, or would you be okay with a Democrat still supporting a candidate on the Democratic side, even though they argued to remove MAGA from the country?
It depends how they react to the, like, I think you have to hold them accountable. You have to be like, hey, like, we obviously don't
Yeah, and
believe in that.
just by saying I disagree with it, and I still support him.
Well, you're not going to agree with everything that an administration or a president does and says.
Okay, so like I shouldn't draw a red line on like wanting to deport people for their political distinctions. I shouldn't draw a red line on maybe like how about this calling for the execution? How about this calling for the execution of people you politically disagree with?
Again, I think you're misframing the Trump thing with Mahmoud Khalil. I think if the Trump administration is claiming that this person engaged in acts that increased violence toward a certain group, it's a very different argument than just like a free speech argument, because free speech doesn't give you the right to just call for violence or actually engage in violence against people.
So you would agree that if someone like calls for the death of another person, that should be illegal?
If it's calling for the death of another person, it gets into pretty interesting free speech territory. If it's an active threat, yeah, that is illegal.
Fighting words, basically.
Like if I call for someone to be hanged because I politically disagree with them, do you think that's okay?
Well, the left, yeah, I think it's morally wrong. I think from a legal perspective, like that's something that the left has done all the time. You've seen it with the executions of the recent political pundits, right? They gleefully celebrate it. Is that illegal?
Wait, so that's what Trump did. Trump did that. Trump literally celebrated the death of Robert Mueller, who literally just investigated him.
And we can make moral claims that was wrong for him to do. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, do you think this should be a red line?
If for some people
support
it is.
Someone who does this type of behavior.
I can't decide that for everybody. That for some people it is.
I'm asking you for yourself.
It's in isolation. It's easy for me to say yes, but in the context of politics today, like it's complicated,
Yeah, so like you'd still support. You don't think it's a red line from your own position that like a presidential candidate calls for the execution of some of his political opponents?
You're referring to what exactly with Trump? What did he call?
He literally reposted someone saying "hang them, George Washington would," in reference to some Democrats that made a video saying that if you're given an unlawful order, that you shouldn't follow it.
Which is a traitorous statement.
No, it's not. That's actually exactly what Mike Pence said after January 6th. So do you think that Mike Pence is a traitor?
What did he say?
He said that he was given an unlawful order by Trump, and that you should not follow unlawful orders when you're given them, and that you should put the Constitution over them.
Right, but the orders that were given were not unlawful in the case of you're talking about the military.
With Mike Pence in January 6th?
No, not that one.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
They were lawful orders.
That's a claim you're making, but I would suspect that if it went before a court, or if we actually did adjudicate it thoroughly in a classified setting, that it could very well be unlawful. Like you can't make that claim.
Okay, I mean that's fair enough.
And also, like that's kind of like the point that I'm making is that Mike Pence made a similar statement. Also, you don't see this to be traitor based, right? Just because of you're saying that like, oh, remember your oath to the Constitution. If you're given an unlawful order, you shouldn't follow it because that's what the Constitution tells you to do.
Yeah, but that assumes that the order was unlawful, which I guess I would argue that.
Wait, so the Democrats in the video said if you're given an unlawful order,
is that
not that there were any specific unlawful orders.
Sure, then in that case, I think Trump would be in the wrong here, yeah.
Yeah, so that's okay. So then would you still support Trump even though he did that? Because he's just calling for the death of his political opponents. So do you not draw a red line at the calling for the deaths of your political opponents?
I don't think he is calling the death. I think he's
reposting someone saying "hang them, George Washington would" isn't calling for their deaths. Be real.
I think it's a bit hyperbolic and a bit. I think it's dumb, but
I don't think it's calling for their death.
No, I don't think he's explicitly calling for the death.
What the fuck is wrong? He reposted someone saying, "hang them, George Washington would." He said they engaged in seditious behavior punishable by death. That's what he said. I can't believe you're making this excuse. This is crazy.
I think it's reprehensible for sure. Like I'm not trying to say that it's not.
I know, but
But
you're the excuse is nuts, dude. You're saying he didn't call for their execution when blatantly he reposted someone saying "Hang them, George Washington Wood," and he said they engaged in seditious behavior punishable by death. Like, I'm sorry. Like, any other context, you would agree. If Donald Trump wasn't the person that is applicable here and it was someone else saying this, like, you would agree that they called for the deaths of those people. But because it's Donald Trump, you are unwilling to do so. Dude, you should honestly rethink about how far you're willing to go to support someone on your side.
I have thought about it a lot. Again, I would say the same to you. I think that a lot of the left has unfortunately gone into in a certain direction that is actually very like anti-American principles.
Give me anything comparable that Kamala Harris has done that I could just reference here with Donald
Like in
Trump
terms of
calling for the
rhetoric?
execution of some Democrats. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying in terms of rhetoric. I'm saying in terms of philosophy. They have essentially embraced a philosophy of
Which
you can call
philosophy?
So the socialist, whatever, the social democrat, socialism, whatever.
So,
I think
by
that
the way, you're comparing being a liberal to calling for the deaths of people who disagree
no,
with you
they're
politically?
not. It is not liberal. It is illiberal. It is explicitly illiberal. It is an illiberal philosophy. It goes against our principles as Americans.
So, wait, quite literally, you're just saying neoliberalism. The
It's
argument.
not the
Okay.
It's not.
So
That's not the
so
argument.
you're not critiquing liberalism?
I'm critiquing the progressive or whatever you want to call it.
Okay,
the
so how about this?
socialist.
Progressivism. You think
Yeah.
progressivism, right? Repeat what you said you think it is?
I think
You think that's
progressivism-
comparable to someone threatening to murder people or threatening to kill people who disagree with them?
Well, that's usually what progressivism leads to. Yes, that's what it's led to, and that's what it led to in my country. That's what it always leads to.
Shut the fuck up, dude. You know I'm not advocating for that. You're being dishonest
But
as fuck.
that's
Do you
what
see
the
you constantly
philosophy
rely on
is.
straw
I'm
mans?
not saying you're advocating for that, by the way.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what you're
just saying-
trying to associate me with. Like, genuinely, go fuck yourself, actually, if you're going to do that. Like, that's
I'm
actually
not trying
insane.
to associate.
That's
I'm saying that
fucking nuts.
I'm not talking about you, bro. I'm saying the
You are, dude.
politicians.
I'm a progressive.
I'm saying. I know, and I don't understand how you can be a progressive, to be honest.
Yeah, and I've explained. You can't just say that I'm responsible for literally destroying people's countries, and I'm comparable to. By the way, you're
I'm
trying
not
to
saying
call me a
you are.
socialist. That's what you're trying to do by saying that you're trying to say progressivism equals every implementation of socialism throughout history.
Well, that's exactly what it is.
That's not what it is. I'm not a socialist.
Okay,
I'm a
well,
progressive, but not
the
a
people-
socialist. I'm a progressive liberal. Can you critique progressive liberal? So how is being a progressive liberal comparable to calling for the deaths of your political opponents? And I'm not calling for the deaths of political opponents. No one that holds my perspective specifically is calling for the deaths of political opponents like that. Now, can you please address this?
What is it that you want me to address? What's the exact question?
I don't advocate for the deaths of people who disagree with me. So how is my specific position comparable to calling for the deaths of people who politically disagree with you?
Because while it's not actively calling for the death of anybody, which is clearly wrong, it is a philosophy it is the philosophy of plunder. It goes against our principles as Americans. You're talking about taking people's property, taking what they've earned and what they own, and you're talking about centralization of power to the state, which is a tyrannical philosophy. That is the philosophy of progressivism. Ultimately, that's where it ends. So I think that philosophy, while it's not as explicitly dangerous in the rhetoric up front, the downstream of that philosophy is a tyrannical philosophy. And you see this with all the progressive politicians that are taking office. They do believe in heavy state centralization of power to accomplish some, I don't know, social goals or whatever.
And I think Trump doesn't believe in centralization of power?
He does in some elements, but I would argue that the conservatives, absolutely, this goes back to the Lockean principles of life, liberty, and property. Like, conservatives do believe that we
by the
should
way,
have
you
a
have to
strong
understand the
military.
difference between centralizing political power and centralizing economic power. Do you understand the distinction between those things?
I do, yes.
Okay. So do you think that centralizing political power is as prevalent on my ideological view as centralizing political power on behalf of Trump's view?
I do believe so, yes, absolutely.
Can you give me any specifics?
For political power?
Yeah.
Yeah, the institutions that were set up by the Democrats went through social justice causes like DEI, like the things that they were passing, the executive orders that Biden passed.
Name one executive order, one specific policy.
Like on DEI specifically?
Yeah.
I think I can give you like 10. Give me a sec. Biden. Let's see, we can go down the list. One sec. Yeah, so Biden passed about
the
looks like
DEI
7.
Act.
Executive Order 14035, Executive Order 14091, Executive Order 14020.
Give me any specifics. You just looked this up. Like, what are you referencing?
No. These were all mandates to have DEI policy in the federal workforce.
And what aspects of the DEI policy do you disagree with?
I disagree with it because it is a racist policy that the whole goal of it is to institute left-wing control of institutions. That is what it is.
Okay, so hold up. If a candidacy engages in perpetuating racism, that's a red line for you?
It's about.
Do you think perpetuating
what do you mean?
racism is a red line for you?
Sure, absolutely.
It is? So if I could prove to you that Donald Trump has perpetuated racism, you would not support him anymore?
In a policy perspective? Sure.
Wait, so only in a policy perspective?
Well, we're talking about policy, right? You're talking
not in terms of like what they perpetuate. So let me just clarify.
You literally said political change, right? You said political. So I gave you a political answer. I didn't give you a cultural answer. I gave you policy. So if you're going to change
I said if a candidate perpetuates racism.
No. Before you asked me for political examples of the left centralizing power to the state.
Yeah, I understand. And
through left wing. Okay.
Yeah, and you tried to argue that they engage in racist policy. One, this DEI policy isn't racist policy. That's a ridiculous thing to say. Secondly, I'm asking you, do you think that the candidate perpetuating racism is a red line for you? You said yes. Do you still hold to that?
From a policy perspective, absolutely.
So only from a policy perspective.
Well, you can showcase something else, I guess, but.
So I'm just asking only from a policy perspective, or are you saying perpetuating racism?
It would vary in other, because what a lot of people like to use the word racist very very broadly. Would you agree with that? It's like calling everybody a Nazi.
Yeah, like just the way that you use the term. Yeah. The way that you just said that DEI policies to literally increase the opportunities for communities is racist. Yeah, you used it incorrectly.
Well, again, and it's an improper framing, and
that's not improper framing on my behalf.
It is.
Talk about improper framing. You are delusional if you think that I'm the one that's been improperly framing arguments this time. Are you serious? Watch back this whole argument later, and you can see how many times that you've improperly demonstrated or improperly portrayed arguments in order to be able to argue against that improperly portrayed argument.
Then we can agree that what you might think is racist and what I might think is racist, we might differ on, right?
Yeah.
So
when you say, let me ask you this question: do you think that a white man portraying Michelle and Barack Obama as apes is racist?
Yes. Do
you think that's racist?
It depends, but I think that sequence.
It depends. Really? On what?
Yeah, I think that's.
What does it depend on?
Well, it depends on how it's done. It depends on the style of it, but yeah.
Well, it depends on the style of it or how it's done. Can you explain? Can you give me the differences of what it depends on that would then mean in some circumstances it's justified for a white person to do, but not in other circumstances? So please give me the specific distinctions.
Yeah, I think that people can engage in like a joke or something that might be considered culturally insensitive without actually being racist. It's like pretty common in comedy, for example, to have like racial jokes, and it could be a white person, it could be a black.
Do you think a white person doing blackface as a joke is racist?
I could see why there's like a cultural sensitivity to it, but I wouldn't say it's inherently.
You don't think a white person doing blackface as a joke is racist?
Well, it depends. Is a black person?
What do you mean it depends? What the fuck would that depend on?
Yeah, I'll explain.
That is absolutely racist. No, the fact that you even have to act like you need to explain that is nuts.
No, hold on.
You yourself know that that's racist. Shut the fuck up. You know that's racist.
It's not true.
You don't think that a white person doing blackface as a joke is racist?
Would a black person doing whiteface as a joke is racist?
I don't think that perpetuates the same type of outcome. And I would not consider that racist.
So you have a double standard.
No, it's not a double standard because of the difference in outcome that would have. Is there any type of system that disenfranchises white people, right, based upon the race in this country?
So, wait, is there? Sorry, can you ask?
Is there any
again?
system that disenfranchises white people based upon their race in this country?
I don't think there's any system that disenfranchises any racial.
Well, I mean, I'm going to disagree with that. I definitely think that there is. Do you think so? So, by the way, you think that there's no problem with a white person, right, engaging in blackface as a joke, right? You don't think that's racist at all?
Not from a not from a legal. Not from a legal
We're not talking
perspective.
about legal perspective. I'm talking about from an interpersonal perspective. Do you consider this to be racism?
It depends. Again, it depends.
What do you mean it
Not
depends?
necessarily.
Would you really tell people in your personal life that you think that's not fucking racist?
That what's not racist?
Like if someone personally were to come up to you, one of your friends, they'd be like, "Yo, I heard you on Parker's Live. Do you actually think this?" What would you say?
Actually think what? It depends
Do
how they
you
present
actually think it's not racist for a white person to do blackface as a joke?
Not necessarily. It depends how it's done. The
So
same way that I
explain to me,
don't think
in
it's-
what way could someone do it that would make it not racist who's white? Tell me. And tell me what way someone could do it that would make it racist.
I
under
don't
your view.
think I don't think that in Trump's case or in Drewski's case it was racist, even though it's the same instance, right?
In Trump's case?
Yeah, I don't think it's racist in either case. Like,
wait, did Trump do blackface? I didn't even reference that.
no, it's not that he did blackface, but I'm just saying that.
Are you talking about in the scenario with him posting a picture of Michelle Obama? I'm just trying to get to the point that you believe that racist jokes are racist.
I don't think there's racial animus like against black people in that. Like, and obviously that's just going to come down to interpretation. But like, I think they're both culturally insensitive, and we could look at it culturally and discuss like the cultural ramifications of it. But I don't think it's inherently racist. I just think it's insensitive.
Okay, can you give me an example of someone who's a white doing blackface that would, under your view, be racist?
I don't know. I don't have examples of that.
Can you give me an example of a white person being racist? Like any example that you think would actually be applicable?
Yeah, absolutely. I think people that explicitly say that like a certain race is inferior or that their IQ
now
is lower.
Give me a joke that someone could engage in that you would deem to be racist.
A joke that someone could engage in, but it just depends on how they deliver it and who is delivering it.
So give me any joke that you think would be racist.
I can't think of a joke off the top of my head.
You can't think of a single joke that could possibly be racist? You don't think racist jokes are a thing?
There's definitely like, I'm not going to come up with a racist joke on your live.
I'm not asking you to come up with a racist joke, right? What I'm essentially getting you to realize is that there are conditions in which you would deem a joke to be racist.
Absolutely.
That if someone did these things, right, the way in which they portrayed the joke or whatever, it would be racist. That's what I'm trying to get you to realize, is that there are racist jokes. So if there are, then how could you claim that a white person doing blackface as a joke is not racist?
Because it depends.
Okay, do you think white people saying the N-word is racist?
It can be, yeah.
Can be?
It can also be used as a term of endearment between friends, which is very common, by the way.
I'm done.
Is it not?
Bro. I can't do this anymore, man.
Is it ever? I
can't do this anymore, man. Amongst white people, it should not be.
Yeah, I say amongst white people. That was what I was going to say. I'd be like,
Okay, I can't do that anymore. I can't do it anymore. I'm done with debates for today.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
If people have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. I can't do debates anymore. I'm done. I'm done. It's bad. It's bad.
How long are you going to be on?
I don't know. I'll see. I'll see. Anthony, thank you so much. The $10, by the way. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I doubt they would answer correctly anyway. Alex, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, EPA worker here. Caller needs to understand we are never overfunded. He needs to stay in his lane. He needs to stay in his lane unless he knows how it works. Drew, thank you so much. Alex, thank you for the dollar. Thank you very much as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's crazy how people are going to advocate against the minimum wage laws. I think it's insane. I think it's crazy. Please do one more. I can't do anymore. I can't do it anymore.
So I can't do it.
Yeah. If you have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. I do think there was a bit of an issue with the algorithm today. It could just be because I'm on my second account on my TikTok. We have 1,100 likes though on the TikTok stream. If you want to help out, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up.
You mean the YouTube stream?
Did you say blackface can be used as terms of endearment? He said that a white person using the N-word could be used as a term of endearment.
Yeah.
Dr. Carla, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's really cool. They said for those interested, there's a brand new book out called Darkology by Ray Lynn Barnes about the history of blackface. It's so well done. Well, thank you very much. I've never seen that. I'll have to take a look into it. Marina, absolutely we do. Absolutely. Alex, thank you for the $5 for Take a Break, Parker. That color was insufferable. I'll try. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be on earlier in the morning, about 9 a.m. Pacific time, probably, everyone. That's probably when I'll be live. Bree, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the dollar. Thank you very much. GJ, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you very much. As well as Maverick, thank you for the $5. Do you think the word socialism is outdated, or that using it is bad? Some Dems have mentioned this opinion. I think it's useless at this point. And that's kind of like my view, because like I don't think it benefits like any of the people who are democratic socialists when they're advocating for their policies. I think there's a really solid argument that calling yourself a socialist in the first place limits people away from holding it. Like if you just explain the same thing without calling it socialist, you'll probably get more people to agree with you than if you add the extra term on top of it. So it could just be a point to rebrand for some people who are on the left, but I mean, I don't think it's necessary. If people want to keep doing that, they can. It's becoming less of a bad term over time anyway. I think there's an argument for both sides for people who are leftists. Christina, thank you so much for the $10 for will the last remaining Trump supporter turn off the light, turn the lights off, please? Yeah, we'll see. There's a decent amount still. They're just less scared. They're just more scared to come onto the streams.
True.
More scared to come on the streams for sure. That's great, Emmy. That's amazing. Yeah, that'd be really cool. Stars, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know them very much, to be honest. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't know anything bad about them, as I would say. Again, if you're on YouTube, you can hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, you can tap that screen if you want to support me. As always, again, Venmo, PayPal, YouTube Super Chat, as always, are the best place to ask me a question right now. I'm answering questions for a little bit longer. Just for a little bit longer. What do you do in your free time? I game. I watch TV with my girlfriend. That's pretty much it, to be honest.
What free time?
Marina, thank you for the dollar. Maybe one time I will let you finish the song. Maybe sometime.
Oh, is that? Oh.
Yeah, it's the We Are Charlie Kirk
I'm
girl.
the only one, by the way. I let her finish the song on my live, so she
Really?
and I let her finish the song. So I'm unique amongst the debaters. I'm just saying.
No, it's never gonna happen ever. Never gonna happen. Anavon, thank you so much for the $21. Thank you for standing up against racists. Of course. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Are you done with debates? Yeah, I'm done with debates for today. Tomorrow I will be on at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So if you want to ask me any questions, you can right now. Steven, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And let me guess, this is a troll. They said I have $100 if you could beat my abortion argument.
I mean,
let me guess, it's a troll. Are you a Trump supporter?
No.
Okay. And what's your abortion argument?
So, abortion argument is I heard Dean run this one yesterday, and I thought about it, and I was like, I can't think of a defense to this. So, I need to support you anyway. So I figure I see what you got. So his argument typically is the responsibility argument, where if you smoke cigarettes, then you should still be able to go to a hospital if you get lung cancer, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you, my argument, same type of thing. Okay, but if you drink alcohol and you drive and you kill somebody, we hold you responsible via prison for killing somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And in the defense of, an abortion argument, if you go and have sex and you have a baby, or you're gonna have a baby, you get pregnant, you are out there doing the same thing, but you're potentially harming that fetus, right? Or that soon-to-be person. So it's the same thing as drinking and driving, and I don't see how that could be.
So you think it's wrong to drink while you're pregnant? Is your argument?
No. If you the argument is, right, if you go and have sex, your responsibility should be to deliver that child if you get pregnant, right?
Oh, okay. So you're arguing like a causal obligation argument.
Exactly. So
what we would argue is causal obligation only would need to be upheld once there is a sentient being. Prior to it, then there's no obligation.
But a fetus is going to be a sentient being. That's what I'm saying.
Going to be sentient isn't the same thing as is sentient. So for our position would be past or present and future subjective experience. If your position is like a future like ours argument of like life, and then you have a future like ours or something like that, well then you'd have to concede to like situations where there's like an IUD is murder, right? Or where like if there's a future subjective experience that will exist for like as an embryo, that you consider the embryo to be valuable. And you probably wouldn't provide that depending on the circumstance. I mean, do you think embryos are valuable?
I don't know.
You don't. So then, okay, maybe you would agree with my position then that the obligation then wouldn't be upheld until you see it to be valuable. So I don't necessarily. One thing we could say is that we don't think causal obligation is true in every circumstance, but we think it generally speaking it's true. That could also be a dispute of your point here. But
yeah,
like
I can see that because
like for example, if you cause something but the obligation is too much for you to deal with, we wouldn't say you're obligated to deal with it.
If it's too much for you to deal with, I mean, but they still said it. So
like for example, like if you're gonna die, like someone causes a pregnancy but they're gonna die if they don't get access to an abortion, they still should be able to get access to the abortion, right? They don't have an obligation to die, even though they caused the pregnancy.
Yeah, of course there would be exceptions in that case because.
So then that's an exception to causal obligation.
Somebody who is already living versus somebody who's the potential to live.
Yeah, so I mean, but the point I was at least making is that causal obligation isn't something that's applicable in all scenarios. It's not principally determined. It's going to be generally determined or applicable in, like, we'd probably say most cases, unless we have good reason to indicate otherwise, is typically the standard we use for causal obligation. So the argument for why it wouldn't be applicable in scenarios to then justify like abortion being illegal would be that it's not sentient. So there's no obligation to uphold the pregnancy. Or that we could argue the obligation of a pregnancy is too much. Like it's too invasive on someone to deal with because you're giving up internally bodily resources, the risks associated with the pregnancy, etc. And the then too harsh of an obligation could then be justification for you not having the obligation to carry through a pregnancy. So there's a few ways you could respond to the argument you're providing.
Yeah, and I mean I've heard the same type of thing when somebody's like, I should be driving the HOV lane if I'm pregnant then, and of course they won't let you.
That's actually like an argument, like for a lot of pro-lifers, they could totally argue that. Yeah. You know what? I don't have a problem with that either. If there's someone who's pregnant driving in the HOV, I think they shouldn't get a ticket.
Absolutely. If they allow electric cars to do it, then they should definitely let a pregnant woman do it.
Absolutely, I agree. All right, well, I appreciate you coming up. You don't need to give me $100. I was just interested in that. I honestly just wanted to hear the argument. I appreciate you coming up. Marianne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $11. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, I appreciate you very much. Day has been pretty rough. Yeah, maybe sometime. I definitely want to go to Australia in the future. That'd be really cool. Australia sounds amazing. To go to. Ghost, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Take a break, sir. You deserve it. You rock. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I've actually been playing my Pokemon game recently. I just got all my 8 gym badges, and I'm on to the Elite Four right now. So I'm super excited for that. Mara, thank you so much for the hand arts, by the way. Thank you. What's stopping you from traveling? Going live every day. I just love going live every day, and it would be complicated to go live in other areas.
You're missing out, man.
I know. I want to travel in the future, but I don't know. I just
well,
enjoy going live
at
too
your
much.
age is fine, but yeah.
I just enjoy going live too much, where I don't really want to pull myself away from it, if that makes sense, for very long. It's still manageable. It probably is manageable, but I also really like staying on a specific schedule and doing the same things over and over again, where like I feel like right now at this point in my life I wouldn't want to divert too much from it, and I feel like it diverts too much, just like not work for longer periods of time. Marina, not right now. Not
yeah,
right
I mean
now.
you'd
Maybe in
have
the future.
you'll have to, like, when you travel, you have to make sure that you're getting like a good investment for the money, so you can't go live for a long period of time because you'll be out doing stuff. So
That's also
I mean,
true.
yeah, so
Yeah, the thing is, I also want to be able to do more, like whenever I'm out. So like that's also like a concern. Adrian, thank you so much for the $2. When was the first time you ever gardened? In high school, I took a dab, like a pretty fat one too. I'm pretty sure it's on video. I probably need to go get that video. I bet some of my old high school friends have that video. And then I showed up to like a, what's it called? Like a school event. Like we walked back to school. We were at some friend's house that was pretty close to school, and then we walked back to school for some like track event that our friend was doing. Oh my God, Steven, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Thanks for your time, and thanks for everything you do, Steven. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That is so kind of you. Seriously, W's for Steven in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I really appreciate the conversation too. That was a interesting argument to bring up. I appreciate W's for Steven. Seriously, that is seriously so kind of you. So kind. The Martian, thank you for the $3. Thank you for who you got, Spurs or Thunder in the NBA World Conference Finals. Thunder. I think the Thunder are probably going to beat the Spurs. Who do I want to win though? The Spurs. I have family that lives in Texas and that are Spurs fans, so I would prefer the Spurs to win. I also like Wemby a lot, but I probably think the Thunder will win. Ghost, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. This is Cole. My parents are hardcore MAGA, and I'm trans. They aren't close to my son, but see my sister all the time. Any ideas to break the cult mind? Obviously, it would depend on the specific individuals and the arguments they make. And having conversations with them is like the best way to determine that. It's really hard to make a generalized determination of like what could be helpful. Without like having a conversation with them or knowing specifically how they view things. So I guess I can't really make a generalized statement for that. I guess I could try to describe to them the facts, see their perspective, hear them out, be nice to them in trying to describe it, and try to show them a different perspective without making it feel like you're tearing them down. I feel like that's more effective with personal friends and people who are close to you in real life. I think I like one thing I would say is that like the way that I portray my arguments or Dean portrays his arguments are probably not the best way to portray them with a family member, because I think that oftentimes it could invoke a response that like a certain random stranger doing something won't invoke. Yo, Conan, thank you so much for the appreciate the $2. Would you ever debate Q-Top again?
that's a blast from the past.
Maybe for a quick second, just to like dunk on him. I don't know. It's been so long. Holy shit, that's a fucking blast from the past. Holy shit. If you don't know who Q-Top is, be happy. Be happy. You don't want to know. You don't want to know. Or actually, just to give a rundown, like one of like the most notable old guests that we used to have on the stream when I used to do like different lives, like the Christianity lives, and you know they're insane. They have crazy views, really insane views. They're also a flat earther, Trump supporting flat earther, and Christian nationalist theocrat.
It fits. It fits. I don't.
I'm pretty sure they're also a Calvinist.
Yeah, let's just okay. I'm gonna get off, Parker. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate you.
For sure. Good seeing you as always, man.
Bye bye. Take care.
Take care. Take care. Alrighty, let me see. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Let me actually see. Let me see if my girlfriend's even close to getting home yet. Oh, she should be home very soon, actually. She should be home very soon. So if you have any questions, you can ask me. I'll probably answer questions until she gets back or so. Bob, thank you for the £2. Thank you for, hey, when MAGA's dead, what are your plans? Debating Republicans. I'll do like, why do you support Republicans, or why do you support like the specific Republican nominee? I think I'll start with why do you support Republicans, and then it will specify like certain Republican nominee once it really becomes more clear. It will be why do you support Republicans after the midterms. So. Do you ever miss being a small creator? You know what? There are certain things I do miss about being a smaller creator that I really appreciate. But I also get parts of that now, like when I do my Twitch streams. It's just like the how a small stream feels, you know. What's your favorite video game? I don't know if I'd have like a specific one. Right now I'm playing Pokemon. Colin, oh, I just saw it now. I literally didn't even see that before. Thank you so much for the $15 and for the $5. I'm not letting anyone else up right now, but thank you very much. Do you and your girlfriend live together? I do live with my girlfriend. We've been living together for over a year now. About a year and 2 months. So that's really cool. How long have you guys been together? For over 2.5 months. Our 3-year anniversary is in October. It's October 6th. Our anniversary year and day is October 6th, 2023. Oh, did I say months? I meant to say 2.5 years, sorry. Not 2.5 months, 2.5 years. I didn't mean to say 2.5 months. 2.5 months would be diabolical. So we've been living together for over a year and 2 months, and then we've been together for 2.5. No, we've been together for 2.5 years. Always ready. Thank you so much for the $1. I am voting for Tom Steyer for governor because he's got the most progressive agenda. But it does seem like, but I would have voted for Porter if she picked up more traction. I believe they met on Hinge. We did. Thoughts on Clavicular? He's scared to debate Dean and I. He's a fucking lunatic. Yeah, those are my general thoughts. Teresa, thank you so much for the galaxy. Jaden as well, thank you for the dollar for what are some topics you would recommend to start debating on here. It depends on whatever you're interested in. Politics, religion, those things are typically what I started with. Kathy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for having seen this Texas Children's Hospital ordered to open nation's first deed transition clinic in Landmark Settlement. No, I haven't. I'll need to look that one up. That's fucking nuts. That's fucking nuts. Thank you so much for letting me know. As well as Carl, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much, of course. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. What's your favorite sport? I don't know, honestly. I wouldn't know. I can't think off the top of my head. For watching, I want to say football. For playing, I think maybe basketball. Do your girlfriend's political views match completely with yours? Yeah, I actually don't know a single thing that we disagree with on. Yes, we are done debating for today. How tall are you? 5'11". But every 5'11", 6 foot. Every single guy I've ever met in my life always says I'm 6 foot or taller. Like six. I hear 6'1" from a lot of men. But every single time I've looked, I'm like 5'11" and a half, 6 foot, like around that. Like I always say 5'11", 6 foot, because it's just in between that, and I haven't checked in years. So. Depends on the shoes. With shoes, I'm definitely over 6 foot. Thank you so much for the shell. I appreciate it. Thank you. Any last questions, everyone? I'm going to be getting off very, very soon. Any last questions, you can ask me over Venmo or PayPal. If not, I'm going to be hopping off very, very soon here. Any tips for looking for housing? I'm moving with my partner soon too. I guess look at places on the internet, go to them before. Make sure that you go look at them before. See if you like them. Have a list of certain things you want. What does you think of the canyon, and then compare and contrast. That's really all I could say. I don't know anything else specifically to mention. When are you and Dean planning to meet in person? We don't have like a specific day, but it'll probably be pretty soon. I'll probably see him pretty soon. Will you on main account tomorrow? No, main account, it doesn't get back until the 18th, sadly. Xander, thank you for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Finding one new would be fun, but I don't mind the mustache one. I think it's fun. I appreciate it very much, Xander. Thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate it. Always good to see you. And what is new? Thank you for the furry. Do you have any animals? I do not. Is it hard protecting your girlfriend's privacy when you're in public? So far it hasn't been too hard. I mean, we've had we were at like a mall one time, and like these people who were trying to do catch your partner cheating on you, like here's on the phone. They just come up to you and start recording, and I had to be like, I can't do this. I can't have my girlfriend's identity out there. And thankfully one of them knew who I was, or at least figured it out as soon as I said it, because they're like, I've seen you debate Charlie Kirk before. So that was good. I'm happy there, but everything else has been fine. Everyone has been super respectful and nice. Yesterday was really funny. I was like at a school event for what's it called, my girlfriend's sister, and like I can't imagine how random it would be to you're at some random school event, and you see me just like helping out like with your teacher, that's gotta be like a crazy thing to just like you're just at some school event and you see someone, and I like saw a few people, some of the students came up and said hi to me and wanted to take pictures and stuff, so that was really funny. That's gotta be like a crazy thing. Like you're just like I can't even imagine like seeing someone who I knew like on the internet, like in person like that. That was really funny. Alrighty, everyone. Well, yeah, if you have any last questions, make sure to ask me real quick. Otherwise, I'm about to be hopping off here. Crazy Eddie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Eddie, I'm sorry. I didn't see. I apologize. That must have been an accident. I hope you don't take it like I hate you. I don't hate you. I just happened to not see it. I think I got another 10 minutes or so at least. Actually, I can have at least another 10 minutes. Or a little less than. Actually. I'll probably stay on just for another few minutes though. Tammy, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually don't know what their previous question was. So maybe let me scroll back and see if they did send one. Crazy Eddie. Oh, here we go. Crazy Eddie, I actually have no clue what that is. I'm sorry, Eddie, I just didn't even see it. That was an accident. I apologize. But yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Tammy. What's your favorite kind of music? Whatever my girlfriend plays. Oh, my girlfriend just texted me almost home. Nice. Alrighty. Any last questions? Otherwise, I'm going to hop off right now. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. You can check out my YouTube videos, everyone. I posted a bunch of YouTube videos today, like usual. I posted 3, as always. So if you want to go check that out, I'd really appreciate it. I'd really appreciate it. Any last questions you can ask me right now? My girlfriend's about to be home, so I'm about to hop off right now. Crazy Eddie, think the $2 you need to watch Tropic Thunder. I'll have to take a look. I have never seen that before. I've actually never even heard of it before. Alrighty. Alright. I'm going to get off, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I will see everyone later. Have a good night, everyone. I love you so much. I'll see everyone tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's when I should be live tomorrow. Alright. I love y'all.